Hi there guys, you're watching the Squad Wipe where we're going to take a look at the most exciting games from this past week. My name is Blank, I'm joined by the beautiful Jason, and we're going to get straight into it. We've got our angle coming up very, very shortly, and this was a really cool match, Jason.
Yeah, we should introduce it for everyone obviously at home. This is the very first match of the entire PUBG Mobile Global Championship, and it was a match that would kind of set the tone for how that day would go, right? It put into the question of our minds of how are teams going to play come into this? Are they going to play safe? Are they going to try to figure out how exactly they want to go about these? And this is also off the back of the scrims we had casted by Max, Mustache Dave, and Imperium. So we kind of looked at it as, okay, well, BTR, they're doing really bad at scrims. But we've come to expect that. Nova XQF, not really trying in scrims, but this was the first indicator of exactly how this would go. So let's take a look, and then we come back, we'll actually break down some of the plays we wanted to talk about with it.
Already we see our first knock coming through over on Chari. That's going to be interesting to see how that one develops. Not too sure where they have dropped at the start, but I'm sure they'll be able to pick that one up. Maybe, maybe not. It looks like they're in Gatco, maybe with some contestation coming through.
Yeah, that is the Abrupt Slayers. I think they'll probably get it back on his feet as soon as possible, so it's absolutely fine. But really, Pachinki, the only place that no one's decided to go to. So this is an open area. Rozhok seems a little bit heavily contested, and you have a little bit... Oh, actually, no, there is a team fight here down in Gaka, like you were saying, John. Oh my lord, order already on this, and this is Nova coming to show that you can't hot drop on this team, they'll take you down.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is... The Gatka fields are owned, I'm afraid, and ooh, there's already 2 kills found.
Let's see how this goes down, John.
Power 888 just dropping the nades. Bluebees sending them right back. No one cresting the ridge just yet, but in comes the push from Bluebees. Lufa leading the charge, goes around the side. A huge nade comes in from Divine, finds 2 knocks, and now they're down to 2. The back line getting decimated as well, and the Bluebees kick things off with style with our first squad wipe. It's Power 888 to be eliminated.
Really waiting this one now. He is in the midst of the enemy fields.
The horse lets not the sleeping dog lie. They've already taken 2 from GODSENT. Will they be able to get any more? A back bounce on the nade hits Axa for a little bit too much damage, but Marley sees some from Black-White and gets sprayed down for the rest by Rubdini. And now it's just Roll Kiss from GODSENT trying to hold it down, but he's just around the corner, finds a knock. Well, doesn't even get the knock. And it's GODSENT to go down in 15th place, Blank. Certainly was heroic in the end. They managed to get the first knock, get a kill on their name as well. Looking for a little bit more, keeping the pressure up, but Zeus they've left. They've disengaged further away. Alpha 7 looking to chase, however. They're trying to follow it up. 4 AM, hang on a minute.
They took a kill there. Alpha 7's dropped him on the side. A lot of players are very low. It's the Unnamed coming on from the left here, and Zeus is just crippling Alpha 7. This is a really nice pincer here, John.
But the thing is, they've already managed to dispatch 2 from Zeus. 2 players have been knocked for Alpha 7 and the Unnamed as well. The Western Edge proving difficult for the Americas teams.
Remember though, John, 4AM have eyes on this fight. That's another knock coming through, so this could be easily third-partied by another team after this concludes.
Well, Zeus certainly looking at third party here, but Alpha 7 have something to say about it. Swag win, looking to push out wide, takes some nade damage, goes for the challenge. Ziol behind the Darcia now, last standing for his squad for Zeus, but very, very low. Hasn't taken the time to heal up just yet. The Unnamed, they're trying to slip through the cracks here. They've moved down south, trying to keep themselves alive. Bluebees trying to crash now, but it's Nova XQF to receive, and you step close, you go down. There is no 2 ways about it. Aito-chan looking to try and hold down the window angle, but it's so difficult when you've just got everybody gunning you down. Okay. Paraboy takes a knee. Aito-chan with the full boosters, pre-fires the angle, but Jimmy gets the best. And it is going to be Paraboy to get res. Bluebees get eliminated as their off-angle player goes down as well, and Nova XQF, they're hurting, and Loops have heard that.
Now, Loops trying to make their way in. This is the winner from the PMPL Americas region. If anyone can go against Nova XQF, it might just be them. A very, very prominent team. So aggressive. Unfortunately for Bluebees, it was not Iaito at all. And now Loops will just be waiting in a little shack. Nova XQF definitely have the better position right now. They are currently split up. Order moving forward with a nade in hand, though. Pops it over the top. Is it good enough? Oh. No, Dadeen just about hangs on.
by a sliver. Another one. Order up. Let's see where the nades land. They evacuate that shack as fast as they can. They know what's coming their way. The bombardment is in, but all 4 Nova X Quest F players are still in. Alpha 7 on the western side eliminated.
This is so smart, though, from Loop. So they dropped the smoke out forward. Nova SQF was doing something ridiculously good by throwing 1 nade into the shack, 1 nade behind the shack immediately. We know how good Chinese teams are with those nades, but that actual smoke there allowed the players from Loops to move off to the right side and not get shot at because vision was obscured.
Athletics on the south side against 4 Angry Men. It looks like they might just get the better end of the stick. Svan now last there in the grass, looking for the spray, but gets spotted out. 1 knock. That's going to slow Klas down just a little bit, but they should be able to pick things up and move on.
Instant smokes come down, stopping any teams from the north side from actually taking any shots here. But Nova, they're on the move already, but it's Kayovsky taking some shots. Nades come through from Kayovsky as well into the position where they're going to be. Is it any good? Does a little bit of damage. Another one's thrown over the top immediately afterwards. The bombardment continues, John.
Oh, Paraboy takes another 50, and the nade is there, but the shimmy out wide. Good wherewithal. Unfortunately, though, Kayovsky has a little bit better performance there on the nade, bobbles it just far enough. Coolboy takes a knee as well. Loops taking on Nova X Quest F. No fear in their hearts.
None whatsoever. And remember, Loops had to make a quick decision to make their way into the circle. Sure, they've got it, but they don't have too much cover. And they're going for this really aggressive split. And that's Kayovsky dropping up again. They've managed to maintain these vehicles this entire match, though, John. It's providing them so much good cover here. And Nova XQF are really on the edge.
Goodness me, the circle shift to Loops has given them so many opportunities, and this is a team that takes those chances. They will take what they are given and they will play it to the best of their ability. They're certainly showing us just what they've got here. All 4 of them alive, and it's only Klas Digital Athletics left with all 4 alive.
It's really important right now that Carrillo does not go down. Support comes through from Dadine immediately. The fact that they're playing this 4-man split right now means that if one player goes down, it makes a massive difference in how the game continues, because you have one of these players has to move from their specific angles to help out, and it might give a chance for another team to make their way in. But Digital Athletics, they're stuck on this south edge.
Goodness me. Okay, well, Loops have the crate. They have the majority of the circle. Nobody else has a position there. So Dardin and Carrillo, they will have to move in. However, they have the ground in front of them covered. They have the enemy team suppressed. Nova XQF, they're being bombarded, and Klas have to make a mad dash across open ground.
It is a disgusting amount of space that Loops has been able to hold on to this entire time.
Wow.
Order goes down to an insane grenade from Federal, and now he's looking to put the final nail in the coffin here, John.
Oh, let's go. Kayovsky leads the charge. Around the side, it's Jimmy. He peeks out, gets 1, tucks back behind and looks for more, but unfortunately, that's going to be it. Federal cleans things up. Dudin at his back, and that's Nova XQF eliminated.
Digital Athletics have to take advantage of the situation, have to take advantage of it now. They know a knock's come through, but they're crawling. They have to move forward. Carrillo got a really good angle over on that right-hand side there, but Kayovsky, he goes low afterwards, John.
Oh, Digital Athletics now taking pitched warfare with Loops. The EMEA team taking on the Americas right now in the final circle for the first game. Loops gets the first spray, and it's Salim to fall.
Nadine has been so influential this entire match right now. Just with this single position, he has kept Digital Athletics at bay, whilst the rest of the team has effectively trying to deal with Nova XQF here.
But the thing is, they still have to move forwards, and Loops just control this ground. There's no openings to be found. It's just open terrain. The foliage is only going to give you so much, especially when Loops have such fantastic off-angle coverage.
What they need here is a knock. Just any kind of knock for Digital Athletics would be so huge. They really should have moved in when they saw that knock come through onto Loops and just go for a full send. But right now, the Loops, they are just crushing the windpipe of Digital Athletics. They're not able to move forward 1 inch. And slowly but surely, this is going to get dire.
Solus, Silas, Raze. They've made it to second place though, Blank, and that is a really good turn up to start things
versus
off.
Loops as well.
Exactly. Well, not only them, but versus Nova XQF, versus 4 Angry Men, the 2 teams that were really touted to be the strongest moving forwards. They're having a great day so far. But it is only the first game. It's early days. We'll see more from them in times to come. Let's, calm down, calm down. However, the final circle is getting even closer, and it's Loops dominating.
Right now, Digital Athletics just trying to move their way around. And I don't know where the Loops have been getting all of these grenades from, but they have had so many.
No way!
That is a ridiculous. You are not allowed to do that.
That is unfair. That is unfair that he is this good, okay? With a nade, you can't be doing that. That's incredible. Beautiful stuff from Carrillo to hit that nade. Perfectly cooked, perfectly placed. There was no counterplay. Raze takes a lot of nade damage as well. The bombardments from Loops just brutal as the confirm comes through, and it's Digital Athletics down to 2, trying to nade in response, but Carrillo, he's the master of the frag. You're not going to give as good as you get, I'm afraid, this time around. He pops out with the M4, sprays around the edge of the crate. One player falls, Raze, and Silas now left. Last man standing, but only for so long.
What a fantastic game that one was. And I mean, Loops obviously taking it at the end, Nova very close, but also Klas Digital Athletics on that first day. It was a crazy firecracker of a start to the tournament.
Yeah, so for me, the whole start of that one was Nova XQF just destroying the Abrupt Slayers, who came to an abrupt finish in that game. Seeing them come out the gate swinging off the back of PEC and winning first place and the lump sum of money they got from that, really tried to have them push around their power, right? To let everyone in the lobby know, yeah, we're here to play, we've come to show up. But also Loops at the same time for me, because they're a team that typically starts slow when it comes to league play, but they come out the gates with the first chicken dinner. I was like, who is this team?
Yeah, it was some crazy stuff coming up from Loops. I mean, they'd come off from a hot streak in PMPL Americas, and they'd continued that through, Jason, into PMGC, which is fantastic. I mean, like you say, usually it's a team that takes a little bit of time to wind up. Obviously, for the time, we're waiting for that firecracker of a game again from them. I really want to see them light the fuse. But Nova XQF coming out strong, and we're seeing some new teams in the tournament as well, like Digital Athletics. Bluebees as well. That was a fantastic game from them.
Only team coming from Japan. Like, Japan has such a strong core of players, like strong teams. We only get to see one representative. And to see them come out the gates like that and have such a great first day, it was like, Japan is here to play. Yeah. Obviously, going into day 2, it didn't work out as well, but hey, they made it into the Super Weekend nonetheless.
I mean, it's better than we've ever seen the Japanese region do before, and I think they keep coming back to the table, and PUBG Mobile is so popular over there. It's really nice to see that we finally got some huge competition coming out.
But that was just what? That was just our first match we want to talk about. We have one more match. What is it exactly?
We do have one match. It's Miramar. Obviously, this one ended up going the way of RRQ. Some really good rotations coming through from them, but we ended up in Lost Leones. There was fighting absolutely everywhere, Jason. But you know what? Let's go straight to the video, because it was a really, really cool game, and you're going to love it for sure.
Versus Loops. Well, it's Rex trying to duck behind the car, but it's just not landing any bullets. Can someone please get a shot here? Loops spin out wide. The Tommy gun rattles off a lot of damage, and it is Rex to fall. Darin, there's a reason he's one of the top frags of the tournament. He's doing phenomenal stuff.
Again, though, let's look quickly back to where RRQ is on the southeast side. They've just been probing, gently pushing at the side of the circle, seeing where they can get in, where the resistance is thinnest, and now they can start to make their way up this hillside on the eastern side of the map. They will have to get rid of Execute, who are currently the team in their way, but right now I've been really happy with the way RRQ have been playing.
Urban Warfare still blank. 16 teams, 20 minutes into the game. 49 players now remain as teams are starting to thin out. Klas Digital Athletics, you've got on 2. You've got Konina Power down to 1. Nova XQF even on 2. And players just keep on falling. Futbolist now taking casualties as they lose Lovazin. They're on 2 as well. These to the side, all 4 players alive. You said they're going to have to deal with Execute, but the fight hasn't popped off there. So the northwestern edge really starting to feel those bullets fly at the moment. You can see Bigetron, Futbolist with their remaining players. Both stood very, very close to each other. They'll have to move further. They'll have to move further south as Klas Digital Athletics waiting in the wings there. 4 angry men in their way too.
Saito-chan finishing up Madtoy. Now just ice shots remaining for Team Secret. Bigetron and Futbolist in close vicinity, but both have to move from here. Such a huge cluster on the northern side, it's going to get hairy.
Microboy doesn't quite finish the spray over onto Lutz, drops a nade. Bigetron will have to move as well. They have to evacuate their position as the healing starts for Raum. Lutz as well, looking to try and keep it going, but he's out of meds. He is just going to try and drop a nade, and Lutz falls. I don't think Futbolists are going to be able to get much further. Bigetron now swinging out wide into the open yard. Ryzen gets clocked by the play zone, and Microboy now last standing.
Such a huge amount of action to begin very shortly. 4AM moving out the vehicles during the chaos here to try and make their way in. But here's Execute going versus RRQ. We said they had to take them out in the way, but Execute's holding on strong. Such an important game for them as well. Currently in 16th place, John.
G9 gets flushed out, but you've got Loops on the top side as well, who Execute have to worry about. This could be a three-way fight here, Blank, and with so many teams waiting in the wings, it might be a 4, 5, 6-way fight as well. Futbolist eliminated there. 4 Angry Men claiming the final kill on that one. Execute still holding around these corners, but Loops go in. Carrillo to charge, but Kioski goes down first. The drop shot from Carrillo does not quite land, but he trades it. Fame Boys goes. Zute now waiting in the wings. Gets the knock onto Carrillo. Loops around the side. Federal last standing for the team. 2 players for Execute holding it down, and it's Fate. Falls as well. Kill switch,
my
the third
lord!
to fall. Federal now in a 1 versus 1 versus Zute, and Federal holds the corner. Zute pushing in close. Federal out wide. Looks for the heal as well through the smoke. Tries to hold it. Might just be able to pop it off as he is going to be able to execute that first aid. Molotov slows him down in the meantime, but Zute has the angle. The burn is in, and it's 4 Angry Men to play spoiler. Loops get eliminated, but it's no luck for Execute here as they're now down to 2. RRQ with 3 on the south edge.
Oh my lord, 4AM rain fire from afar. And now they're in a great position. Again, chaos. They just are thriving in it right now. Here's Alpha 7, though, still in the game somehow with the 2 players taking shots onto Konina Power, who are now out. They only had that single player remaining with their skirmish with Bluebees at the beginning of the game. But look at this, Bluebees. Somehow we're still with 4 players alive, despite in fact taking a lot of fights on that side. Now they have to finish the job with RRQ, John.
2 teams with 4 players alive. It is Bluebees and 4 Angry Men right now. 3 players alive on Secret Jin. And they're going to have to try and push on through from the west. 4 Angry Men closest to the circle. Bluebees on the split on the south edge. Need to challenge RRQ.
Divine taking shots from the side, though it's 4AM. 4AM are relentless this game. They refuse to let anyone get into the circle happily.
Will be tricky. Oh, a nade onto Reiji's position. Teams remain, and it's 4 Angry Men with all of their players left alive. RRQ with 3.
Now, make that 2. Execute still in this game with Fame Boys and Zute with that close quarter skirmish with Federal just himself. But now 4AM trying to make the way. A nice pre-fire comes through from Zute. Pushes 4AM back. Immediately they'll have to put it on hold for the time being. Take a quick pause. But RRQ could potentially take advantage of this moment. Bluebee's currently trying to bring up players in the rear.
They'll be able to get the scout as well from Fame Boys. They'll know that the angle's being aggressed on. Zute might be able to swing out and get a nice angle on as a lineup. Coming through RRQ as well. They're waiting in the wings. They have all 3 players alive. They'll be able to get the res. A lovely spray comes through. Bazute gets taken down. Fame Boys now last standing on the position. 3 teams remain, and it's him to go large, but not quite large enough. Gets 1 knock, and it's down to 3 for 4 Angry Men. They'll get the res, and it's pitched warfare. 2 teams remain.
That was so important for 4AM. They were in a struggle position there, where behind that wall, there was only one position where they could have come out from. They used smokes perfectly in the situation to prevent Zute from making any excellent pre-fires on the only spot there where they could have come out on. But now look at RRQ. They are set up like a firing squad here on this south side. 4AM is going to be lucky to get out of this one.
Beer 11 with a huge off angle as well. They have to push. It's 4 Angry Men with the initiative over to them. Zook gets knocked early. Ernie finds the shot he's looking for. The spray in return not quite landing. Looks like they're low on meds though. Might not be able to sustain this fight for too long. However, 4 Angry Men, they've got 14 kills and they are not slowing down.
D2E just looking outwards. Beer 11 really biding his time here. There will a res come through for 4AM. They just want to keep 4 of those players alive.
It's the race between the hare and the tortoise right now. You've got 14 kills, 4 Angry Men going absolutely huge. RRQ, they've been slow, they've been steady, but my God, are they looking to take it here. 2 players now standing for 4 Angry Men. Beer goes aggressive. Hasuki going wide, but gets spotted on the off angle. The res is trying to come through from Shinhei, but in comes the knock, and Beer 11 leads the charge. RRQ looking to try and take him down. He goes low. The teammate's at his back.
For me, seeing all teams left alive, all 16 teams, 22 minutes in, Los Leones finish, you just knew. I think when Blake was sitting back there like, all right, I got to figure out how to timestamp the video, right? He's just kind of like, all right, we'll do like a 20 seconds at the start, and I'm just going to clip out the entire end of it, because that's what it was. It was constant action from every team, but that finish out of RRQ Athena, Beer 11 pushed up against 4AM, who had to fight tooth and nail through so many teams to get to that position, was insane.
I mean, RRQ just had the great rotation on the western side going underneath, and then just trying to kind of push into the circle where they could have done it. And you're completely right. There was a couple of fights at the beginning, but that was kind of like it was kind of bubbling over towards the end. Like it got to boil boiling point, and then all the action just set off. Obviously, RRQ have a fantastic position, but 4AM being able to hold on for so long, Jason, was pretty nutty.
And even seen before all that broke out at the very, very end, I think it was Federal with the 1v4 up against Execute pretty much, and Zute does eventually survive that with the help of 4AM, funny enough. But to see like the individual play, I think that's where you see those individual stars like Beer 11 pushing up the confidence to know his team has his back, to see Federal pull off a 1v4. I think moments like that with the high pressure just brings diamonds out of players.
Yeah, and you can't ignore Execute either, obviously taking that third place. They had a really, really good run of it in the end, and coming all the way from PMCO here, standing up tall here is a big thing. Another thing you can't ignore is the rest of PMGC, which will be back on very, very shortly. But you've been watching Squad Wipe for the time being. I'm Blank, this is Jason, and we'll catch you guys soon.
From a field of thousands, only 24 remain. You've come this far, but how far are you willing to go? $2 million on the line, and only they stand between you and your share. Everybody stumbles, but you must stand tall. Take aim and be the one.
Towards somebody.
No way!
Oh no! Go slow!
Oh my god!
Here comes a grenade to get the confirm. There you go! Keep Queso!
RRQ getting demolished as they step through. Ernie gets sprayed down as well.
What?
Ryzen anchors it for Bigetron.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the last day of our league play here in week 2 of the PMGC, the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And at the end of the day, we're going to have our 16 teams to move into our super weekend kicking off on Friday. But before we get to that, obviously last week we did release Between the Battlegrounds episode 3, but I got an extra treat for you, something extra spicy. Though I don't think treats are necessarily spicy. They may be a little bit sweet. It's going to be episode 4, and here's a quick teaser because it's coming out tomorrow.
Susah banget hijau, Wi. Pasti ada orang. Hijau enak, cu. Sumpah. Bukan, pasti ada orang.
Diğerinin gelmesini bekleyecek. Tamam, sakin kal.
What an insane way to end this tournament. Futbolist, they take themselves the first.
I don't know whose voice that was at the end screaming Futbolist, but I bet he is damn handsome. Oh, wait. That was me. Anyways, welcome to our little desk here.
That was Dave. That was Dave.
No, that was me.
No.
That was 100% me because it was when I announced that they won. 100%. I know my own voice, but John Allen, Blank, we have 2 new people here joining me in our little bit of a lounge, which makes you wonder what's happened to Demon and to Max. Well, it's actually -5 degrees outside. They kind of froze, unfortunately, and couldn't come in. Now, you'll see them later on in the show. But John, hey, how you doing, man?
Doing good. Ready to be on the analyst desk as well. We did it on the EMEA League, and now we're back for a little bit of a guest appearance over here on the global stage.
Yeah, it is. Blink. Had a little stare down with the camera there. Do you see something you liked?
Yeah, I saw John. I was like, damn, he's looking nice today. Nice haircut. You're looking nice in your little shirt over there.
I haven't had a haircut.
Look, you've had a haircut.
Okay.
Accept it.
I think he's had a haircut at some point in his life.
Exactly.
That is true. I have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, to kind of refresh you guys' memory on what went down yesterday, which you two were obviously commentating on, we're going to take a quick look at who won which maps, and obviously there's stats that go along with it before we even get into overalls, because we kind of want to get an idea of who really stood out. And you can see here, obviously 4 Angry Men with the initial chicken dinner coming through, but as you get down later on in the list, you got some big plays. You got RRQ Athena, 14 kills, but then Futbolist outshined them with 17, and then BTR with 20. I feel bad for RRQ Athena.
It was a day of one-upsmanship, right?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of what went through. RRQ Athena, you know, you might feel bad for them, Jason, but they got a hell of a lot of points for that performance. The outlier here for me is Zeus, right? Obviously, these guys have not really had a big impact over the course of the league so far. So the fact that they were able to get a chicken dinner might see them closer towards being able to make it into this super weekend coming.
Yeah, we talked actually about them yesterday at the start of the show, Blaine, talking about how their kills are really lacking, and they get themselves 9 here, they get themselves themselves the chicken dinner as well. But my question to you is that going to be enough to get them into top 16 for the Super Weekend?
No.
Wow.
That is my answer. But I'll elaborate a little bit for you because I like you. What I really think is, honestly, Zeus need to continue this kind of performance. Yes, that chicken dinner they got, look, let's be honest, guys, they got a lot of circle look there. They dropped into a compound. What I love that they did was they took center, which is very bold for Zeus. Usually they like to play on the edge side, you know, and try and make their way in. But taking that center compound, I was very, very happy. It paid off. Let's see some more of that today, see if they can get it going. But we are getting the usual suspects now in. We've got Futbolist, Bigetron, 4am, all over chicken dinner yesterday. RRQ now throwing their a little chance into the hat here, so I'm pretty happy with them, and I think they can continue this. I'm most looking forward to RRQ's performance in Super Weekend, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's going to be about, right? But before we even get into the Super Weekend, we got to see what teams can even make it in there. So we're going to take a look at our overalls at the end of yesterday and get an idea of who currently would be participating in our very second Super Weekend here if we did stop at the end of yesterday. And BTR, first place, 75 points. But, I mean, Futbolist, their first chicken dinner so far in the event, and they really redeemed themselves from the Super Weekend.
For sure. 2 points between them on both placements and kill points. They are very, very, very close to where Bigetron are sat right now. So it's fantastic to see they're able to step up. Second place, a great first day. And in fact, they're on 71 points, which on its own should be enough to see them safe.
Yeah, I would find it extremely hard to see them go from second place to 17th place at the end of the day here. But then you had 4 Angry Men start off the day strong, kind of faltered as the day went on, Blink. But then also in 4th place, happy to see the boys from Americas, the boys from PMCO.
Oh, yeah.
Get it into 4th.
I mean, I talk about them a lot. Execute. Good job, guys. Keep it up. But there is a massive drop-off from 1st and 2nd place down into 3rd. So there's still a lot of movement that can happen on this first page. And honestly, John, we're going to talk a little bit later, but the bubble hasn't really changed too much. You've got to make your way up towards those 50 pointers. You can see there, 4am at 42 points. They don't have too much to go, right? They need to just run a little bit, get that hurdle in, and then they're going to be over the finish line to get into that Super Weekend. If we look down a little bit, Nova SQF in 8th place, 35 points. We're going to our second page right now, which is probably where things are a little bit more volatile.
Yeah, you can see here, Secret Jing going to be leading the pack at 35 points as well. We have quite a few teams, you know, really within just a few points of each other at the moment. But I'm happy to also see down towards the bottom, besides Zeus, you have Archer and DRS Gaming, 2 teams who also didn't qualify in the very first Super Weekend, though 22 points isn't even close to safe yet, John.
No, certainly not. It's much less than we'd expect, actually, for the 16th point team at this stage. They should be on a little bit of a higher number there. What's really happened is that the top of the tables have sucked up those points, as we've talked about.
That they have. Also, though, looking at DRS and Archer Gaming, 7 points apiece in terms of placement points, 15 points in terms of kill points. I think from league play to now, a lot of teams are realizing that, look, if we're towards the bottom, we need to take those fights. We've got to go for those kills. We saw that from DRS in Vikendi, got towards the end of the game. They've been playing like a very snake type of playstyle, very passive. And they're like, you know what, we've got to get in. And they rushed in, they got some good kills. Obviously, they were taken out, but getting those kill points on board is what's going to tide you into the Super Weekend. We've seen a general trend at the top of the leaderboard between placement points being very, very similar to the amount of kill points you get as well. But that does necessarily mean that in league play, you need to get those fat games through.
And on the other side of that, you've got Bluebees, 23 placement points and 10 kills, actually less than the 15th and 16th place teams. So they are really, really focusing on that. And that's probably mostly, as we were talking about, from that Vikendi game where they hid on that cliffside.
Very unfortunate, though, at the end.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate situation, but they've obviously bolstered that scoreline. Now, the question is, can they push up those kill points to match? Because at the moment, they are looking to be leapfrogged by a lot of those teams lower down.
I think there's even another question for Bluebees of can they continue to do this multiple days in a row? Because they did the same thing in League Play Day 1. They barely got by on the second day with getting 9 points in total. And then the Super Weekend, they were really non-existent. So I'm kind of looking forward to, can they continue to maintain this pace? Because they're going to need to.
Even bigger point there for Bluebees is the fact that they were kind of non-existent in that Super Weekend. You kind of need to get into this next one. It was almost as if you weren't there. Sure, you got a little bit of points on board, but you need to get some more because those average points, you want to be around like that 8th place, 9th place, right? That's going to tide you over if you're going to continue to perform like that. Either Bluebees need to step it up massively, or look, something needs to change a little bit.
We were talking about kill points and placement points. I think the most dramatic example, obviously, being Na'Vi right there at the top. 3 placement points, Jason, but 18 kill points. That's insane in terms of the amount of kills they were getting. They dominated that game
on Erangel
the other day. but then they just went down to an unfortunate circumstance.
And they got 2/3 of their kills from that match alone, right? They had 12 out of 18 in that match period. But that's also the same Navi we saw last week of just having one good game, one chicken dinner, and they still didn't qualify.
I like how John said unfortunate circumstance. They did take a fight with the majority of the players on that northern side.
I didn't say
it was
whose
inevitable.
the unfortunate circumstance was, okay? I just said it was unfortunate.
Yeah, but that's what I want to see more of Navi.
Well, you know, you talked about this bubble earlier on, right, Blink? And I know it's something that, John, you talked about a lot last week as well. We're actually going to take a closer look to what the bubble currently is right now towards the end of this day. And you can see currently where the teams do stand as well. So, John, since you're the statistician here, you want to go over this for us?
Yeah, we did some statistical modeling before the show, and it turns out that in a 24-person tournament, the 16th place team should be landing on 53 points over 8 games, which is the number of games that these teams will be playing. So what we're looking at here is the gap between the standings from 9th all the way down to the last place team at the moment, which is Abrupt Slayers, between their score lines and that predicted bubble. Now you can see that a lot of those teams in the middle are actually below that halfway mark, and that's something that I sort of alluded to before by saying, 75 points, 71 points right at the top. There's this huge vacuum, but over the course of today, I'm expecting that will start to level out. The averages will start to come through because there's still some big volatility in only a small data set of 4 games for each of these teams. So we're going to see those points slide down the table.
100%. What we're showing you here is obviously 9th through to 24th place. We want to get you an idea of who can make it in. And for instance, this is a really good graphic that we can take a look at specifically for Abrupt Slayers because 49 points. What an incredible day they need to have. This is not a day that you can kind of slide your way into the victory with that passive type of playstyle. You have to have big games, and we're talking 2 big games. So for Abrupt Slayers, things are looking hard, but it's definitely, with the 4 games you can play today, it's doable, but it does leave you in a bit of a scary position, Jason.
They're just not looking like the Slayers that we saw back in the first league play. Now, of course, in the Super Weekend, they were in the very first Super Weekend, and now potentially not making it to the second. You could be potentially saying goodbye to a lot of prize pool. Obviously, they still have a chance to get into week 3. They still have a chance to get into week 4. They have that chance to defend a top 16 finish to get into the finals. But to miss one Super Weekend is really going to hurt mentally. But then teams are still fighting to get into their first Super Weekend, and one of those teams is going to be GODSENT that we're going to take a closer look at here because they also had a phenomenal day 1.
Yeah, we were really, really happy with how GODSENT have stepped it up. And this is something they did in the EMEA League as well. You can see down there, 101 points over 24 games into 204 over 20 games in the finals. Massive step up. And it feels like GODSENT sometimes just needs a little bit of time to get on board. This is a team that's not super well known. And, you come into a tournament like this, there's a lot of pressure on board, John, to really step up. And you see there, in the 4 matches they played, they got 894 average, which is almost double what they were hitting in that Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely huge. And you can see in almost half the games they got more kill points as well over in the week situation. So they are starting to ramp things up. Very, very happy with their performance. GODSENT is a team that we've sort of been following quite a lot, obviously, having been on the EMEA show. So it's great to see that they are still there because I was a little bit worried for them in that first week, but it seems like they found their feet.
If I'm not mistaken, they actually are only 4 points behind what they accomplished in the entirety of 8 games in the first week compared to the 4 matches they've had now. So really strong day 1, but I'm still going to wonder, will that be enough? But we also want to take a closer look at one of the plays we had from GODSENT. And Xander, you got to go walk over to the lovely telestration machine to do it.
I'm going to quickly jump up.
Do you want to leave your card?
Take my card, love. Go on.
There you go.
Have that. Cheers.
Go, go, go.
I'm going. I'm over it. I'm over it. Don't worry, guys. So we're going to take a quick look at a fight that actually D-Man so perfectly picked out from yesterday. And I'm just going to steal it from him because I'm evil. But we are going to take a quick look. This is GODSENT taking a quick look at actually taking this compound away from Loop. So already there are a couple of knocks on board between Kajovski. Golden's trying to pick him up. Federal is moving away on the side, actually on the right side of the screen. But Loops, it's Carrillo who's actually the biggest problem for GODSENT at the moment. And they realize this. So very quickly, let's just get some exposition going. Zuku as well as Reeves are off in the distance. They're getting ready to crash in the compound, but a beautiful little thing that's going on from GODSENT is they have this high ground. So Anakin, you're gonna have to be really, really careful here, Korea, as he moves to the side. So there's nades coming through, Korea's struggling, and he needs to be there to stop the crash from coming through onto the building to try and get some shots off. So perfect split of the attention from GODSENT at the moment, just making this one happens. You see Zuku flying around the side. Carrillo's forced to move out of the way. As soon as he moves, the guys on top just laser him down. And now this is going to be a really, really interesting position here from Zuku. Actually, what he's going to do is he's going to chip the vehicle onto the top of the building like an absolute pro golfer. And you're going to see that in a second. And it puts him in a fantastic stead for the rest of the fight. Obviously, they move in, and really all this comes down to your boys on the top side. Obviously, it might have been a better idea for them to maybe leave one up there as oversight. The fight got a little bit tricky towards the end, but getting rid of Carrillo on this wall was super important in that fight.
You know, I think it's not good enough just to win the fight. You got to do it in style, right, Blank? You got to be able to park that car neatly up on top of the building and then just take out the rest of Loops. But, I mean, Loops did have a struggle yesterday, as we did see. Look at that. Look at that. That's teamwork.
That's
Giving his
teamwork.
card back. I'm just really curious, what did he have written on his card?
You don't want to know.
I don't
want to know.
You do not want to know.
No. It's like cursed writing. Only I can understand.
The point is, for GODSENT, they've stepped up
Trying to
massively,
put
right?
paprika in brownies is disgusting. There's
Why would you
recipes that he's
put
got written on there.
Paprika and brownie.
Exactly.
Exactly. How would I do that?
Why?
You'll never know.
What are you eating?
Spicy brownie.
Well, something that was spicy yesterday that we definitely need to talk about now is our two standout players. We had Ryzen from BTR, and we had Solkay coming in for Futbolist.
Oh,
Solkay,
100%.
I'm just amazed at what this man can do. In-game leading and leading in frags for the team. He is just an all-arounder.
I think that, look, there's very few times that I use this word, but Solkay currently is carrying Futbolist. Futbolist is doing great and obviously supporting him, but those kind of numbers there whilst IGLing, I've seen so many times where he's been the last member alive, still getting kills for his team. That is a massive carry. On the other hand, you got Ryzen though. Ryzen's typically always stood up tall for Bigetron. I think it's more this year that we've seen like a big things out of him. Before it was always Luxy, but now Ryzen's starting to put in some massive work, which shows a lot of practice going on behind the scenes. He doesn't want to be stuck outside the limelight of Zuxi and Luxy. He doesn't want to be having that shadow cast upon him.
Yeah, they sort of started talking about him as this force that they send forwards, and he's their spearhead of the maneuvers that they try to execute on, and it shows obviously coming through in those numbers, doing a little bit more damage, doing a little bit less damage, but getting a little bit more kills, and not only that, but surviving a little bit longer. Now you could sort of question Futbolist with a slightly weaker first week. You know, are they just sort of ramping up? Are they just sort of starting to speed up? But at the moment, Bigetron seem to be more cohesive, and you're right, it seems like Solkay right now is carrying Futbolist. And not to say that the other players aren't doing their part, but it's definitely one player who's having that impact, who's allowed them to be in that second spot.
The rest of Futbolist is like, look, we can do it. It's like, I'm going to pick you all up regardless of whether you want it or not.
Oh, all right, guys, don't worry. We're going to make a plan. Oh, wait, Solkay's just... okay.
Yeah, I mean, he was the MVP of PMWO West for a reason, right? And I think he's showing it yet again here. And this is why I'm excited to see Futbolist, because I mentioned yesterday, this team wanted to show they can still play well. I know they not only let themselves down, they let their fans down in the Super Weekend, but they're coming back with a vengeance. And I'm scared for pretty much every team out there. You can see our schedule now as we're about to move into our first match of the day, starting things on Sandhawk with Group C sitting out. Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, and Vikendi yet again. So we're not going to see Futbolist just yet, or Bigetron. Well, we'll see them later on today with our next two matches thereafter. But guys, I want to hear maybe some predictions here for this first game of who you think can maybe stand out supreme. I'm looking towards Nova particularly. I want to see them perform better because with King coming into the roster instead of Cool Boy, they've not lived up to the team that we saw last week.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is on Erangel, they haven't had, they have this weird drop split at the start of the game. I feel like they need to get back together a little bit faster and then figure out what those rotations are going to be from Gatka. So I'm looking at Foreign Men. I think that these guys are going to sweep it again.
I'm looking at Zeus. Let's see if they can keep it going.
All right, well, we'll find out right now, as we're going to head over to our commentators with Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave.
Thank you, Jason. Welcome, everybody. Day number 4 here of League Play. And here's the thing, Dave. This day is crucial. It's so insanely important. I know we've been harping on it since pretty much the start of the show, but we cannot stress how huge these games are today. Dave, tell them why. Tell them why.
Because today, at the end of the day, the top 16 squads, they will be moving on into Super Weekend number 2, where they have the chance to gather points, championship points to be exact, for the overall leaderboards. And at the end of the tournament, you want to find yourself in that top 16 when it comes to championship points, and that's how you make it to the finals, baby.
The big money's at, baby. The big money is there, and I think it's going to be especially important for all the squads that didn't make it into the first Super Weekend. I mean, the leaderboards right now, it's pretty darn close. And one team that I'm looking at is Na'Vi. Na'Vi, they actually got a chicken dinner, I believe, in the first couple of days of League play and didn't make it into the Super Weekend. So today, it's huge. Also, you got a couple squads that got a lot of points yesterday, so I'm going to be looking to see if maybe they might want to kick some squads out of the Super Weekend. Dave, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big what if, right? It's a big what if. Bigetron and Futbolist, they have such a large gap between them and everybody else in the lobby. I kind of agree with you. They could use these games here today, the 4 games that they play, kind of as, I want to say, practice, maybe? Practice when it comes to trying out possibly new drop spots. It's always a good idea to, test out and flex out your secondary or even your third drop spot, just in case someone decides to contest it one day. So we shall see, Hot Jukes, as game number 1, Sandhawk. The players, they're loading on up.
Let's get it. Let's get it, baby. Game number 1. And of course, it's gotta be Sandhawk, the jungle. This map, it's just pure chaos from start to finish, but I'm pumped up for it. Players, like you mentioned, they're in the plane. They're getting ready. Nice little center plane path. Oh, we already seen some squads jump out. Let's get this going.
Let's get it going. Yes. Looking at today, though, the overall leaderboards, crunch the numbers. We got the stats man on the couch. John, I love it. I love it. But one thing that I want to kind of start the day out here, Jukes. All right, start the day out. And I know we have the round robin system, so not all the teams will be playing in game number 1. But 5 out of the 8 teams who did not qualify last week, they're in that bottom, below 16th place this week. So that's the Unnamed, Elitist United, A1, Na'Vi, DRS, right there on the cusp. So honestly, these teams who did not qualify last time around, I mean, they need to qualify this week because they cannot afford to sit out another Super Weekend.
Oh, I got no choice but to do so, but we're already seeing a couple of players knocked already from Digital Athletics. A big battle in Paradise Resort. That's it. It's over. That's it. That's how we're starting off. That's how we're starting this off, baby. Let's get it going. One squad already eliminated. That's Sandhawk. I love this game, Dave. Oh, I'm already getting so hyped. Let's go.
DA, thankfully for them, they are in 6th place coming into today, so they could afford getting taken out first and getting 0 points on the overall leaderboard. Now, the next 3 games, can they still do that? I don't think so, because the point spread is extremely close. Extremely close. So we'll see what will happen. DRS, though, we were just talking about the team on the cusp versus Zeus. Yesterday, Zeus had a pop-off day. Can they afford to lose one early here?
I don't think so. Because he's in kind of a bit of trouble. I saw him. He's got no helmet right now with the AK in a 2v1 situation. He's got to hit that first shot. Not able to do so. And that's the difficult part when it comes to these early engagements. When you don't have all that loot, makes things really harder. But here comes Zeus trying to get some vengeance for their buddy. Oh, look at this AJ from across the way trying to get that off angle. Tapping him up a little bit. It's got a big battle going on right here, Dave.
That tap, looking for that one tap dirt nap. I mean, a lot of these players, we're only 2 minutes in. They don't even have helmets. They don't even have vests. It just comes down to who can hit those shots. And let's see, 2v1.
Another 2v1, except on the other angle. And you can just see guys in big trouble. Oh, yeah, nice jump out there from Icy. Well executed. Just goes to show you that man advantage is just so strong, especially at this high level. So it looks like Zeus did get a little bit of revenge there. And they're each going to lose 1 member on their squad. Oh, look at the kill feed. Ronin got another shot. But we're moving on over here to Loops on top of the hill. Never mind. No. We're back.
Yeah, I mean, this is an important fight because DRS, they're coming into this game 15th place, right there on the cusp. And honestly, if you are AJ, game number 1, you only got 4 games. Okay, get the confirm, get the thirst on a Ronin, but then immediately you want to run away, man, because they know where you are. You do not want to be hunted down and taken out right now. So hopefully AJ can kind of keep that in the back of their pocket and be like, listen, fellas, I know you want me to get that revenge, but I got to be the insurance policy for the squad. I got to survive and get those placement points.
Yeah, good luck with that, though, man. This is Sandhawk. This is probably the most difficult map to survive as a solo. But we'll have to see what AJ is able to do as we go on to this replay.
Hot drop.
You just see that, yeah, that beautiful hot drop at Paradise Archer. Oh, you just could tell frantically looking for any kind of gun Drops on a QBU right there. Nice little 180 shot. Great stuff there from Archer Gaming, who really needs to have a great day today.
I mean, we were talking about Archer yesterday on, the mentality from the squad and the complete 360, right, that they have showed us yesterday compared to week number 1. Like, one of these teams, they know how important it is to qualify for the Super Weekend, especially because they sat out a Super Weekend. So, very great start, very good start from them. They will be getting Paradise Resort to themselves. They're going to have some time to get some of that loot. But right there in that hot drop, DMRs. I mean, DMR is definitely one of the stronger weapons to pick up close and personal, because those bullets, man, they pack a punch.
Yeah, they do. If you're able to hit one of them, though, that's the hard part. I mean, if you have another guy that's you're going up against that has an AK, I would much rather have that though than a QBU.
I think I go with DMR.
What? Which one?
Because you go the SKS, the 7.6C. You go.
Okay,
you
yeah.
get one because you have to assume a hot drop, like we just saw with DRS. Like a hot drop, players aren't going to have vests. They're not going to have helmets. They're not going to have mets. So all you need to do is hit that 1-2. They're done.
True. I mean, you got to be able to hit it though. That's the big difficult part, especially with all that hot drop nerves going on. It's not easy. But, well, I mean, at the end of the day, Archer was able to get that kill and get it done. And I know that we've been talking about this a lot. We talked about how Archer already missed 1 Super Weekend. You can't miss 2. You cannot. And at the end of the day, I think all these teams, of course, finals is really big on their mind. But the big thing, though, is, Dave, this is PMGC, baby. First place, even for league pay. Talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, you definitely want to rank as high as you possibly can here as well, not just focus on finals.
I'm going to get roasted for that comment, aren't I? People love roasting Mustache Dave, man. Come on. Oh. I make a bold prediction, roasting like a toasty marshmallow, making that s'mores. DMR, hey, 1v1 me out there. I'll show you what's up. So to your point, though, those teams. So we talked about 5 out of the 8 teams who did not qualify last time around for the last Super Weekend. They are finding themselves below 16 as of right now. Very important matches for them. 4 matches today they will have in order to get that qualification spot for the Super Weekend. Looking on over here, some teams with zone number 1 kind of playing a little safe right here. Aerowolf, I mean, they're going for that wide boat tate over here, trying to avoid everybody. Like, they're gonna be big chilling out there, casting out some lines, going fishing.
We got that boat tate. Love to see that on Sandhawk. And it's crazy because, we've been commentating quite a bit of competitive PUBG Mobile, and we've definitely seen it work out in this map. So we'll have to see how it ends up working out for them, though. We're going to move on to this fight right now. GODSENT had a great day yesterday, trying to keep it up. Going up against Nova XQF, a monster of a squad. King was able to get 1 knocked, and you could just see Paraboys in the grass trying to sneak his way up on this GODSENT team from that off angle. Is he going to be able to find them first, though?
GODSENT, they doubled their damage and kills yesterday in 4 games, and then had in week number 1, 8 games. So GODSENT, they're definitely feeling themselves. If they can take out Nova right here, right now, oh man, the momentum. Here comes the fight.
What a great shot there from Paraboy to start things off. He's going to try to get the second with a nice little lean peek there. Jimmying back and forth, does get the trade in the 1v1. Now Nova's in a huge advantage in this fight. There goes another knock. I believe there's only 1 left. Oh, great return knock, though. And here comes the third party as well. It is starting to get intense on this hill. King is down. They're going to go for that res. Oh, yeah, Trollkiss, he's out. He's out. His whole team is gone. Trying to go for placement points for them.
While this fight was happening, let me get an F in the chat. AJ from DRS ran into the double barrel shotgun of the Blue Beast. Unlucky, unfortunate, so they did get taken out. And when we look at Nova, okay, get that point with the barrel, bada bing, bada boom. I think it's still too early to decide the Cool Boy versus the King, the swap, right? I think it's still too early to decide. I mean, if we look at the results, week number 1, league play, Cool Boy had around 7 kills, 1,500 damage. Now that's 8 games. Yesterday, we only have 4 games to go off of, okay? Out of those 4 games, King got 2 kills with 500 damage. So sometimes, a lot of people, they like to look at the numbers. How many kills, how much damage, how many knocks. But that doesn't really paint the bigger picture on what that player brings to the team. Oh, it can bring information. Talking about information, roll kiss. Stuck like Chuck.
Tried his best he could possibly do there. It's so such a difficult play to be able to go 1v4, especially against Nova, XQF, and this is what we're talking about. I mean, these early engagements, especially in Sandhawk, I think are just so difficult for these squads. You just don't want to have, you don't want to be down to a 1-man or 2-man early on, especially in this map, because you just get taken out, early.
I know Sandhawk could be really hectic. But back to the point, though, King versus Cool Boy, like the swap.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, some players, they offer different aspects to the team. Oh, okay, we're going to have a nice little preview of AJ's death. So, I mean, so what's your opinion on the Cool Boy King swap? I mean, do you have one yet, or is it still too early?
It's so tough. I mean, because this is Sandhawk. Sandhawk, I think, is just one of those maps where you want to have, like, you're just really top tier, just gun squad. And the thing is, though, there's so many different aspects when you're playing in a map like this, from communication to the ability to stick together with your squad. Having these different kinds of formulations could possibly make all the difference. But, I mean, I'm not too sure exactly what Nova is thinking here. But at the end of the day, you have to look at the results, right? The numbers are going to prove what works best. And I think they're just trying something different out here.
And I guess, you know, if you are a team in that top 16, you have a little wiggle room to work with when it comes to flexing that 5th member to kind of let them get that competitive experience at the top levels. And talking about getting that experience, 888 Power making the push.
Oh, what an angle. What a great shot there from Ice. That's going to shut down that nade, get that first knock, and Power 888's really starting to press it, especially on top of this hill. They're going to have so many different sight lines. That nade, though, got a little bit dangerous. He's going to go ahead and get that heal up right there. This KPS. Orpai doing a little jump right there. And they are just full-on infiltrating. That's really risky to jump through windows like that. But they had a feeling that they were all separate, and they're going to get that confirmed.
Abrupt Slayers dead last on the leaderboards. 3 kills yesterday. They have a total of 4 points. We see Joker already down and out for the squad. Abrupt Slayers, they need to get this squad wipe onto Power 888. They need it.
Yeah, the thing is that they're really separated right now. And you can just see how Power 888 is stacked up together, just using each other to that massive advantage. That's a good smoke right there for Abrupt Slayers. You got Ice as well on top of that hill, giving all the information to his squad. He hasn't spotted Leon just yet, but I'm assuming he is the second he throws that nade.
Ice is on the high ground, overlooking him. The thing is, this position right in the center, and we see on that mini-map in the top right-hand corner, this is very close to Paradise, and we already know who's at Paradise. Archer Gaming. They already got a squad wipe onto DA. They're going to be looted out. They're going to hear these gunshots. Will they decide to third party this fight? We shall see.
Yeah, we'll see right now. Got Ice locked onto Ice. Up on top of this hill. I mean, that's going to be the really big off angle right there, because he's going to be given all that intel. He's going to support his squad from up top. But Power 888, this is a really, really difficult compound to just kind of run up on. And like I was telling you earlier, you just cannot jump through windows. That window animation, that is like a huge no-no in competitive, because you will get thirsted out of that window almost every time. So you got to just really be careful with your movement. Oh, Ice on the nice rotate right here.
It is early game. Ice is going on that rotate, but you have to keep in mind, like, this is Sandhawk. Once when a team hears the shots, you gotta bet like someone else is gonna try to press the situation and take full-on advantage. But Ice with that off angle, spotting Nova.
Great second knock there. That's gonna be 2 down. Oh, at the third from KPS catching Leon. He knew that there was somebody up top there. And now it's just a Chariot with that M4, only a matter of time, and that is it for Abrupt Slayers. I mean, what a great play there from Power 888.
They play that one
executed.
nice and slow. Yeah, nice and slow. And, you know, thankfully for them, they had the time. I'm actually surprised we didn't see anyone else kind of, you know, try to press the situation. We tend to see that a lot on Sandhawk. It is still early game, though. Circle number 3, looking around. Aerowolf, that boat tape, well, it paid off a little bit because it allowed them to avoid the Unnamed, and it allowed them to avoid Secret Jin. They're going to be wrapping in that northern side of the new zone right next to Paradise Resort. Looking on around, looking for some interesting positions that kind of stand out to me. 4 a.m., Zeus and Nova, and the Blue Bees. So we got 4 teams on that east side. They're getting awfully close to each other. Oh, yeah, here we go.
Here they go. You mentioned it just perfectly. Tiosaki's in a lot of trouble right now. He's completely separated from his squad. Yeah, he's going to go down right here as the rest of 4 a.m. are going to have to try and possibly get a little bit of revenge knock. Now, Zeus is stuck to a 2-man. 4 a.m. are not going to know it's them. So if you're Zeus, you have to play this really, really careful. 1 knock, and it's going to be big trouble for you.
1 knock, but they did get 4 kills. So if they get taken out right now, kills plus placement points will give them 5 points in total. Icy looking to get another kill point. Okay, 4 a.m. repositioning.
Yeah, Sook is going to go ahead and just take that bike all the way around to his teammate. Want to play this a little bit closer. 33 Savant up there. Now, this zone, it's only zone 3, and it's starting to get close right here. This next hard shift, if the zone does hard shift, it's going to be really tough for every single one of these teams to get on the move. So you can already see all that, the shimmies, the predictions are going to have to start coming out right now.
Talking about predictions. I'm looking at Konina Power today to really make that jump because we do have double Sandhawk, double Vikendi. And just looking at the past Sandhawk matches, Konina Power, they have multiple top 3 finishes when it comes to Sandhawk alone. So Konina Power, they are currently in 23rd position overall. They're looking for a huge day. And hey, thankfully for them, they're playing one of their best maps 2 times today.
Not just looking for it, they need it. They need to make it into this next Super Weekend. They can't afford not to. So we'll see how they're going to be able to accomplish that here. But like you mentioned, they're really strong on Sandhawk. But what is stronger than any squad in here? It's going to be this circle. Wherever it goes is going to give that next team a huge advantage to possibly win this one. And it's going to go off of boot camp right in south of Paradise Resort, baby. It's going to be a party of paradise for all these squads.
Archer Gaming, that hot drop on DA paying off. They're going to be right there on the edge. Power 888, we saw them earlier on just a couple of moments ago. They were able to overthrow a squad and take over their compounds. They don't need to move. They don't need to move a muscle. Now, Bootcamp, Alpha 7, Konina Power, the Unnamed. Well, these teams, they're going to have a challenging pathway moving forward.
Yeah, you can see the Unnamed are having to go across there south of Bootcamp. And this is going to be a really difficult rotation if they're not careful because you got loops up on top of that hill. And you know they're going to be staring right down in this direction trying to get those free points because this blue zone is going to start hurting real bad. And they are just controlling this top of Boot Camp Hill. Really, really strong position for this circle.
Yeah, Loops playing oversight right here, and we saw the Unnamed just a couple moments ago. They're using those cliffs. They're using the shorelines of the water to safely avoid the sightlines from Boot Camp. Little do they know, Secret Jin currently holding down the choke point on where this beach meets the new zone. So the Unnamed, they might be able to backstab Secret Jin.
We'll see, yeah, because Secret Jin's in a really tough spot. That is probably one of the most difficult locations in this circle because it's all open field. You have Loops up on top of you. They're going to have a great sight line. But the thing is, Loops are going to have to deal with like 3 squads right now. Oh, and now you got to deal with the Unnamed as well. You see Raven poking at him from the side here. But I don't know if that's really the greatest play because now they just gave up their position. Now Loops are going to start looking in that direction.
But once when Loops start to take shots, Alpha 7, Konina Power, they're also in the area, and they're looking uphill. Oh, this is a perfect example. Yeah, Law trying to scout it out, trying to get as much information as possible, but you got to bet, once when Law has clean sightlines on one of these members of Loops, they're going to take the shot.
Absolutely. Here's the thing, though. It is Loops. They were talking about the MVPs here in the Americas. Strong squad to be able to gatekeep. We'll see how they're going to be able to hold it down. Now, they did get a knock onto Federal. He's going to have to get that pickup really quickly. And Loops, they're going to have to play this perfectly because look at all these squads starting to run up on them now.
They're
surrounded.
Really the fight for the hill. The king of the hill will come out on top here on the west side. 4 teams trying to fight for the same position right now.
Oh. Great shots there from Law. He's going to get the confirm onto Raven. Q, now the Unnamed, they're still stuck outside of the circle. Man, Law with the great spots. Just spotting that tiny pixel there from Q. That's going to be another one. And, oh man, the Unnamed, they're in big, big trouble.
Here comes Papa Blue to add some mayhem to the mix, and the Unnamed, they might have lucked out because Alpha 7, their previous position, was in the blue with those sight lines, and here comes Loops. They're going to be rising up there from the high ground, making sure they take shots on Alpha 7, the Unnamed, and Secret Jin.
Oh, not to mention they got the next circle. Look at the Loops kill count right now. It's 1 here in circle number 5. I'm gonna make a bold prediction that number is gonna inflate big time here in the next few seconds. That's of course, unless a couple squads crash on them at the same time. We'll have to see how they're holding it down. You can see Federal, he's got his eyes locked onto Alpha 7. Here comes the blue.
Oh, this is so challenging. Alpha 7, depending on how much utility they have, they need to smoke this one out. Federal, though, has a grenade. Sees 3 members of Alpha 7 behind the boulder. Will this connect?
Oh, just off the mark. Not able to do it. Alpha 7's giving some nades of their own. This is Sandhawk. It's really tough to find smokes here. Alpha 7 just getting caught in the open, but gets some good knocks right there. Golden shutting that down a little bit. It's just Senatexa trying to run up on his own. He cannot go for the revives. Not with this blue zone. It's going to be too devastating. And there's just revives going all over the place, Dave.
Yeah, Alpha 7 with the uphill battle right now. 2 up, trying to just survive. We see the bodies crawling, looking for a pickup, but Gonzo, Konina Power with the third party from the blue zone.
Gonzo shutting down Alpha 7's reign right there. And now he's going to have to do some shimming of his own because this blue is starting to chunk him down big time. And he is wide out in the open. Nova, they see that kill point. They want it bad. We'll see if he's going to be able to hold on. Really unlikely, though. Next circle is going to center out on the road right here. White in the middle of the open. All these teams are going to have to press. This is going to be a battle for this next circle.
Center on up, yes, please. Let's pretty much not favor anybody right now. That's what the blue zone just said. So while that Loops squad was kind of raining down hell down there on that west side, we had Aerowolf, Power 888 in a skirmish. Meanwhile, Archer Gaming, they took the time to avoid it at all costs. They got 1 up.
Yeah, Fabian's in the blue right now, probably just doing a heal strat. Loops still have a full squad, though, and they're trying to really press onto Secret Jin. Oh, they do get the knock, but GZ is knocked right back in return. Now it's just 2K laying in that blue, and now I think this is where the heal strats are just going to come in so huge, especially with this kind of circle rotation.
I mean, Circle 6, I'm still surprised how many players underestimate the damage that the blue zone does. I mean, look at 2K, just tick after tick after tick. Not even an option to peek this rock and take the fight as the blue zone is inflicting so much damage. And there we go, Loops. You mentioned it, Jukes. They had 1 kill 2 minutes ago. Now they're up 7.
Just like that. I mean, this is their zone. They have a really strong position, and they are just handling this perfectly, just like Gonzo did with that grenade, eliminating Nova XQF, just like that. We talked about how much Konina Power needed to have a good game, and with nades and plays like that, not to mention a 3rd place finish, that is going to be a strong play right there.
Konina Power, 4 kills yesterday out of 4 games. As of right now, they got 5 kills. Already off to a phenomenal start here today. But 2 teams to go. 4 a.m., 3 members up. Loops, 3 members up.
Loops representing Brazil, trying to make it happen right now. They have a great position. Now, then again, for Angry Men, I think they're going to have the advantage on being a little bit closer to this circle, especially with that rock right there from Zinhe. If he's going to be able to hold it down here, it's going to be huge. Oh, Koski got knocked to the play zone. Shot to 1 HP, gets knocked to the zone. Not a great start. Federal goes down next. Now it's just Dadine left.
2v1, blue zone going to be pushing on in. Dadine trying to go out with the bang, go for that spray. Down to about 2% HP.
Not the
blue zone. No, Papa Blue getting the last laugh at the end of the day. 4 a.m. Winner, chicken dinner.
Perfectly executed. Soup getting 5 kills on his own. 33 Savant getting 2. That is a great finish right there for Angry Men. That last circle, man. Oh, I mean, it took out 2 members. The blue zone took out 2 members of Loops just with the last tick. What are the odds of that?
Don't underestimate Papa Blue. I mean, we talk about the book of Sandhawk all the time. Jukes, right there at the end, the book of Sandhawk being like, yeah, I'm not gonna let this fight happen. I'm just gonna end it right here. Yes, yeah, I'm gonna end it right there.
They said, Loops, you had enough kills. Okay, we gave you the zone a little earlier. 4 Angry Men, it's your turn. Your turn, and they handled that perfectly right there. But this is what I love. I love Sandhawk starts, man. It's just chaos from start to finish. Also, Archer Gaming, they had a really good start to this game, and were able to kind of move their way through pretty well. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, starting out the game with that hot drop and getting the squad wipe onto DA. If I am DA, they got 3 more games to go here today. I think I'm going to try to avoid hot dropping. So we shall see. We got the experts there on standby. Let's see what they have to say about game number 1.
All I gotta say is John was right. 4 a.m. Take themselves to chicken dinner. But besides the point of that, we had a lot of teams stepping up.
Can we stay on that for a little bit?
No, we're going to move on from that. We're going to talk about some teams that actually had some massive step-ups. For instance, Konina Power getting themselves 15 points. They were a team at the bottom of the table, and they're a team that needs to massively step up here today if they want to have a chance to make top 16.
Yeah, and that was exactly the sort of the result they were looking for.
You predicted 4M.
I did do that, actually.
Yeah.
If you remember.
So good.
What, 25 minutes ago-ish, I said, I think 4 a.m. might be able to win this one. I'm looking for it. They always win first game of the day this week. You know, that's just how it goes. And I statistically got it right.
Yeah, and then Blake went with Zeus.
Zeus, and wait, who killed Zeus? Wasn't it?
4 a.m.?
4 a.m.?
How come this is unfair? Are we playing Yu-Gi-Oh right now? I play 4 a.m.
I play the best team in the tournament.
Well, that's what happens when you don't have any trap cards.
That's true, that's true. But he's playing like Kaiba right now, where he just cheats right at the beginning of the match. It's really unfair. Honestly, though, I think Zeus did a pretty good job, regardless of what happened. Like, they were in the circle, they're taking zone, they got a couple of kills in the early game versus DRS. And sadly, yes, they were trying to clear out 4M. They got a knock on them as well, but after that, what happens is, the circle heads up towards 4am, and Zeus are a little bit outside of the zone, which means they have to push up towards 4am, making it very, very easy. I think 4am were definitely saved in the early game by the circle, but again, it's that just prowess that 4am continues to show us when they're pushing upon loops, pushing up, taking fights that other teams might not necessarily take, but they're confident in their own abilities, so they take them anyway.
And I feel like they have no sense of pressure on them either right now, considering they should be safe, especially with that victory, right? They're going to be above the 53-point bubble, so they can really just kind of relax with the rest of their games here and really practice maybe some other strategies they want to use. But speaking of teams who are safe, maybe some teams who aren't safe just yet, Konina Power, we'll take a look at how they've done so far today in their 1 match versus how they've done yesterday in total across their 4 matches. And we can see here already a massive step up in damage, a massive step up in kills, and survival time. I don't know what it is, but this team has been able to, at least in that 1 match alone, just really kind of stretch their legs a little bit and get ready for that big grind to top 16.
But are those just Sandhawk numbers, right? Are they
true.
just that sort of one pop-off performance? Because we've seen that, I mean, specifically from Na'Vi last week, you can even get a chicken dinner and not qualify, right? It's not guaranteed, even if you have that one strong game. So we're going to be looking for Konina Power to continue to move on forwards and step up with the big dogs.
Well, there is another team we also have to touch on. Don't look so surprised. Abrupt Slayers.
Me talk, though.
Go ahead. Abrupt Slayers.
Thank you.
Power 888 took them down really early on. Blink looks a little bit worried.
That's not what I was prepared for. Yes, they did take down Abrupt Slayers. Not good, to be honest with you. Though Abrupt Slayers going down, we said they had to have some really good games today, starting off with not so great of a time. I wanted to go back quickly to Konina Power.
So, John, can you go into Konina Power then real quickly?
Yes.
Yes, actually, Blank, you had something to say.
I did actually, yeah. So Konina Power, I think they're a horse that has it in them, because they see them as quite a streaky team. They're a streaky team, right? Okay, but we've seen them where they get to leave me alone.
Make your point.
They can get those top spots, and that's the main thing. We do see them, but they're just so inconsistent. Stop it.
Try not to cry right now. Take a look at the match ranking.
It's a match ranking.
Ooh,
okay,
22 points for Angry Men. Big game for Loops, though, because Loops weren't a team that was safe at all either.
This is a very interesting table, because normally at the top you see this sort of massive set of kills that sort of is focused towards the top 3-4 teams, maybe. But what we're seeing, 7, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 1, 5. But this whole first page is basically...
That's his Give him a bet.
Absolutely, definitely true and not a fake
You know,
fact.
someone's gonna be getting texted like all day or prank called all day long. Like, what is happening today?
They'd be like, "Why aren't you supporting? Why aren't you supporting loops? Why aren't you supporting?" But no, the fact that there's such an even kill distribution means that this game actually is going to implement what I was talking about earlier, where the points will start to sort of slide down those tables, where you're going to see a lot of the teams in that middle, in that danger zone towards the red zone of being not qualifying for the Super Weekend, get some of those points on board and make things a lot more competitive there.
Well, competitive. I think GODSENT getting 0 points allows some teams to catch up as well. That's a team we talked about at the start of the day, and well, the kills weren't there and the placement points weren't there for him this time.
Yeah, Klas Digital Athletics as well, going out very, very early, almost immediately.
On drop,
on the drop. I mean, these points are being taken all the way to the top again. So there's still a lot of room for these teams to make it in. I think it's going to be very, very close across that finish line. It's going to be a photo finish, 100%.
Well, you're talking about like kind of the absorbing of points towards the top with BTR and Futbolist. Well, they're playing the next match and the next 2 matches actually, but we can't get to that just yet. We got to take a look at our do-the-do moments in that last match and maybe start to talk about some of the plays we did see. I'm assuming we're going to see right off the bat the decimation that came against Klas Digital Athletics with Archer. But also, to be fair to Archer, I'm super happy to see them performing well. Again, the only team from South Korea. We had someone submit art based around the team, and they're starting to show up here when the time comes.
Oh, it gave them strength and power in that artwork, and I'm happy for it. Archers are starting to step up big time, you know. Also, look, shout out to G25, Pepito's burner on Twitter. Look, Novex UF, the true competition has now begun for them. Yes, they are stepping up. They're
got really tilted by that tweet yesterday.
No, I was very happy with it. I was like, look, he makes a valuable point, and look, today he's correct.
I'm pretty sure we were in a story yesterday, and you're like, Jason, what does this even mean?
What do the numbers mean, Jason?
What do the numbers mean? Explain.
Well, looking ahead, you see Power AAA here, obviously having a pretty decent game for them. I kind of like wondered after day one in the initial couple games, they didn't perform too well. I was wondering was just last week a fluke, because obviously in day 2 and last week in league play, they came through massively to qualify, like we're trying to see out of Konina Power this time.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
You haven't talked in a while. I was like, come on. I want to hear the
I
big
said, what do the numbers
I had
mean?
flashbacks to yesterday, actually. Yeah, when you guys were casting.
This is your turn now.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Power AAA, they've sort of...
That's fair enough.
They've kind of flown under my radar, right? Because I have these sort of teams in my head where I'm thinking, you know, these are the big heavy hitters, but I haven't really sort of thought of Power AAA as one of those teams, but they're consistently managing to get in. Sorry, I'm being Max right now. They're consistently managing to get into those spots where they're getting some points on board. They're qualifying.
I think
consistently.
One thing we can't forget, though, about them is that they're coming from basically seen as one of the strongest regions, if not the strongest region out there for PUBG Mobile from Southeast Asia. So they're playing against the likes of Bigetron, Aerowolf Limax, though they're not doing too well at the moment. Obviously, Secret Gen, Team Secret, like we've seen them be able to play against some tough teams. And I'm actually really happy to see some newer names come into the light, like having Execute come out of nowhere in PMPL America Season 2, the Unnamed as well, like seeing these new dogs rise up through the ranks. Let's take a look, though, at our top 4 players in that last match. I'm expecting to see probably some 4AM players in there. Yeah, Sook and Svan, but we're also seeing Gonzo for the first time here as our #1 slot.
You got Ice on the end there as well, doing pretty good. That's from Power AAA. That guy is really, really getting some work in. But I think there's like a lot of the different players on Power AAA being pretty, you know, well, consistent across the board. You know, they're not doing too bad. I'm pretty.
What was that? Old man Max. Like
Old man Max. Look, he said it so many times.
back in my day, everybody was consistent and knew how to get the job done.
I mean, I think that right now 4AM are having a little bit of trouble hearing us. You can see they've both got their hands to their ears. But look, guys, you did very well in this game. Good job, guys. And Gonzo there with 5 kills. Gonzo obviously the IGL, so he's like stepping up as well for that team for Konina Power, just like Soul K is. So it's nice to see that.
EMEA IGLs, OP.
Bang.
I actually thought Svan was doing a call it to the Rock there. Or is it Steve Austin? Now I just kind of screwed myself. I don't know.
Do you know
which one
wrestling?
is wrestling. Do you know wrestling at all?
619.
Do you know wrestling?
That's a hard no. But what we will do instead of talking about wrestling here and kind of dig myself out of this grave that I put myself into is talk about Konina Power. We had an interview with them before the tournament kicked off. Let's take a listen in, and when we come back, we'll be here with match 2.
Hi there guys, welcome to another detailed interview with one of the players from the CIS region. I've got Axa here for me today. He's from Konina Power, making it in from the 4th place from the EMEA League. Probably one of the happiest players in the league. We love to have him on here. Anyway, Axa, how are you feeling actually coming into PMGC? Are you guys feeling a little bit nervous, a bit confident? Obviously you came in 4th place, just a few points behind, but you made it in regardless.
Мы себя чувствуем хорошо. Будем стараться хорошо играть, чтобы не было таких инцидентов, как на EMEA. Поэтому все будет нормально, будем стараться.
Here, I just want to ask you a quick question about one of the days you had at EMEA League. You had 4 chicken dinners in a row, and you were saying that you wanted to play a little bit better, but damn man, you played insanely well. I think one of the things there was your rotations. They seemed really confident. Who's actually driving that from the team? Who's the in-game leader?
Капитан команды является Гонза, и в остальных случаях Гонза отвечает за все наши ротации.
Just a quick question here now about Na'Vi mainly, because we know on that very last game, man, they really held you out. They really held you back. Do you think you were looking for revenge in PMGC, or you just got that goal set on getting that win?
На протяжении 9 месяцев мы отыграли весенний сплит и как бы заняли там 1-е место на Европе. Даже в том случае нам по типу Нави команда мешала также играть, но ничего страшного. И на Пинвеле было то же самое. По типу Нави тоже были такие команды, которые нам на финальном дне чуть-чуть дали проиграть свою игру. Но ничего страшного, как бы мы не мстим, просто делаем свою работу и все.
Awesome, actually. I mean, that's the way to go. And I mean, every time we've had you on an interview, you've been a joy to have, this happy-go-lucky attitude. Do you think that really helps within your team, bring like a calmness to it whilst you're playing, you know, keep it going? Do you like to, you know, uplift the other players on your team?
У нас очень интересная команда. Мы всегда шутим шутки. Во время перестрелок можем начать там прикалываться друг над другом или элементарно просто пошутить как-то. Мы уже все привыкли. Но мы играем всегда концентрированно, серьезно, но позволяем себе шутить. Как бы это нормально. Поэтому у нас веселые тимспики, советую посмотреть.
Axa, I'd love to listen to your team speaks, dude, 100%. Guys, thank you so much for joining me with Axa today. Best smile in the biz. Do you have anything you'd like to say to your fans before you go? Really appreciate having you on, dude.
Дорогие фанаты, спасибо вам за вашу поддержку. Мы будем радовать вас своими результатами и постараемся показать достойную, красивую игру на чемпионате мира. Всех любим, целуем, обнимаем.
The PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMGCs. We're about to make our way here into... What was that?
The peace sign.
I did finger guns.
Finger guns. I like that. I like his better. I'm sorry. We're going to go to our second match here over on Vikendi with Group B. And Group C for the first time today coming into the mix. So we got BTR, we got Futbolist as well to join the fray. And I'm really getting scared for some of these teams out there and for that 53-point predicted bubble if these teams continue to play like they did yesterday, John.
Yeah, it's something that everyone should aspire to break 53 points. That's really everyone's goal right now in life. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I would say that's fair to say. I mean, we can take a quick closer look, actually, at how hard it's going to be to get to that 50.
Why don't we do that? Let's take a look at our overalls right now, and you can see currently still in first place will be Bigetron, second by Futbolist. And even with that victory for 4 Angry Men, they still haven't really closed the gap too much up against Futbolist.
Yeah, but
it's still 71 down to 64.
It doesn't matter, because 64 bigger than 53, isn't it? So they're fine.
That is true. That is how numbers work. I agree. You can see Nova XQF moving up a little bit more. Let's take a look, though, at the second page really quickly here, just to get an idea of the other teams who are currently at risk. Now, I do want to point out something. You do see currently Team Secret over in 15th place, and they encountered an unavoidable issue at the start of Sandhawk yesterday, which is why you can currently see their points don't technically add up. They were awarded 2 points for compensation for that, so that's just get that out of the way for you guys at home who are just sitting there with their calculators saying, oh, that number doesn't add up.
Yeah.
That's why. But you can see GODSENT, 10th place, 37 points. They came out with 0 in the last game, as well as Klas Digital Athletics, so they're still sitting safe at the moment, but as you're saying before, John, like, look at that, 36 points down to 11, 12, 35 points down to 13, 32 down to 14. They could still technically fall out of the top 16 here.
Yeah, this is a very, very tight grouping. You can see that it's like 32 to 37 is absolutely nuts. 5 points between them.
Yeah.
It's
I calculated
insane.
that just then.
Did you?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ashley. That really helped. But then there's quite a significant drop-off down towards DRS, so that gap needs to start closing. Team Secret, obviously, with 28, they have an extra game in hand as well. You can see they've only played 4, whereas everyone else around them has played 5. And the teams down here with 5 are really not looking good right now. That's Abrupt Slayers, Unnamed, Aerowolf Limax, Alpha 7, and Konina Power. They're going to struggle. Although Konina Power had a good performance previously, we'll see what more they can do. We're going to be watching out for Na'Vi as well in this next game.
Again, but like from 21st to 17th place, 2 points is the difference there. I just calculated that now. That was way easier to do.
I'm very impressed.
Thank you. But I think one team has a big pop-off game. I want to see Na'Vi do it, bring it out. You know, they had that momentum from yesterday. Make it happen. Pay it forward.
How many points are they going to get? It's a new prediction.
17.
17 points for Na'Vi. I think they're going to get 8.
Okay, well, I'm not going to give my number because the game is starting right now. Let's head over to Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave to kick it off.
Thank you, gentlemen. Here we go. It's a match number 2. Every single one of these matches are just so critical right now. And damn, I'm looking at the scoreboards. We're seeing, I think, a lot of surprises right now from a lot of squads. And like they were talking about earlier, I think that almost anybody from pretty much 7th place on down, they're on notice. Like, they have to have great games or they may not make it into this next Super Weekend.
I mean, we printed out the flyer. We nailed it to their door. We gave them notice. All right, teams, you got 4, maybe even 3 games to go. You need to make sure you have enough points in order to qualify for the Super Weekend. Now, one group in particular, Group B, they will not be playing in the last match here today. So they have to keep in mind, game number, number 4, number 5, they need to make sure they have enough points to sit on the sidelines and not sweat it out.
Oh, we're gonna have to start. I have a feeling they're gonna be sweating here, even though we're in Vikendi. The nice, good, icy tundra right here. And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we got the people loaded in the plane. They are ready to get it going here. Now, after that last match, Konina Power had a good, solid finish. That only moved them up to 17th place, Dave. They still need to have some pop-off matches if they want to ensure their security on going to Super Weekend.
Hey, it's a lot better than how they started the day, though, Jukes. It's a lot better. At least they are within a grasp, right? Like they can almost touch it with the tip of their finger. They just need to have a couple more solid performances. Now, Group C, this is their first game of the evening. I saw some Bigetron spam in the chat earlier on. Bigetron, they didn't even play. people, they love Bigetron. Bigetron, they win the game even when they're not playing the game. So Bigetron will be in this game. This is a good game. Like the desk was mentioning for Na'Vi, they need to have a pop-off performance, Team Secret, and Elitist United. So Group C, they have a couple teams that are not currently in that top 16. Circle number 1, though, got a little bit of water in play. We got Cosmodrome right there, smack in the middle, and Mount Kresnik.
Well, looking at right now, something that I noticed right off the bats, Bigetron, looks like they're rocking a 3-man for this game, Dave. Luxy not able to make it into this match. One thing is for sure, though, Bigetron, after their performance yesterday, at least in my opinion, their only job is to just crush the hopes and dreams of everybody out there. Because every single point that they get, they are taking it away from these squads that so desperately need it to ensure their security onto Super Weekend.
Bigetron, they definitely have the power to kind of dictate who they want to fight moving forward. Now, will they do that? Well, you know, they got 4 games to show us. Looking here, real quick, Na'Vi, they find themselves in between RRQ. I saw Beer 11 with the pan. If Beer 11 gets a knockout with the pan, if anybody gets a knockout with the pan, Jukes, I'm passing out UC all day long. Woo! I just want, I'm putting that on record right here. Because you can now throw it. You can now throw the pans, the sickles, and the crowbars. And without any armor, it's an instant knockout. Like, it hurts.
Oh, man, that is something, if I see that, I'm just going to go absolutely insane. Like, I will just go nuts. I might put me on the list to get some UC too. I could use it, especially with all these new things coming out right here. But, man.
The fashion contest.
Yeah, that's true. The fashion contest is going to be really, really huge. I can't wait to see how everybody is going to play that out. Right now, I'll tell you what. Pixie, he's on the runway right now, all by himself. Not a gun in hand. I don't think Beer 11 has spotted him yet. And one thing Beer did find, he did find that M46. Oh, there it is. Wow. Was able to see, like, you know what? That's not supposed to be there. And gets the first knock on the Tixie.
I mean, yesterday, Na'Vi, they had a ton of kills. They were running and gunning. Barely any placement points. And it kind of goes to show you, you know, kind of why. You know, teams, you know, players and viewers, they wonder, like, why is your favorite team? Why aren't they getting placement points? And, you know, right there, Tixie standing behind a boulder, no gun, nothing. Just hoping that they will camouflage, trying to be a tree right there, trying to be part of the environment, but was spotted out. Na'Vi, there's so many spots that they can drop that are open. It might not be their preferred loot spot, you know, because, you know, they qualified teams, they all have their spots. Like, they love their spots. They practice, they run scrims in their spots. But when it comes to the global stage, like, if another team is pressed in a situation and they yoink that spot from you, you just got to give it up. I mean, there's so many spots right now. We got Hot Springs, we got Port, even Dino Park, wide open. Like, there's really no reason, and this is not me just being hard on Na'Vi. This is in general, right? There's no reason when you are on the cusp of qualifying and trying to chase down that top 16, there's no reason to be hot dropping. I mean, there's just not, Jukes. And this is my opinion. You can let me, you know, go down with that one. But I mean, what's your thoughts, dude? I mean,
no, I agree. Especially if you are in a desperate time to make sure that you need as many points as you possibly can. You just cannot afford a hot drop. At the same time, though, Goroka's a pretty big area. Like, if you drop properly on it, you're going to be able to kind of loot half of it and just move away. But Na'Vi just had a really terrible drop right there. Tixie, like you mentioned, was just stuck out there by himself. The rest of the squad is immediately leaving Goroka with nothing in hand. So they're going to be extremely behind in this match to start things off.
Yeah, and I know the flight plan, you know, definitely has a big factor in where you drop. But it's still your decision. You see the parachutes. It's not like you're caught off guard. You can look around and see parachutes near you. So it's not like, oh, how'd they get there? We had no idea. It's like, no, we saw the parachutes. We decided to drop here regardless. So, yeah, they lost one. Hey, they're still going to be alive. It looks like they were able to pull off that at the end of the day, RRQ. They got 1 point on the board. That was the first blood Tixie right there. And checking on with everybody else, you know, for Candy Baby, it is cold. It's cold out here. Yeah, cold out here. The Unnamed, Cosmodrome. I mean, very strong position, all things considered, for zone number 1.
Well, they needed it. They need it for sure because they're in 23rd right now with 13 points. So they are dead smack into this next circle. This could be their come-up game. At the same time, though, they're going to have to make some plays. And already I'm looking, Q is all on his lonesome. separated from the rest of his squad. You got to play really carefully. If you are that solo, do not want to get knocked. But one thing I want to mention, back to your point a little earlier, you're talking about, you know, these early hot drop locations and you know, sometimes you got to leave it. I'm looking at this and I'm like, you know what? At some point too, like you have to fight for your zone, your drop location, and say, hey, this is our spot. You know, this is our spot. You go find some other place. But in the case of Na'Vi, if you're that low on the leaderboards, I think you just got to take the L on that one. Oh, wait. Speaking of people who are not planning on taking L's, the unnamed Bucky runs right into a window. Window jumps. Bit2K gets caught, though, in a perfect play. And now, oh, Alpha 7 trades going all over the place. There goes Swagman with the AK, able to help him out big time. Down to a 2v1. Now 1v1. Can Ran get this finish? Oh, I'm sorry, it's a 2v1 now. Ran and Bucky versus Law.
1v1.
What a shot.
Law was on fire last game as well. I mean, Law was getting those bops. Ran is going to be on the second floor trying to heal on up. Can sense the revive, jumping out. Oh, Law! The shots! Ran deleted! What?
You cannot do that, Rand. You cannot jump out the window and get that animation like that, or it's going to be free pickings all day long. But did he get the thirst? I believe he got the thirst, because Alpha 7, they're just down to just Law now.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, the Unnamed, they got 3 points when it comes to kill points. So interesting, because I actually spoke to Ran before today's matches, you know, and they told me that they're just looking for a better position in the zone. They had the zone. They had the zone there, and they took the fight. They engaged the fight with 2 members, while the other 2 members were still in the back lines trying to approach and trying to provide that support. So maybe if they would have just waited a little longer and had all 4 up while they made the breach, they would have won. Just saying.
I mean, they had the first knock. They had the first knock right there. So, I mean, real quick, before we get into that, we have a big fight right now. Secret Jin and Digital Athletics. UK able to get a really solid finish right there. Olus, he's running out to try and get some revenge because they did get the knock on the Cosmos. Oh, but he's getting shot from all angles. Oh, yeah. Great positioning from Secret Jin in this fight. Digital Athletics are spread all over the place. And I believe they are down to just Silas and Salim. Yeah, the last 2 remaining members for DA. But back to that other fight we were talking about earlier. I mean, because
they got the knock. Okay.
They
didn't use their numbers.
They got surprised, right? I mean, they just ran in. They thought it was nobody there. As we look at this replay.
Oh, no.
Because this was so crucial. This really, really was.
Makes the push with half HP, though. Like, Ran pulled off the heal. Made the push with half HP. Yeah, got the thirst. Got 3 points, but was it worth?
You could have jumped up a little, like, he could have jumped a little earlier and possibly just jumped out the window rather than hit the window and then hit jump, because you get that animation and that makes it that much more easier for you to get killed. At the same time, though, like, they ran into the building thinking it was clear. They got surprised, were able to get the lucky turnaround in the 2v1. Those members running down the hill, they should have just forced the reset. Just said, hey, let's just wait for this, get everybody healed back up, and then we'll push 4v3. Instead, they just kind of, like, I think, panic, ran out, and Alpha 7 just got the better end of that fight.
And at the end of the day, they could have just pushed us forward, right? I mean, I know they had the upper hand.
That's true.
But you have to use your numbers. You have to, especially when you're that far behind of the top 16. And what surprised me, like I mentioned, like, Rand told me, like, they're just looking for placement points, really. They're looking for better positions. They had Cosmodrome. They did not need to push out. I mean, they just didn't. Hey, they got 3 points, though. Great plays at the end of the day. Ran trying to go for that highlight play. We get it. It looked good, all right? It looked good. It looked
good. I don't know if it was a great play, man. I mean, I think
if he would have got it, we would have been praising him,
I mean, true. If they got it, but they didn't. But they didn't get it. That's the tough part. I mean, the big thing, though, is, like, you're right. At this stage, every single squad, you see all these top teams, the way they rotate, it's like they pretend that there's somebody in every single building on top of every hill. This is the PMGC. You cannot just assume that, a building around the open is empty, because otherwise you're going to get caught out. And if you are on the line for possibly missing out on a super weekend, you cannot afford it. So we'll see how it ends up turning out for them. They still got a couple games left. A couple chicken dinners can definitely fly them up the ranks. But, I mean, this is a tough lobby to to hope for that on.
At the end of the day, though, they did qualify to even play here, right? This is their first time playing at this top level. This is the first time for a lot of players and a lot of teams actually playing on this global scale of competition. So for them to even come in here, get the 3-piece, look good while doing it, hey, I'm a fan. I'm a big-time fan. So getting back to the bigger picture, A1 looks like they were going for a rotate. They got stuck in the open, quickly making those U-turns.
Oh, but I think they got
what?
knock on to Abrupt Slayers there. That's gonna probably get them to press the issues. Leon with the Tommy catches him slipping. That's an instant trade. Oh, third party though, coming from their back. That is so tough for them. And now it's a 3v3. It looks like Abrupt Slayers are opting to go for the reset while Dante is pressing up this hill right now.
They got the knock. It looked like they were turning around and then turned right back around to take the fight. If you are A1, little hesitation right there. Looks like Abrupt Slayers. Leon is going to be able to get the pickup. Sinister using his broken wall will be spotting out Nova X. Got him.
I don't think he meant to jump out there. I think it was totally accidental. Switches to his AK, is lucky to be alive right now. Leon, oh, with the press in a 2v1, is going to get taken out. Sinister is just holding this angle at this broken wall, doing some great shots. And this is a really close one. Looks to be favoring A1 so far, as I believe now it's a 3v2.
6ix9ine over there running around. 3v2, Sinister, no time to heal. Maybe looking to get the pickup on the Joker. We have all-out mayhem. It's inside the building, the first floor. Joker with the spray down with the Uzi, swapping on over to the M4. Going for it. We'll connect on to another.
This is the longest battle I think we've seen in all of PMGC. These squads are just running around, hip firing everything, and the longer that you have this battle going on, you're gonna get third partied. And just as I said that, 4 a.m., they heard all those shots. They're gonna want to pick up those free kills. Now Abrupt Slayers and both these squads are in big trouble.
4 a.m. rolling up to the party.
Hello.
Like, where's our invitation? Joker actually pre-fired onto Leon, was caught off guard on that second story, but 4 a.m., they're going to be going for the push, for the breach.
We got to finish those fights fast. 4 Angry M will make you pay for it. We will see how they end up doing it right now. You can just see 4 Angry Men pressing this little by little. Joker is holding this on top. A1 trying to get these revives and resets. Smokes all over the place. But man, 4 Angry Men are on the hunt.
Jax able to get the pickup. Wow, A1, they actually have 3 up in this fight. Very low in the health department. A 2-2 split coming on in from 4 a.m. The hip fires once again. The smokes. You can't see a thing.
And they are just pushing as a full team really tight right now. Going up the stairs. And it looks like they are going to get the finish on the Leon. There goes Abrupt Slayers. Now it's time for them to take on A1.
Leon with the Bison, sees somebody just push on in through that doorway, takes some shots, but was spotted in the process. 6ix9ine and Dante trying to defend the first door. Here comes the push, the mad dash from 4 a.m. Can they finish this one up? Dante in the smokes, going for the spray down.
And he's just tried his absolute best right now. I mean, this is just a house of cards. Gets a good knock right there. Gets the finish, secures it, at least gets 1 point away from 4 Angry Men. But man, what a battle here at this house right besides Cosmodrome. I mean, oh my goodness.
Anyone else want to join? Bigetron, I see you out there. Hey, open invite for the house party. What a long fight. I don't think I've ever seen a fight play out that long. And a reason that it was so long, all the utility, all those smokes, it just allowed every single player to continue to get the pickups and their resets right there on their squad mates.
You know, they have the, remember the Battle of the Alamo? I'm going to remember that one as the Battle of the Pre-Fire. That's what it was right there. I mean, oh my goodness. Like, everybody was just free-firing through smokes, just shooting, unloading every single mag that they had to ensure that they were able to get those kills. And 4 Angry Men ends up on top. Wow, what a fight.
They were shooting each other. It was like, I thought you were on the other team.
Thank goodness friendly fire isn't on. Otherwise, that would have been really chaotic. But still, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Vikendi always never fails to surprise. That's for sure. as we go on. I mean, this is only Circle 3, Dave. This is only Circle 3.
Like that was the game.
I know.
Like that was
we
the game.
Still got a lot of game left to be played. But, man, I mean, day number 4. The hype is real, baby.
And to add, like, to kind of, you know, go a little more into that fight, like, on the minimap, when you're playing the game, you have the indicators, right? You have the footsteps on your minimap. Like, there must have been so many footstep indicators.
They don't hear
the
nothing.
whole map was just lit up.
I mean, like, footsteps, everything. They were just, like, just flicking and just pre-firing everything they possibly could see. Could you imagine the audio cues for those squads? Must have been ridiculous.
And it comes down to communication, right? It comes down to, like, okay, is that you pushing? Or is that you holding, right? Because everybody kind of got mixed up in those smokes. They were all in their own corners. It comes down to communication. And honestly, at the end of the day, like 4 a.m., they pushed as a unit. They tossed out mollies. They tossed out smokes. They tossed out grenades. And they split up into 2. One went up the stairs, one pair, and then the other pair stayed on the first floor just in case, you know, the enemies were to vault out and surprise them from behind. So 4 a.m., honestly, in the chaos, like, they demonstrated pretty solid team communication.
Definitely. I mean, they ended up on top. They had a perfect third-party opportunity. I would pay, honestly, to hear the comms from those fights because I can only imagine it was just loud noises as Gonzo is able to get the confirm onto Soulcake. Great laydown with that G36C. Gonna put one onto Futbolist, get that confirmed. And you can just see him. All eyes are locked on Futbolist here to get him out. From Konina Power, because Konina Power, they had a great game one that they absolutely needed, and that's going to hopefully give them some more momentum here to have a strong game two.
There's Bigetron strolling on by in their vehicle rotation, kind of with the bait right there. Konina Power, they did go for the spray down. They were not able to really connect right there, but they will give away their position to Bigetron and Futbolist, who are in the general area.
Yo, Dave, look at the highest damage dealers. It's all from that fight, and they're all dead. I mean, that is just insanity so far. And we can just see Rom.
Oh, no.
With the dossier, yeah. He's going to get stuck on top of that rock, but I think he's out. I don't think this is in this next circle. And regardless, I mean, look, no cover else. I mean, he's wide out in the open. Tough spot.
That was strategic right there. You want to block those sight lines from Mad Toy. That was well calculated. Mad Toy over here from Team Secret with the barrel spray down. Not able to connect as well. Bigetron, they are just taking these shots. Yeah, they're just sending it, and they're just fishing out all the information right now.
They do not want to leave that dossier by any means. They've just been driving through all these teams, almost kind of like to poke fun at them. Kind of a crazy play right there. We'll see how they hold it down. Next circle is going to center on out right here. Futbolist, they're just trying to get out of this position, try to get out of this river. And then this looks like they're not having a lot of luck right now.
Honestly, all these teams, they don't really have a lot of luck. The next zone did pop, and it's not going to favor the icy river here. And you High Boy trying to connect some mollies, trying to connect some grenades, and Mad Toy from behind with the backstab underneath the bridge, trying to take out Futbolist.
Yeah, great nade right there. And here comes Team Secret. They want every single one of these points that they can get right now. MP5K in hand. This is the gun to have. Nice little pre-fire right there. Trying to get the spot. It looks like it's only a matter of seconds, though. And that's it. That's going to be the shot right there to get it done. And Team Secret is going to be taking out Futbolist in 13th.
Honestly, hey, they're dead. Relax. They're dead. They're dead. You got them. Relax.
Hey, there's still smoke there. Got to double check, you know, just in case. Just in
Honestly,
case.
like, I don't know how Futbolist would have made it on out there alive. Maybe a lucky grenade, maybe a lucky molly. But they were pinched from, I mean, Team Secret, they just wrapped around them and collapsed.
I don't blame them for like doing that pre-fire too, because they were just shooting through that smoke, and I don't think they realized that it was a confirm on the whole squad. I mean, they could have thought it was just thirst. So, hey, better safe than sorry. This is the PMGC, right? You want to make sure that you don't make any slip-ups or any mistakes, because just one member, if you get caught slipping, they'll take you out. Bigetron back in the car. Micro Boy, you know, making with a shark car. But look at those shots from across the way from BTR. Just poking back at him. Oh, Team Secret. Now they're getting hurt by the blue.
You know, it was so funny. Last game, I was looking at the chat, and people are actually spamming Papa Blue Zone now. Like, we got it going. Papa Blue, we got it going. I saw a bunch of people like, oh, Papa Blue won this game. Right there, Papa Blue showing up to the party once again. Going to be putting some damage on the board. Team Secret, yes, they got the wipe on the Futbolist, but time was not on their side, and now they're being gate kept.
Yeah, you can just see BTR's looking down at Team Secret, not taking a lot of shots at him right now. Possibly getting ready for this next circle. As look at this next zone. It's going back to the river by this bridge, and there's only a couple of squads in there. Zeus is in there as well. Could be a good game for them. And 4 Angry Men are putting the pressure onto Team Secret right now.
Konina Power also in a very good position on one of the sides of this river. They need to make sure 4AM don't push on into their general area for free, because that could play spoiler to them. Team Secret, they gotta come up with some type of plan. How do we make it on into the new zone between the valley of 4AM and Bigetron, because it is going to be a shooting range right here.
I'll tell you what, the plan is to just look at this guy and say believe, man, because he is going to have to run out in the open and hope that everybody misses. And this is the PMGC. These guys do not miss. So I think it's only, the clock is ticking right now. 23 seconds left on the clock. And once that blue zone starts coming, this is zone 6. That's not a pop-up blue zone you want to be in, that's for sure.
You see the kill feed, it is getting kind of crazy. Zeus, they were defending Secret Jin from pushing on into their area. RRQ down here in the south will be overlooking Bigetron. RRQ going to be playing this one a little slow. They want to make sure that they can backstab teams as they make their way on into play zone. Also, Execute, they got surprised up there to the north by Navi, who rotated right on in behind them.
Yeah, there goes Team Secret. Yeah, last remaining member. As soon as that zone started closing, that was all she wrote. So there goes Team Secret out in 12. Looking on over, Zeus, Navi.
Wow.
Oh, that would have been a disgusting nade from up top. But they're going to
an awesome view.
The bridge. Yeah.
Hey, look at
really
this
nice
view.
angle.
Like this is crazy. Like Navi, they just need to make sure that they don't get blown up by a grenade, of course, and they can look right down that frozen river and take shots at anybody who also decides to use it for cover. Execute up here in the back of the dump truck. They got some cover. Dump truck. They got some cover to pop up, take some shots on the Zeus.
Yeah, really nice angles too. It's going to be great. And not to mention they have 2 members. So if one gets knocked, they're going to be able to get the res really quick. Really kind of smart play. Want to see how that works out. Bigetron pushing out. They're getting punished. Deuce, they are told in the top of this hill right now, and they have a lot of sight lines on all these teams.
Got Bigetron, RRQ down there holding hands, singing Kumbaya for the next zone. And Elitist United, look at this. Look at that guard tower. Oh, I was hoping that guard tower was in play because it would have provided some really good sight lines for the squad of Elitist United. But they have to move. Same thing with Zeus. So it's going to be a bloodbath here on the west side as the blue zone, Papa Blue, chunking them down.
Papa Blue showing them who's Papa. You cannot stay in blue zone in zone 6. And look at the circle shifts again. Off everybody going off to the east side. And 4 Angry Men, they're going to want to take out Law right now just so they can confirm their backs. Right before he threw that nade, the blue zone shutting him down. And now 4AM are going to be looking straight in this direction as they have one of the most dominant team positions in this next circle.
Yeah, 7 kills overlooking this valley. They have 2 Zemos that they can pull up just a little closer, blow it up, use it for hard cover. And RRQ, hey, they're in the zone, they're in the valley. Let's see how they can play this one out as Secret Jin, all these teams, Secret Jin, Navi, Execute, Zeus, on that west side, they need to push downhill.
They have to either push or they battle it out right now, so they're allowed to push because the gatekeeping is going to be so strong. Zute tried to hit the shimmies and run out, and he got taken down instantly by Secret Jin. Great return knock, though. That's going to buy him a little bit more time. Now Konina Power coming up on top. There's Robdini with the nade. Oh, he saw that spot.
Up.
Gonna possibly catch Fade's fate. A little bit off, but he's got the gun skill to do it. Is going to get the knock, but look at this. I mean, shots coming from all the way across the map.
Yeah, Robdini feeling themselves just a little too much right there. He was pressed up very far. Zute in the scrims has actually been practicing the heal strat. We saw.
Oh, no, he's drinking drinks. He's not drinking first aids.
Oh, Zute!
This play. Oh, so tough. Not sure what happened. Back
to scrims practice. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not getting the better half of that heal strat. Black-white in a big fight, 1v1. But Zinghe, last one up for 4 Angry Men. 4 Angry Men, man, still alive here. So tough to take down this squad. Goes to show why they're so high up on the leaderboards. 5 teams remaining here in match number 2.
You know what's even crazier? 5 teams, like you said. If they get
Make it 4, baby.
Gonzo!
Make it 4.
Gonzo also had the golden arm last game as well. Gonzo with the backpack right now for Konina Power will be getting the pickup. Zeus, though, looking for a huge game right here.
Well, I'll tell you what, Konina Power, they've already got a huge game. This is the one that we're talking about they needed. They've got 9 kills, and now only 2 teams remaining. Zeus versus Konina Power.
This is a huge game for both of these teams, honestly. I mean, Zeus, what a comeback compared to week number 1. I mean, they are just popping off here week number 2. They want to make sure that they get on into that super weekend. As we see Icy going for an interesting rotate, trying to get that off angle. Was spotted, but Gonzo taken down in the process.
Well, they had a great comeback from week number 1, and Konina Power having a great comeback from day number 1 of this week. And what a great nade there from Axer. Really, really close. Not enough to get the knock, though. And now Zeus, they're starting to smell the blood in the water. They are pressing on this Konina Power's team as they're trying to get those reses. Great shot from Gonzo with that Groza, though.
You see the shots just getting fired back and forth. I mean, Konina Power, they had the zone. But that play from Icy, it distracted Konina Power and it allowed Zeus to have just enough time to make it across the frozen water and have a fighting chance here.
Yeah, the thing is, they're giving Konina Power a lot of time to get reset well, and they're hitting some excellent shots right here. As the Zeus tried to run up the hill, gave him too much time. That's gonna be a massive, massive chicken dinner for Konina Power.
All right, Jukes. I'm gonna blow some smoke in my feathers right here because I said today, before the game's even started, Konina Power top 16, easy, baby, easy. Just saying, dude. Just saying. My crystal ball. Man, it's looking good. It is looking good. Zeus, though, I still gotta give props, though. Icy at the end. I was really impressed with that play. They got in the Dacia. They caught the attention of Konina Power, and it at least allowed 2 of the squad mates to push across that valley to get into that gunfight. And Zeus, they kept one in the back line to play anchor position, to play oversight. So that was very strategic push right there from Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, they had that first knock, which was so crucial, but as they were pressing up, they just gave Konina Power, I think, just a little too much time. And with that allowed them to get those resets, hit some major, major shots. Of course, Gonzo, MVP, I think, of today for Konina Power, hitting some really clutch nades at the end, having that Groza as well for that up-close battle. And, I mean, securing a chicken dinner with 13 points, Dave.
Jukes, hold up, though. I mean, where's your invite? You didn't get the invite to that party, that early game party. Don't forget about that early game team fight. 3 teams, yeah. I mean, 4 a.m. They had a huge game right there. I mean, 7 kills and a top 5 finish. Jukes, crazy game. I cannot wait to hear what the experts have to say about that one.
Well, I can confirm Dave did put up on his Instagram a bold prediction of Konina Power making top 16 at the end of the day, and it seems he might be right here. They have been able to get not only 15 points in the first game, they get a chicken dinner in the second. They are on a team who are at a derby, ready to go, racing for that first place.
Yeah, I mean, the Grand National is really waiting for them. We'll see if they're able to jump those hurdles.
Yeah, we can hopefully see that. I mean, for Konina Power, come on. I asked. Consistency. That's what they were lacking at the moment.
Your one.
A little bit streaky, but now they've got a couple of chicken dinners under the belt. I'm really happy with how they're going. Team stats there, 1,898. You can't really ask for more damage in that situation. I think a lot of that game was spent, just looking for position. There was hardly any places to play, especially with the river just cutting up that map in half. But Konina Power towards the end took a lot of really strong spots and important spots too, actually. Like falling upon 4am. 4am had a really strong position, but Konina Power that's the best part in the circle. We need to take it. We need to take it now. And they did it whilst all the other teams were struggling on the northwest side.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at the map ranks now as well to see how the last match did play out for all the teams, because there's another one in there that we talked about. We predicted how many points they would get. John obviously being the closest, because again, comes down to numbers. He's probably going to be right. They get Navi with 10 points. Only placements, but considering they lost Tixie really early on, not bad.
I was about 5 seconds out from getting it exactly on the nose there. It was actually Secret Jin who went down a fraction earlier than they did. So I would like to say that, you know, I just misread where Secret Jin would finish instead of actually misread where Na'Vi would finish. You know, that's my excuse. But no, 10 points, fantastic for them. That's going to bump up their average. It's going to bump up their point score. They were on the last page. We'll see where that leaves them at the end of this. They are looking for that top 16 spot. They're going to be looking for a high kill game though coming through. I mean, we've seen their capability to do it even in this lobby as well. So we are going to be on the watch out for that. But it's for Kendi. It's pretty tricky. You know, they were chipping some ice out of the river there, dropping it in the Mountain Dew, just chilling out, getting the placement points locked in, and they were just vibing. No kills to be found, but 10 points.
You know who wasn't vibing though? Bigetron here, only 4 points. Again, it's not like they need the points. They're going to be qualified no matter what. But I was curious if they and Futbolist would absorb as many points as possible to make it harder for other teams.
I mean, for Bigetron so far, my major concern with them is they're so quiet sometimes. I think there's like, they have these massive, huge pop-off games. Again, it's league play and really where it matters in the Super Weekend, right? And they can just, they seem to be just strolling into those Super Weekends. It's very easy for them, right? But
Speaking of quiet.
Okay, Futbolist.
Yeah.
0 points. Nice one. All right, John. Why don't you derail my points some more? Come on. Take my train and just off the tracks.
So we see players as well on 1 point at the bottom. Considering they're at the bottom of the table when we start the day, it seems like they're not going to be coming off at any time soon. Klas Athletics, they get some points in there with 3, as well as Execute getting 3. So still trying to maintain their positions overall in the standings. Any more train references? No?
I'm going to be like a freight train coming through, all right, in a second onto John. But honestly, look, coming back to it very, very quickly, Zeus on the top side. They came second, of course. They don't have, it didn't seem like they had like the same kind of killing power that Konina Power did, but you know, they were still doing a really fantastic amount of work, and it seems to be that they're continuing to make the same moves, the same kind of like smart heads-up plays. We're going to try and take center. We're going to try and play a little bit more aggressive. I'm really proud of them, to be honest with you, because they have taken the time to change how they're playing. Going forward, though, I'd like to see this continue, and especially on Vikendi, coming off the back of Sandhawk, where they had a kind of an unlucky moment in terms of circles, coming to this and like saying, look, let's just continue our playstyle. It seems to be working. We got unlucky. We can try again. It's great.
Well, we're going to see maybe some of the plays they were able to pull off here in our do-the-do moments in that last match, and I agree with you. It's good to see teams adapting, but I do kind of wonder, John, maybe your impression of this. Do you think that just because a strat's working for a team that they should continue to go that route, or should they look to keep improvising, keep adapting? Because obviously the meta and how teams are going to be playing throughout these 4 weeks are going to be changing.
I don't see too many reasons to adapt, sort of, certainly the mid game. I think that a lot of those rotational paths will sort of be pretty set until they start being really heavily challenged. I imagine the differences we might see are going to be in the late game, right? That's right. In the specific, like, do we go aggressive in these situations? How do we sort of read this terrain? But even then, that's sort of IGLing style that's coming into the mix, and so to be able to change that, you need to be really, really flexible. You need to be very plastic as an in-game leader, so I don't know how much adaptation we're going to see on that. The main adaptations I imagine we're going to see are when rotation paths are getting contested, changing that up and going a different route through the maps and choosing different compounds to leapfrog through.
What about you, Blink?
I think that, look, improvisation is always a great thing on the fly, and a lot of teams need to learn that. I think that's an important thing, because you can go into a game with a mindset like, you know what, we're going to play center, but the circle doesn't allow you to do that. Right. So you need to be able to, like John says, be flexible in the moment, be able to make those decisions on the fly. But I do think that you can kind of form yourself into a meta, and for most of these teams, though, we've seen very drastic changes from week 1 to week 2, which is what I expect from PMGC teams, right? In other tournaments, maybe like pro leagues, I think it's okay for them to make changes over 2 weeks' time. But you come into PMGC, you need to be identifying your problems very, very quickly and then putting a fix to them. You can't just band-aid things on week 3. You need to be really, you know, healing the problem week 1.
Do you think teams are then focused on fixing problems for league play? I guess it depends actually where you are in the rankings, right? Whether you're focused on league play fixing problems, if you're a team that didn't make top 16 and didn't play in the Super Weekend, or if you're just trying to get as many points as possible on the Super Weekends. I mean, it seems like Bigetron don't really need to change things up because they're typically the leaders of the lobby, but I feel like with what we heard, I think that was Zuxi say, they want to prove they can beat Chinese teams. And what a perfect pair of teams to have here with Nova, XQF, and 4AM, who right now 4AM are giving a run for their money, at least within the Super Weekend.
I mean, with Futbolist obviously getting no points in that last game, I imagine that 4AM are really going to start to bump up those tables and start to challenge. Obviously, Bigetron going down earlier as well, so not as many points on board. 4AM managing to make up quite a bit of ground there. And as I said, leveling out those tables, drafting those points down lower.
Getting things closer to you being right with your 50.
That's what I'm getting at, yes.
Yeah, it's all about John being right here on today's show. Let's take a look at our total damage, though, in that last match and kind of compare the damage numbers done as well as the kills. You know you're happy. You know you like it.
I'm always happy, Jason, even if I'm wrong.
Okay. Well, let's see here. Konina Power, big numbers coming through. 4AM, though.
Yeah.
A little bit of a shame to get 1,700 damage done, but only 7 kills on the board here, Blink.
I think that looking at 4AM, we saw a ridiculous fight from them earlier on where they were inside the building with 3 different teams in there. They just went straight on it. And I think D-Man backstage made a great point when he said they could probably just waited outside and third-partied a bit, but instead they were just like, we're just going to get in on the action and just make this happen. I think they played very well in close quarters, which is a really, really big testament to their actual skill, because most of the fights we see them take are long range. Seeing them be able to fight in those close quarters engagements is an incredible indicator of what's going to happen going forward.
Yeah, and the thing with that fight specifically was that they wanted to try and, I think, pick up the kills on the downed players from that fight. They wanted to third party because both teams were still alive. They actually came out with that fight with 6 kills total. I wasn't tracking if they got any kills earlier, but they still got a huge chunk of that because they went aggressive. However, they did lose a player in the midst of that fight. They went a little bit too aggressive and actually
It's not a Super Weekend play, right?
Exactly. That's not a Super Weekend play. That's not a Super Weekend play, Jason, but they still managed to get a huge chunk of points from that fight by being aggressive. So whilst maybe they could have played a little bit more passive, they would probably have only come out with, say, 4 kills from that fight and only got 5 on the game. And maybe they'd get a little bit further, maybe not. It was a difficult circle to play, but either way, I liked that they were taking that proactive decision, especially because it's not a Super Weekend.
It's not a Super Weekend, though. I am kind of worried for all the other teams out there of knowing, okay, well, 4AM, they're so far up in the leaderboard right now, they don't have to really try, right? Because it doesn't matter where you qualify into the Super Weekend as long as you qualify. And if you're A1 in there, you're like, come on, just give us a break. Please let us finish this fight and come kill us later on. Let us get a couple more points because maybe they will indeed need it. We're going to be heading to a break here, though. We still have our match to come up after it. But before, I want to slow down and remind you guys at home that we do have the lightweight installation feature now out for PUBG Mobile. If you don't have the space on your phone because you don't own a OnePlus 8T, you're lucky that you have the ability to still play the game nonetheless on those inferior phones. We got there. We'll see you soon.
Lightweight installation function available now.
The PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Well, as much as he loves doing it in the commercial, he loves to do it live here on air as well. Can we get that one more time for you, John?
Can we get that one more time? The PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by
The title sponsor,
Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Do I have to do the whole thing now?
I kind of wanted you to, but we have to move on with the show, so that was good enough for me. You can see our
official
next
beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone.
There you
official
go.
partner phone.
the best smartphone.
That is true.
Nothing like those inferior smartphones, right, Jason?
You know, it's not a super weekend, so I had a sophomore throw there. We do have Aerowolf coming up next. It will be with groups A and C participating, so Bigetron Football is back in there, but Group A coming back into the mix yet again. Focus, guys. We're not done. We got to talk about Group A. We got Loops coming back into this. We got Nova as well. We got Archer, which I'm looking my eyes over to. Two of them on my face.
Two of those eyeballs.
Yeah, and then also Bluebees, another team I'm looking towards as well, who've had a decent day one. I want to see that consistency.
Right now. You're looking all kinds
He's
of
a chameleon. He's a chameleon.
He's a chameleon in it.
Just adapts to any situation.
Ooh, okay,
ready for anything.
interesting.
Oh, interesting. You're not on camera as well, which makes it
that's
even
why
better.
I was doing it.
We're just reacting to something that isn't happening. But yeah, no, Archers at the moment in the danger zone. Not having the greatest time at the moment, but they have started to step things up just a little bit, but back and forth, it's still definitely dangerous for them.
Before we head to the casters really quickly here, Blink, can you talk a little bit about Aerowolf Limax? Because this is also a team who was in the first Super Weekend, but right now are sitting outside the top 16.
Yes, I can talk about Aerowolf Limax. They came second in the SEA qualifiers, right? Great team overall. It seemed like they've been having a pretty good start to the tournament, and it slowly kind of just fell off a little bit. Like, we just see less and less of them now. But this is a team with pretty damn decent players on it, so I don't know if the pressure's getting to them, or it's the fact that they're maybe doing a little bit worse. You know, that momentum's not playing across. So I would like to see more out of Aerowolf Limax, because we know they can play well, and they were so confident in themselves at the beginning. I just want to know where that confidence has gone.
Or maybe they'll shine right here, right now, as we get into our next match of the day. And of course, it's with Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes.
Jason with the PMGC throws. Love to see it. Man, match number 3, Dave. This is huge. This is huge. This is the midway point here for day number 2 of this week's league play. Now, I'm looking at the scoreboard. So far, Navi, Alpha 7, DRS, A1, Aerowolf Limax, Leeds United, the Unnamed, Abrupt Slayers, all are outside of the top 16. But here's the issue, though. You got also Team Secret, Archer Gaming, really, really close by as well. I mean, after watching the last game and the intensity of that one, I mean, what the heck can we expect here for match number 3, Dave? Tell the people.
Hopefully Navi, currently in 17th position. They drop somewhere where they have time to loot up, right? Without losing anything right out the gate. DRS currently in 19th position. Aerowolf 21st position. So, like you said, very critical game for a lot of these teams trying to qualify for the second Super Weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, the players loaded up in the planes. We will be flying on Aerowolf Air today, starting down here from the south, heading up there to the north. Buckle up, because we are in for quite the ride.
Let's get it, Aaron Gale, baby. Now, this is that map that all these teams usually are used to playing as match number 1, but we're taking it over here at match number 3. And as you can see, we got a beautiful playing path right down the middle, going from south to north right here. So every single team we should not see teams drop on each other. I mean, with this kind of playing path, you're not going to see any squad kind of like heading towards a vehicle and taking off. Well, you shouldn't see multiple squads do that. But then again, who knows? Who knows, especially when you got a lot of teams that got a lot of points that could possibly try to end some dreams here, Dave.
The Dream Killers. As the Dream. Hey, I mean,
what would you
BTR.
do? What would you do, Dave?
Okay. So your story, right? Bigetron, BTR. We like to think they're one of the teams that could potentially be one of the Dream Killers. But last game, dude, they were cruising, listening to that radio in the dossiers. They were getting shot from everybody. Like, they were just having a good old time. This game, they're going to be right near Power 888. right near GODSENT and Loops. They also are going to have a very good opportunity to potentially gatekeep Futbolist and Aerowolf down there to the military base. Zone number 1 does go on up. Okay, a lot of land is going to be in play. A couple teams that we need to pay close attention to this game. DRs to Raw Talk, and then we just mentioned Aerowolf. They got Millie all to themselves, so they're going to have a lot of time to get all that nice loot.
Oh, yes, they are. And like, oh, so we're talking about it. I'll ask you, you know, what would you do in this situation? Because Bigetron, 4 Angry Men, Futbolist, they're all sitting with 70+ points. They're big chilling. They're going to make it into the Super Weekend. It's pretty much a matter of fact at this point. Now, with that kind of points, they literally could just make their whole rest of the day focused to take certain teams out to ensure they don't make it into this next Super Weekend. Is that a play that you would decide to do?
Yeah. I'm gonna answer that. I was just looking real quick. Are we gonna have a quick pull up? Yeah, is Reeves gonna get spotted here? No helmet, AKM in hand. Definitely heard that buggy from Corpi. Corpi, a little skeptical of the situation. Yeah. Pull. Oh, right on over the hill. Okay. Ooh. I don't. You know, as a viewer, I want to see the violence early game. But as somebody who cares about these teams, like I want them to at least have some loot before taking that fight. So, to your point, Bigetron Red Aliens, 4 Angry Men, and Futbolists. Let's see. So to answer your question, I think they have to think about who, number 1, is on that cusp, right? Like what teams are down there trying to qualify. That's number 1. Number 2, you got to think about, okay, did any of these teams play in Super Weekend 1? Okay. And then number 3, how many points did they get in Super Weekend 1? Because remember, the main objective with the round robin, you have the weekdays, you have 8 games to qualify for Super Weekend, and then the Super Weekend is when you have the opportunity to get championship points, all right? So if you're one of these teams that did not qualify for Week 1, will you be on the radar of these quote-unquote teams who have the potential to hunt down others? Probably not, because they're already going to be coming into Super Weekend if they qualify with 0 points, right? So you want to focus on those teams that did have the first Super Weekend underneath their belt. So if I was to look down there below 16, what team fits that criteria? I'm looking at Alpha 7. I'm looking at taking them out.
Alpha 7, definitely a big...
That's big brain. That's big brain, bro.
That's big brain. I mean, like, if you're going to take out one of these squads, I think Alpha 7's got a target on their back. I think Team Secret's got a part on his back. I mean, even to be honest with you, Blue Bees, a lot of squads, I think, have potential to get knocked out of the top 16. At the same point, though, Dave, here's the big issue. If one of these squads actually decide to do that, if they decide to hunt them down and ruin their dreams, now you could have the possibility of that squad wanting to do that to you for the rest of the tournament. You know, so I mean, you could definitely spark some bad blood here. So I think it's gonna be interesting to see, you know, what the decision these teams would like to make.
And you know what I say to them? If you got an issue, get a tissue. I don't care. Hey, I don't care. All right, I'll give you the tissue because at the end of the day, nobody's friends, man. Nobody's.
Hey, guess
friends.
what, Dave?
It is already gonna be one team coming out on top.
I'll tell you what, those tissues are gonna be nothing but Benjamins. That's what they are. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, you get first place. I mean, that is 300K. That's some big money right there, right? So cry me a river and cry into these hundreds. As man, there's so much on the line right here for all these teams. Considering, I mean, this is the biggest mobile event in history.
I'm not gonna lie. Your question, the answer that I gave you, man, I'm just a smart dude, right? I'm just a smart dude,
Crystal
man.
ball, baby.
Crystal ball. So, Blue Bees. Yeah, very interesting team because right now they're in 13th. They barely qualified for Super Weekend number 1. I think they qualified, if I'm not mistaken, by only 2 points. 2 points. And they're still going to be, they are awfully close to not qualifying once again. I mean, they got 36 points in total. And then looking at 16th place, they got 32. So it is just too close for comfort down there. Blue Bees, we just saw them. They are driving all over the place. They're trying to scout and they're trying to avoid these early fights. Will they be able to do that Well, I see getting awfully close to Power 888.
If they're going to be able to, Konina Power, after those last 2 matches, they bumped up to 7th place, Dave. You've been in the top 16. How about top 10? Love to see that coming from them. So they are sitting pretty right now. The rest of these teams now are in a lot of trouble. We'll see how they do it. Divine trying to put some shots on the KPS from across the way using that red dot. Not able to really get the knock there. He's going to get a full med kit off. And he has the rest of his squad there to help support him as well. But Blue Bees, they're on the hunt. They're hunting down Power 888, Dave.
This is one of my least favorite areas of this map to rotate on in through. The dead woods. You gotta be really careful. Oh, peeking out the UAS with the spray down, connecting onto one of the members from Power 888. And you were talking about the hunt. It is a safari. They aren't stopping here.
I mean, some great shots from Idochan out that UAS right there to get the knock on the KPS. Ice tried to be able to stop that push, put some pressure to hopefully buy some time. Here come the smokes from Power 888, but Blue Bees, they said, we don't care about these smokes. We're coming. And here comes the crash. Oh! TOB might get ran over. It's going to get knocked. And Power 888 down 2 members just like that. Blue Bees, they ain't playing, Dave.
Hey, they saw the party from last game, and they're like, listen, we're going to make our own party this game, all right? We're going to make our own party. They got the 2 kills, they got the loot, and they're not even waiting. They're popping in the UASs, and they're continuing to press onto Power 888. They want to get the squad wipe. Oh, watch out for that tree, though.
Yep, got to watch out for that tree. They're going to take that as a sign to hit the turnaround, allow Ice to make his merry on way. For the rest of it, they're going to loot up really, really nicely right here. Good couple kills. And these early game kills, especially if you're not dropping in a really major city, are huge because you're going to be able to pick up a ton of loot, and that's going to kind of put you at ease to only focus on getting kills for the rest of the match. Oh, Lutz, though, on to Aerowolf Limax, finds Renalre out slipping, and that is going to be 1 down for them. It looks like the rest of the squad trying to decide whether to come help them out or run. Oh, it looks like they're just going to go ahead and just take on off.
And this is something that I've honestly been waiting for the longest.
Oh, wait, what?
What'd you see?
Oh, sorry. I thought it looked like Aerowolf was running right into Rom onto this bridge. But it looks like they're opting to just hold this side of the zone for now. Now they might gatekeep Futbolist.
I mean, that's a smart play from Aerowolf, right? Like, they know exactly who they're fighting. They lost one in the process, but they're like, hey, Futbolist, you're going to need to push over this bridge regardless. Now, I would have liked to have saw Aerowolf actually camp that bridge, kind of get that revenge, because the next zone did pop on up, and the blue zone would have eventually pushed Futbolist on into that zone. And Aerowolf, that three-story building, you know, when you cross the bridge, I would have loved to have seen them, you know, set up camp right there, set up shop right there, but instead, they're going to be, you know, driving off into Milta. I feel like it's a missed opportunity, Jukes. I do.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I think only on the fact that if you look at Aerowolf Limax, they're sitting in 21st place, Dave. You know, so if they decide to go for the camp, they're going to be out of position for the next zone. And I think with how much they need points, they don't need just 3. They need a ton. So I think they're trying to maybe prioritize Circle over just kills for now. We'll have to see if that pays off for them. Is Nova and RRQ. Yeah.
I still feel like it's a missed opportunity because, like you said, to add on to your point, like they need points, and you know, to risk putting all your eggs in the basket of placement points over maybe securing some more kill points right there, because they know Futbolists are gonna push. Like Futbolists, they have 2 options: push across the bridge or take a boat. And I think it's just too far into the game for them to pull back to Nova and take that boat. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'm being too hard on it. Maybe I'm being too hard.
I mean, it's still circle number 2, so if they're gonna do that bridge camp at any time, now would have been the moment to do it. Futbolist did end up crossing that bridge though. Aerowolf Limax didn't even press that far into the circle, so I think they're opting to play this just a little extra safe due to their position.
One bridge to rule them all, and they're gonna fight each other eventually. I mean, they're gonna fight each other eventually. It's bound to happen. Loops down here in this dip. OP dip in the chat. Let's get some OPs right now in the chat. So Loops in that dip. Bigetron, I believe they might have spotted out that push. They might have an idea that somebody is gonna be here. On the map, though, I do see Aerowolf taking some shots. I'm also going to be looking at Nova this game. Game number 1, they got third place jukes, but they had 16 kills, man. They had 16 kills. So Nova, they're going to have a huge performance this game as well, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's one of those squads I was talking about. I mean, they got 70+ points on the leaderboards. They're, Nova, they're chilling with 50+ points. So they're sitting pretty well right now. Obviously, a really dominant squad, force to be reckoned with. They're just going to have to throw their weight around just for a little bit longer here. Still, this is match number 3. We still have 3 more to go after this. And every single one is just so imperative for each and one of these teams to make it to Super Weekend.
Futbolists are still chasing down Aerowolf. Aerowolf have no time to relax, chill, and eat that celery with that peanut butter jelly. Like, they ain't got no time. They have their eye on the bigger picture, and that is getting that winner chicken dinner if they can do so. Next zone, gonna pop here very shortly. Centering on up, pretty much. Farm still gonna be in play. Bigetron right in the middle here.
Yeah, I think that's honestly a misplay from Aerowolf because, to be honest with you, they had time. They had time when they would cross that bridge and Futbolist was kind of sneaking on in. Now look at them. They're just trying to decide how do we rotate into this circle. Futbolists have now passed them up. Looks like they may get into a little bit of a crash with Loops here. Might see some action going on as this still quiet. I mean, every single team is still up. And as this zone's starting to close, it's going to get more and more intense. Now look at Loops. Really, really close to Futbolist.
Futbolists actually snuck their way past Aerowolf right here. Little do they know, they're going to be rolling up on one of the members from Loops. That tree will be blocking that point, that grenade from hitting the mark. It will be giving away the position, though, of one of the members and allowing Futbolists to be like, okay, we got a team next to us, boys.
Oh, this is a tough fight on this hill. Got to be able to get those angles. Solke able to get the return knock with that Uzi. Is going to go for the confirm. Is going to get it as well. That's going to be 1 point for them. Dadine trying to get a big nade. Lays it at the perfect time. And that nade is... What? Oh, it is going to get the confirm onto Rom. So that is going to be the nice trade. Loots with a perfect nade onto Dadine. It's a battle of the grenades right now. And Futbolist might have another one for him. Loops now in big trouble.
Oh, 1v1.
Oh.
1v2. Yeah, 1v1 now. 1v1 now. Yeah. I like how Federal made the pull-up with the Dacia to block and provide the cover for their squad mates who were bleeding on out. Didn't blow it up, so that potential to get that splash damage with the vehicle still a risk here. Federal will be getting one pickup, tossing a grenade to just make sure that Futbolists don't make the push. What is going on here? Futbolists are not giving up.
I mean, Futbolists, talk about, it's just Loops. The man took out Loops by himself. What a play right there. I mean, the grenades were so on point. That's going to be 2 remaining members up for Futbolists. Bluebees, though, they heard those shots. They're going to start picking up this hill right now.
I love how Bluebees, they're so aggressive this game. We saw them earlier on. They were on the hunt down onto Power 888. They heard the gunshots. They saw the kill feed. They heard the grenades up here to the high ground of the hill. And they're trying to press the situation, get involved here. Futbolist 2 members up. Now it's time to get the spoils of war. Get that loot.
Got 2 members up, time to loot up. They're gonna go ahead and receive all that possible. Now that they have 2 members, I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to opt for first aids, because that's gonna be huge just in case of a heal strat. And you're gonna have to use some after that, because Bluebees, Regiocio is gonna say, no sir, you're not going anywhere. And that is 1 member down. Man, after such a great play, hate to see him go out to a vehicle like that. But now it's just Solke up left for Futbolist.
I mean, it's still 5 kills, right, for Futbolists, so they're definitely sitting up there when it comes to points so far. And Bluebees, you know, they're happy. They got their 1 point. They see the zone shift. They don't want to give up their position because it is going to be hard cover in this new circle. So Solke actually catching some luck of the Irish right there will be able to survive just a little longer. And honestly, Bluebees, they had the upper hand. They knew that there was some enemies up here, but since they pulled off, I mean, Solke could kind of sneak it out right now. Like, nobody's going to suspect that there's a solo there.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, Blue Bees need this way more than Futbolist. Futbolist is chilling in 3rd place, but Blue Bees are in that area of the leaderboards where they have the possibility of getting knocked out. But so far, playing this really, really well. DRS, another team in danger. They're going to be pulling up onto Bigetron. Looks like they have members looking in every single way. Navi out in 15th.
That's a huge one. Yep, they came into this match currently 17th on the overall leaderboard. That is a huge team to get taken out right there. I mean, that's going to add to the pressure for their final matches to really perform and get those placement points. I mean, shoot, they need a chicken dinner to really feel confident in themselves. Back to the story at hand, though. DRS, they pulled up Bigetron. They also need to make their way on into the zone, but they hear the shots from Team Secret. Team Secret onto Elitist United.
We're starting to get into the action here as teams are trying to rotate into this next circle. And here's the issue, Dave. On top of that, only a Vikendi and Sand. We got two Vikendis and 2 Sandhawks today. That's going to make things even harder for these squads. But right now, we're at Airgale. There goes Aerowolf Limax.
Wow.
They were at 21st. A lot of these teams that needed points are getting taken out early. Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy for 3 from long range.
Jimmy for 3.
And to get it. Just a little short. Little too short right there.
It was on the money, though. It was on the money. And Nova, I think they're being third party from RRQ over there to the west as well. And DRS trying to take advantage of the situation, but from behind, surprise right there. Oh man, that'll catch you off guard. Yeah, that'll catch you off guard right there. But what just happened? But look at this fight. Team Secret on the uphill, trying to defend their position. Execute, tossing some grenades, trying to take them out.
The AWM coming to play into Aaron Gale. You'll love to see that now. Matto does have the advantage of the hill, so you know that bounce is going to be even further. Perfectly placed onto Zute. He's going to go for the confirm right here with another one. Execute into big trouble right now. It's Fate trying to make some plays. You can see him pre-firing with that Tommy gun, just trying to buy some time. Bane Boys, he's going to hit the laydown right here, try to throw some smokes for his squad. But you know Team Secret's going to have to press the issue. A lot of smokes.
Very risky play.
Sidelines. Yeah,
very risky play from Fanboys, but a crucial play because they were able to build their own cover, and it allowed Zute to crawl up behind the cover. Here comes the grenades. Here comes the smokes to block the sightlines. Team Secret, though, they are not waiting. Here comes the blue zone as well.
What a nade there from its face.
Double.
Getting the Tommy gun knock. So clutch for his team. And now he has a great tree right here to buy him some time. Zute is still just crawling on up. Oh, is that a grenade?
Yep.
Right next to them. Not gonna get the pop. Execute, though. They are shutting down Team Secret. Only one remaining member.
Ooh, I see that molly from its fate. I love to see that molly. Throw that molly, get that splash. Get that splash, pulled up just a little bit. Knows the revive is coming on out with the Tommy gun, trying to get the squad wipe. Will be going for the spray down. Knows they're right behind the buggy. Gonna be pressing the situation. Tagged in the process, but Zute and Fanboys from behind. Can they get the final
Oh my
number?
goodness.
High shots on another one. Finally, Fanboys coming out on top. Should be able to get the pick up the revive.
No.
Right in time.
I don't know if he can. Look at the circle. The circle's closing on him right now. He's gonna have to go for the heal and then see what happens from there. But another battle going on up here. Nova getting just third-partied from Bigetron, as now they're getting up in the mix right here. That's gonna be their first kill so far. But they got a full squad up and a lot of vehicles and a lot of play to work with right now.
Rip Jimmy right there. #1 fan right there. Jimmy. Yep. All right, back to lobby. Bigetron showing up. 1 kill, but they got the whole team up. They still need to push up just a little closer into the new play zone. RRQ, 3 kills, 3 members. They have sight lines. They have an idea. Bigetron, though, they have their vehicles. It's ready. They're ready to use them. They're ready to push up and use it for cover.
You can just see the smoke walls coming out, the communication, just trying to execute this perfectly. D2E trying to get some shots on the A1 downtown. Looking on up, it does look like Execute wasn't able to get the rest of their squad up, so it's going to be just Fame Boys remaining for them. But look at this right now. I mean, this is a really, really tough circle here above farm. And this is a battle of the blues. Yeah, there goes Execute out in 9th place. Getting a good finish so far, but need to get some more points if they want to ensure their trip to Super Weekend.
And I really like Elitist United. They're playing really sneaky in the back. Oh, we'll have to get back to that because Solke trying to defend the Harry Potter tower. Zuxi was able to push up to the first floor. Does Zuxi know that there's an enemy right above him?
They were throwing some nades in that direction, so I think it's only a matter of time. But Zuxi can't just push on out because you got Elite United there looking at him. Yeah, Solke is hurt big time. Oh, Ryzen eating some Molotov. Gonna join his teammate here. Cray, gun off. Get that little bit extra run speed. Solke is throwing some nades down there. That would have been really nicely placed. They're already right below him. As Bigetron's holding down Elite United. Oh, 47. Yeah, you cannot eat any more blue zone. That stinks too much. Goes for the lay down instead. Trying to buy some more time. This zone, 39 seconds left.
Cray, tossing a grenade. Right on the outskirts right there. We see the smokes, 47. I don't know how many heals 47 has. At least United, they need these points. They got 2 kills so far this game. Once again, will not be favored in the next play zone. At least United, they cannot catch a break when it comes to their positioning. They might be able to gatekeep, though. They might be able to gatekeep. Yep, Solke cooking the grenades. Molly will be forcing them in the closet.
He's going to eat some of it. And he's going to try to go for this first aid here to buy himself some time. You can just see him trying to throw some nades while up top, trying to see if the bank's open. Ryzen, though, is going to run in for the 1v1 and get the finish, but gets Molotov'd while knocked. That might just be the thirst. Not the best play right there, but Zuxi with some great angle. Oh, what a close nade. Gonna have to count the stars after that one.
Yeah, that was just so close. Cray, I don't know if they are aware of Cray's position. Even if they were, I don't know if they care. They're gonna be pulling up just a little closer on into play zone and the third party, Blue Bees. We forgot about them out there on the east side, trying to third party everybody up there to the north.
All the way from across the field, they're just looking on up, trying to be able to wreak havoc on the rest of these teams, get some much needed points for themselves. RRQ still on top of this hill, using those vehicles as cover. D2, he's gonna head up to that rock right there, jump on out. Holds his position on A1. Nice little lean peek right there. Oh, does get the spot. Just because like really, look at these tight peaks. Great movement from D2E. Trying to get the confirm as well. A1, they're just stuck in full crawl mode right now, all smoked out.
They're trying to just survive right here and avoid the grenades from D2E. RRQ spreading a little too thin. Ernie was holding down Zuxi in the back line, but Ernie was spotted from one of the members from Blue Bees from the east, and that will allow Zuxi to push on into the new play zone. Has his UAS already blown up, has the hard cover. D2E, though, in a skirmish themselves.
Blue Bees doing exactly what they're supposed to, just putting on so much pressure, not allowing these teams with good positions to peek on them at all. And it looks like you could just see Zuxi getting the confirm onto D2E and finishing off RRQ. And so far, Bigetron, 5 kills, and it's only Zuxi remaining. You can just see Blue Bees, Lufa, eyes locked on that tree.
I mean, honestly, Zuxi right there playing such a huge spoiler to RRQ. RRQ, they had the numbers, but they just spread too thin right there towards the end. Next play zone does go on over to the west side. A1, they are in it to win it, but Blue Bees, they have vehicles. They got 6 kills. Let's see if they can come out on top of this push.
This is a great game for all of these squads. All these top 3 teams are squads that are at risk of getting knocked out of this super weekend. That's going to definitely disrupt the scoreboards here in match number 3. Lupa trying to throw some nades on over to Power 888. Bluebee still has this full squad remaining, and they're just trying to hold this position so well and doing a great job of it so far.
Power 888, they got 2 over there, snaking it on out. Blue Bees, they recognize, okay, there's some enemies out there to the south. Now the call comes, do we try to get on into play zone or do we try to take out those snakes in the grass? Meanwhile, A1 overlooking both of these squads, just trying to do everything in the power to get a couple knocks, get a couple picks, so they can have the numbers advantage.
They're doing a great job of being able to get in this circle. Divine with a great knock right there. That blue zone, though, is going to put the pressure on. That's going to be 1 down. And that angle's there. Lufa using all this smoke and fire going all over the place to buy him some time to put his position down. Sinister's going to be the problem right now from that angle.
Blue zone almost completely closed in. Lufa cooking a grenade, going to be tossing that one up. Power 888 a thorn in the side of both Bluebees and A1. 6-9 within grenade range. Going to be tossing that one off the court by the connection. It is good, baby.
Clutch nade right there. Oh, and Lufa getting a big knock as well. I mean, look at these shots from the plays that these guys are making are so clutch. You can see Ice. Oh, he's going to steal the point away from Bluebees. Gonna be 3 kills for Power 888. And it's a battle right now of the solos. Bluebees, the only squad with 2 remaining. And they are just sneaking their way on in. Trying to see who's going to be able to get those remaining knocks and get the chicken dinner.
Ice, baby. Ice, sight lines or tunnel vision onto 6-9. We'll be connecting onto one of the members from Bluebees. 6-9 trying to get the trade here, trying to wrap this one up. 1v1 Hot Jukes.
Here we go. It's a big one. Lufa with the 6x at 4, spraying down like crazy. 6-9 is hurt. He knows it. Lufa's going to run out in the open. Super risky play here. That tree is really, really thin as well. 6-9's got the nade. Who's going to be able to hit these shots? That's what it's all about here.
6-9, that grenade is looking like a victory to me. You might want to cook it. You might want to toss it. Let's see. Can 6-9 get this grenade out? Might have just missed their window of opportunity. Lufa making the push.
Great pre-fire there from Lufa. What a shot. And he's just full on aggression. Bluebees going on in, trying to finish this off strong. And he does it! And he does it in style! Bluebees with the chicken dinner. The confidence that takes to run out in the open there, Dave, and get the win. That's how you do it.
That. Buzzing all over the map. They were all over the place from the drop. They were all aggression. No breaks right there. Lufa, they had 6-9 pinned down. Got a nice couple shots on to 6-9. 6-9 stuck in a very challenging situation, was deciding, do I throw the grenade? Do I heal? Do I pre-fire? A lot of decisions there towards the end, but Lufa not giving 6-9 any time to think.
I mean, 6-9, he had the cover. He was running out wide in the open, and you can just see that instant, like he had that instant sensation of when he was gonna peak, gets that nice little couple headshots right there, and it just added the more pressure to it. If Bluebees continues to play like this, they're gonna be a strong squad to be reckoned with here. This is the Bluebees that I want to see going forward. Just pure aggression and pure confidence from start to finish.
Let's go Bluebees. Let's go Bluebees.
Let's go.
That's game number 3. Let's toss it on over to the experts and see what they have to break down of that game.
Well, hopefully all of it, Dave, because what a finish coming out of Lufa there, like you guys said, coming out right into the open, hitting the shots when it matters, and to be able to pull off the 1v1 clutch to win it for Bluebees. A massive victory as well for this team, considering they were nowhere near safe just yet, but they might be now. I saw your hand on camera. It looks cute.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's kind of you.
All right, well, there we go. Glad we got that out of the way. But let's continue, as you said, to let's break it down and make sure that we are going to have a little look at those final circles, because they were pretty interesting, right? Like the way in which a lot of those teams were posturing. The final snaking was sort of that coin toss that you have, but this is how the points ended up standing. Bluebees right at the top there, 24 points, 9 kills. Not a huge chicken dinner, but a very, very solid entry this late in the day for the week.
What I want to talk about here, especially in this first place, look how even the kill points are over all of these teams. Now, this is
very good.
This doesn't normally happen. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's it. Look, this is what we want. I want you putting the coal in the trade itself. You are supplying it with power. I'm doing the points. Look, it's very, very even. And this is what we would expect from a PMGC tournament, because all of these teams, they get the kills on board, but it just means that we didn't have one single team that flew away in terms of points. So everyone's still catching up with one another right now, but Bluebees, what a fantastic game from them.
I want to go to a point that we've had talked about on the desk quite a few times, and I think we actually talked about it on the one drop. If you guys didn't check that out, make sure you go back and check it. About getting not worried about kills early on, because the kills will come the later you get into the game, right? And I bring that up because A1, they were top 5 with 0 kills. Ended up finishing off the game in 2nd place and getting 4 kills in the meantime. So I kind of want to bring it back to that point of, making sure to play for placements and then let the kills come through, because I am kind of worried for A1 because not consistently doing things like this.
Well, you know, if they don't consistently get those points, they aren't going to make it to the top of the
That is how
tables.
it works.
Look, and speaking about inconsistent point scoring, Na'Vi, right? 2 points, 12 points so far today. They need more than this. They need to be putting in a little bit more legwork right now because they were sat down towards, I think it was 17th place at the start of this game. They were right on the cusp, so getting a 2-point game, really, really bad for them right at this stage. They've got one more game left to play now as well. I believe they are going to be sitting out. Well, no, they are. Are they playing both the remainder?
They have
games, right?
two.
They still have 2 games, so yeah, they are playing the rest of the games for today. So they need to be getting around sort of an 8-point average in those 2 games, maybe looking closer towards a 10-point average if they want to solidify their position and break that 53 boundary.
Yeah, and I mean for Aerowolf Limax, look, they did better. 1 kill. Very good stuff. very good stuff from them. We need to see
Did they
more.
take a mulligan on this game?
Yeah, they took a mulligan on this game. Discard. I mean, what we really do need to see a little bit more out of these guys, just a tiny bit. For Na'Vi, though, you're right. 12 points, need to get a bit more on board. I once again just want to bring it back to Bluebees because I think this team is just constantly improving, changing how they play their game. They took the entirety of that eastern side as well, and we're just controlling it perfectly. And it feels like they're learning new qualities as we go on, new little aspects of the gameplay overall. And it's Lufa to finish out that game. We saw that guy on Reject Scarlet last World League East as well. That guy was really good there on Reject Scarlet, and now he's bringing that same form here to Bluebees. He's a real force to be on that team.
You know, I got to give it to A1 there. I talked about, you know, not really having any kills when they were in top 5. Then they finished off with about 1,200 damage. So definitely doing the damage, just not converting them into kills, unfortunately.
I mean, speaking of that as well, RRQ, look at that bar. It's almost up there with Bluebees as well, finishing down in 5th, only 5 kills, not quite able to capitalize. They weren't quite able to get those rundowns that they were looking for, unfortunately. There was a little bit too much pressure on their back. But I want to talk a little bit more about what you were saying about Bluebees, how, you know, they are showing that they have developed those strategies, but it's again about not being able to employ them every single time, right? They haven't been necessarily pop off in all of their performances. They've had consistently good positions, though, you're right. You know, you're thinking back to specifically the Sandhawk game at the start of today, where we talked about
for Kendi yesterday too.
We talked about 4 AM and the clash that they had on the eastern side. Their ideas were good, the circle didn't favor them, and that's sort of where they came in cropper.
Yeah.
It was the fact that their ideas were still good, right? So that's what we are seeing, that even if they aren't getting points, they're making the right decisions.
Yeah, 100%. And we can take that back to Vikendi yesterday. I think you're very, very right there, John, in the sense that they went down to Digital Athletics from the water, where I think it was Salim who just crawled out and took them down. And it's incorporating those strategies and making them work in those final moments. And I think that they're just on the cusp of like perfecting these things, just there, right? Okay, we just need a little bit more. And I think once they do that, Bluebees will really be a team to be feared. But again, it's very interesting, and I think that today has been a really, really cool day in terms of teams that have started to pop up.
Yeah, and speaking about teams popping up, they have to obviously do that in terms of kills, but also in terms of damage. And we have a new little thing for you guys. Are you ready for this? John, you might like this.
I'm ready.
Our top teams in damage based off today.
Ooh,
Only today.
Love a number, don't I? 4 Angry Men. Look at that. Ooh, love a number. Right up there. But Zeus, a surprise entry, I'd say, to everyone's minds. I mean, they had a good game yesterday. They started off today very strong as well. So the fact that they're up there, not too surprising in terms of what we've seen today, but surprising in terms of their overall standings within the tournament so far. And obviously challenging out with 4 Angry Men and overtaking almost everybody else in terms of those damage numbers. We aren't seeing Bigetron here, we aren't seeing Futbolist here, and we aren't even seeing teams like RRQ here, who had a massive damage game in the previous game that we just saw.
That's true, but going back to your midpoint there, because I was taking good stock of, like, you know, your point, your evidence, your explain. Let's go back to your evidence really quick, because I thought it was interesting when you were talking about how, in contrast to the rest of the tournament, it's very interesting that Zeus would be there in second place so far up in terms of damage. This is like a complete flip-flop from their week 1 coming into here. Like, I would love to see the damage numbers last week compared to the damage numbers this week. I think that would be a very interesting statistic to take a look at.
Well, guess what, Blink? You asked for it. And instead, we're going to get the do-the-do moments actually to take a look at here. But I think one thing we should keep in mind is that was just from today, right? It's not from the entire tournament. It's not from this day 1 and day 2 and week 2. It's just one day. And we've seen teams have a really good day and then a really bad day, or vice versa. So I want to see that number just be kind of consistent. What, stop making fun of it?
Stop saying that Zeus is not going to do well the next day.
Who knows?
Did well yesterday, though.
I mean, yeah, but we also had Secret Gym Secrets, I should say, Team Secret do relatively well week 1 on League Play, and then into the Super Weekend they kind of
bombed out a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, League Play as well, you're playing against different groups, and you're maybe playing versus the groups that might not be having, teams that might not be having the greatest week for themselves. And, next week it might be their turn to pop off, so you have more opportunity to, maybe not take advantage of that over teams who are doing badly, but have a bit of an easier lobby for yourself.
It makes me think of something John said about when you get into Super Weekend, you have 8 less teams to potentially feed off of, right? You have teams that you can't get points from necessarily, so you have more of a chance of getting points in League Play than you do in a Super Weekend.
The average strength of a lobby is mathematically greater in the Super Weekends because you're getting rid of the weakest 8 teams from that week, right? Which means that you are only playing against a stronger lobby. So if you're that 16th place team, you're no longer playing against 4, 5, 6 teams that are lower down in the tables than you are. You're always playing up in terms of that difficulty for that week. So moving forwards, it's not a question of can I just hot drop on a team that's weaker than me and grab those points. It's a question of am I making the right decisions at the right time with the right resources in mind? What are we going to be able to find there? So that's sort of what they're going to have to consider a little bit more.
I think teams also need to figure out a way to consistently get more points as well, because obviously I'd say if you're not one of those teams in top 10 at the moment, I mean, technically it's fine if you're top 16, because I had Futbolist is getting top 4 at the end of this week, but if you're kind of the bottom of the table and you start to have this large margin growing between you and the teams above you, obviously money is a big thing for you, but just making sure you get top 16 is important. So I feel like if you're Execute right now, because they're currently one of the bottom teams with Futbolist, just getting some consistent points every week to make sure that you don't have these really low scoring weeks, or more importantly, you obviously just re-qualify for the Super Weekend to keep another team out that potentially would be qualifying for the very first time, right? I think that's also an important factor, that if you're maybe Execute right now or one of the teams in the lower end, maybe you should start hot dropping teams at the end of League Play to keep them out of the Super Weekend so they can't close the gap against you.
Potentially. I mean, it's bold strategy coming through to try and make that happen. And I would say that it's kind of unlikely that a team is going to dramatically change like that. I think that you're right. It certainly could come through. But I don't think it's likely. Why would you change it when you can get more practice, get more familiar with the surroundings, get more circles on?
The last week, going into the last Super Weekend, I feel like teams need to be doing that then, if you really want to give your chances better.
Only instance I can recall of this happening is EMEA League with Na'Vi guarding out, who was it? Konina Power on the eastern side. They actually set up a full roadblock on Milta on the eastern side. It was quite spectacular. If you're interested, guys, do go and check that out, because that final game over in the EMEA League was absolutely nuts between those two teams. But they were specifically playing to stop Konina Power from qualifying because they didn't want them to be moving forwards. Konina Power qualified in the
strategy.
Yeah, it is. It was absolutely. And Na'Vi could only do it because they had such a clear lead over in that league.
It was 40 points.
It was a huge lead, an insurmountable lead as well.
Speaking about leads, let's take a look now at our overall standings so far within our League Play this week. And you can see we still have Bigetron. Well, not still have. They actually do have a big lead now up against Futbolist, who have been struggling in the last game or two. But we're also seeing 4 Angry Men close that gap that we saw before, down to a 1-point difference. But Bluebees in 4th place, to me, that's probably one of the most surprising things about this top 8 at the moment.
I really love seeing Bluebees there in 4th. That's fantastic. With 60 points as well, it's a good number to be on. No XQF also in 5th, kind of going underneath the radar right now for us. I think they're doing enough work for themselves, and I think being quieter in this League Play, I'm happy with that. Coming to Super Weekend, maybe they can start to bring things up again, but it is just better overall. Second page here, Konina Power at the top with 50 points, but it is so close on this page. There's 12 points that separates from 9th to 16th.
I mean, I'm looking sort of even more specifically towards that boundary. 13th, 40 points, going down all the way to 60. I haven't seen the last page yet, but 38, there's only a 2-point differential there. That is pretty nutty when it comes down to it. Obviously, all of these teams now having played 6 games, this is a good representation of the strength here. Something that was on the first page, I just want to quickly touch on before we move on, is the fact that we had 3 teams over a 12-point average, which is absolutely insane. That is way over any predicted setup, which is, again, continuing starting to spread, to suck up those points towards the top of those tables, which is just creating this volatility. That's why we're seeing such close tables.
If I'm not mistaken, Konina Power was actually 23rd at the start of the day, and they're now tucked away 9th place with 50 points because of their performance so far. Now, as you can see here, these teams would not be qualifying if we did end the day right now.
Spot.
It is very spooky. That's why it's great.
Yeah, this is the spooky spot over here. This is the graveyard. You don't want to be in this area whatsoever. But Archer Gaming, although having a good day. John, come on, I'll let you get round to it. Chill out.
Just like karate chop him.
I know.
Right
I had to karate chop him. It's the only way. But Archer Gaming, to talk about your point, since we are telepathic and we do share minds, 37 points. They are so close to the border of actually getting in to that 16th place. And like you're saying, John, only 2 points between, I believe it was 16th and
13th and 16th. So actually only 3 points between 17th and 16th and 13th there.
This is a good opportunity for the next couple of games for Archer Gaming to try and get into that get into the top 16 to get into the Super Weekend.
Well, only 2 matches left to go for every single team out there, which includes Archer. And speaking of them, we actually had a chance to interview them before the event kicked off. So I really want to know a little bit more about the team. So we'll stay tuned, listen to that. When we come back, our 4th match of the day will be ready.
Hello, my name is John Allen and I'm here with Fabian. We're going to be talking a little bit about the upcoming PUBG Mobile Global Championship. But first of all, Fabian, how are you doing?
지금 좋습니다.
Good to hear. Fantastic stuff from you guys qualifying from your region. You took down T1, who qualified last time, the reigning champions at the Street Challenge. But now you're the only South Korean representatives. Do you feel there's any pressure on you guys to maybe step up and really perform? Or do you think that you're going to have the support of your region and really thrive with that?
저희 팀원들 모두 다 경기 전에 긴장 많이 했고 이제 경기 한두 판 풀어가면서 점점 이제 긴장 풀리면서 게임이 잘 돼서 이렇게 국가대표가 된 것 같습니다.
After your regional stages, the hard-fought victories that you guys earned, are you going to be changing anything? Are you looking to alter your approach when it comes to playing against the rest of the world as opposed to just playing within your region?
내 전략이랑 그런 거 다 바꿀 예정입니다.
So we're going to see a completely new team coming into these global stages. Is it something that you guys are used to, dynamically changing those playstyles, or is this a first for you, having to change so dramatically?
저희는 그 참여하는 팀에 따라서 그 팀들을 분석하고 연습해서 그렇게 전략을 바꿔갑니다. 그 팀들에 맞춰서.
Now that the team list has been released for the Global Championships, are you guys looking at anyone as maybe your particular rivals moving into this tournament? Is there anyone that you're fearing playing against, or maybe even looking forward to?
저희는 무서운 팀이 없습니다.
So there's no team that you fear playing against at all. You're completely free of fear. There's nobody.
네네.
Oh well, Fabian the Fearless. There's quite a moniker for you. We'll see how that pans out for you guys. So you think that you've absolutely got the bead on all of these teams. You sound very confident. What do you think about the strength of the lobby overall, moving into the start of this tournament, of this global championship?
다들 각자 나라에서 이제 제일 잘하는 팀들만 나왔기 때문에 일단 다들 잘한다고 생각을 하고 있어요.
So confident, but still giving the respect to the other teams. I'm a big fan of that. Fantastic stuff. So you guys, coming from the South Korean region, you must have a lot of fans backing you from there. Is there anything that you want to say to them who are going to be supporting you over the coming tournament?
일단 응원해주신 분들 너무너무 감사하고 응원해주시는 만큼 좋은 성적으로 거둬서 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
The PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Now, I want to remind you guys about a contest that we have going on this week. Last week, it was about art. This week, it's about fashion. So we want you to tweet in your entry of your favorite outfits within game to eSports PUBG Mobile with the hashtag PMGC, and Blink himself, the RuPaul here on the show, will be judging your outfits and deciding who takes home the winner and who takes home the extra bit of UC. But it is time to get our next match ready to go. So let's take a look at the schedule today so you guys can see at home what's going to be coming up next. And like always, on day 2 of our league play, it's always going to be Miramar. But we also have 2 new commentators joining us here. You didn't see them on the desk so far today. I hope they're not nervous at all, because this is their one chance to prove to everyone out there they deserve to be in the caster seat. We got Maxman and D-Man to cover the last 3 games to take us into our Super Leakend. How you guys doing today?
Super Leakend. Is that what you went with there? Did you go with another lead pun? Sneaking him in there. We've got to get some Max puns in. He's going to start feeling left out.
It's fine. He's always consistent, at least, when being on the show.
That's true.
How you guys feeling? I mean, we got 3 matches left to go. We got teams still in that danger zone right now of not being able to qualify in. We have teams like Aerowolf Limax, Max, who hasn't been able to get into top 16 just yet when they were there last week.
Yeah, they've been struggling a little bit so far. I'm also going to be focusing on DRS Gaming, currently in 20th position. They're going to be playing in this Miramar game. I would hope to see a Nepali team because, you know, Abrupt Slayers so far, a little bit of a hard one on their side. So hopefully DRS Gaming will be the team to make it in for Nepal.
I'm going to make a bold prediction and say I don't make it see Abrupt Slayers pulling out a 50-point charge in the last 3 games. You never know. You never know, but I don't think so. 2 games to go for them. Obviously, we're looking at Navi again. You know, obviously had a poor league play last week, didn't make it. Are we going to get the same again?
Well, we're going to find out here in a few moments as we hop into our 4th match of the day. It's Miramar with the 2 men on the desk, Maxman and D-Man.
Thank you very much, Jason. So here we go. The bird is in the air, and we are getting ready to go, Max. What are we looking for? Anything you've got your eagle eyes on as the game gets ready to go?
Once we see the mini-map, I'm going to be intrigued to see, because I have a hard time seeing where this playing path is. It's just the main view over here, so we'll be seeing what exactly is going to be happening. But I mentioned it. DRS Gaming is going to be a team I'm looking out for.
Are you trying to say you can't tell where we are by the playing path the second you see that plane?
I can do on every single map except Miramar.
This is a test I've done on quite a few people. You can test exactly where we're going. So it is going to be a northeastern plane down to the southwest over Monte Nuevo, and as we go. So this is actually great for 4AM. They're going to be first out the plane. The Unnamed actually going to be checking them up the top. Tula Armada is where actually 4AM like to drop.
I mean, the Unnamed currently 23rd position. If they want to make it back up there, they need to get some kills. 4 Angry Men might be the team that they want to try and take down in the early stages. Otherwise, in terms of drops, not going to be too surprised about what has been happening so far. Picardo, no Bigetron, they're not in the lobby. Going to be creating a little bit more room for teams like Konina Power to take more control in that compound overall. And out of this one, you know, Nova, they're going to go for a pretty usual drop split towards Minas Generalis also. So far, nothing too out of the ordinary, G-Man.
Obviously, Konina Power are going to be dropping straight down. Let's see where they are. They're the team that's been on the charge. It will be, I assume, at Picardo. But, oh, the circle. I love to see it. It's going down that Los Leones way. Bit of Porto Payaso in there. Impala, maybe. Which way do you think they're going to go? We're going to pull to the coastline, or we're going to have that big city finish we've already seen so far in the Global Championships?
I mean, I've always dreamed of having a finish on, like, the Eastern Islands. I know it almost never happens.
I've had a few, but very rare. They're very rare, like you say, yeah.
I hope that's going to be happening one day on PUBG Mobile Games. But like, yeah, it's a fun finish.
So the thing about that is, right,
yeah,
as with when you get like a normal coastal game, all the action happens in, say, the first 10-15 minutes, and then there's this big lull. So it's actually not as exciting as you may think. It's not as exciting as you may think. But actually, we have a couple of positions. Secret Jin, what a day they've been having down in Valdomar.
Yeah, a look and up for a really good day so far. Valdomar knows a decent position. They can easily make it into the circle by just wrapping around from the southern side next to the coastline. But I'm looking at it this circle, you know, with the playing path, teams that tend to rotate early game might have a little bit of an advantage, as seems like GODSENT, Aerowolf Limax, and Abrupt Slayers having a little bit of an intertwined engagement in the early stage.
That is some big hits from range onto GODSENT. It's Reeves that's down there. Wouldn't have any armor, of course, by now. He's literally literally just dropped straight out. So let's grab a weapon. You can see he is pinned with nothing right now. He does have a weapon on his back. Couldn't make out exactly what that is, but he doesn't want to take a fight right now because you can see Joker up on high with an SKS ready to burn.
Yeah, it seemed like GODSENT really wanted to try and stretch that drop in location towards Los Leones. Unfortunately, they got caught napping midway, and that's going to be Reeves kind of pinned down. No meds whatsoever, nothing to really fight with. And the moment he decides to move away, then Joker might be able to capitalize on it. But Ronare of Aerowolf was indeed peaked down. And Aerowolf, they're gone back. They're going straight to Los Leones. They do not want to take this fight in the open whatsoever. It is not worth it. And also, Jason mentioned it earlier. They're a team that they need to get some big games, and they can't afford to take this fight so early on. It is not going to help them out, D-Man.
Konina Power, of course, no Bigetron within the lobby. It does mean they get Picardo for free. Obviously, at the battle we'll be watching, they actually adjusted, and it kind of backfired on them, right? They went over to sort of Graveyard Way and over to Minas Generales, and then they got caught up in a little bit of crossfire. We did just see some damage coming through there on the Abrupt Slayers, a team that obviously drops in and around Picardo as well. You can see them still getting this GODSENT player pinned. It does look like they may well just give up on this one, or they're going to go for the straight push. Oh, he's just going in. I think Joker wanted to get picked up there.
Pick me up, dude. Why gotta let me behind like that? But yeah, Chari's just going to still gather some information. Rolkis, though, slowly going to be joining up this cocktail of a fight in the early stage. I think that Reeves is still severely underlooted, had a chance to do absolutely nothing. Oh, it's just a few bandages. This is like the poorest loot I've ever seen. At least he can heal in the car a little bit, and hopefully they'll be able to make it towards a compound. But I mentioned it really early on, right? Oh, wait. Are they going to find it?
Will they land one? I mean, you can see he's on nothing, and they will catch him. He didn't have a chance to really heal up. You bandage in as they drove, and that will be Reeves gone. The hero save mission has not worked out. Rolkis is just going to drive away and make sure he doesn't get caught out as well.
An absolute barrage of bullets is coming out. I think that Rolkis, this is maybe not res worth taking. They can definitely spot you out from a distance.
He's got no armor either.
He's got nothing.
He's got nothing either.
Yeah.
This is really costing GODSENT. A team that, well, could do with getting the points at the moment. They are going to be able to get the revive off. I think they've got enough. The question is, are they going to be able to get the flank on? You see, they're already getting the vehicles. Are they? The question is, right, are they committing too much to get a single point here?
I mean, I think that they have
time-wise.
Like, they're currently top bottom of the... Well, top bottom. They're the bottom of the standings. Like, they need to take any fight. They only got 2 more games remaining here. Like, every point might make the difference in the long run. So Joker, Leon, very slowly but surely making their way up top. And Rock is like, sorry, mate. Yep. Sorry, mate. I just can't go for the res. I'm going to let you here and go down, as that's going to be a point confirmed for the Abrupt Slayers.
So Leon will finally get his man. It was Joker that started all the action off. What's happened elsewhere? Well, Loops have wrapped completely around. They've got into the hills of Los Leones. Remember, everybody's going to be thinking of that finish we had in Los Leones when we had a circle come this way. Of course, being in just phase 1, it is a monstrous circle. There is a whole lot of area this could pull to. It goes all the way up to Junkyard. Even Picardo is still encompassed by this circle. So rotation-wise, very interesting always I find on Miramar is to look whether people do go for that central position, do go for that edge, or just the prime compounds, as we see Rays having some pot shots from range.
Yeah, Power 888 trying to make their way through, just a little bit of a line of sight. As they're trying to go pretty central, they were in a circle already, but that is not enough. They want more. They want that circle under control, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to be potentially clashing. We know already this clash just Lord Athletics, but also there is Nova X-Quest Dev lingering in the shadows away from their position, so Power 888, without really realizing so, they might put themselves in a little bit of a sandwich position where it's going to be really hard for them to extract themselves out of that situation as a whole. But so far, teams that have been rotating also from the southern western edge is going to be the side of Secret Jin. DRS Gaming also looking for those mountaintop positions to have some really dominant scouting in the early stage.
It's not been a great day for DA. They did well yesterday. You know, they've got enough points. I feel that they're close to being secure. They just need a little bit more. They've still got 2 games to play with, of course, but they're still sort of in that mix of a crazy amount of teams from around about 14th, well, 13th, let's say 14th. Even there's like, what did he say? There was a 3-point differential all the way down across about 6 teams. It's pretty scary. Just shows how close it's bottling up right now. And as I say, DA, they're comfy, they're in the compound, they've chosen to go for that compound. Zeus are actually choosing to sit on the edge of the circle right now, as are the Blue Bees, and expecting Team Secret looking like maybe going to take a big South Road swing here. We've seen the likes of RRQ, they're not in the lobby this time, but make these big wide swings. Alpha 7, it hasn't been a day to remember for them either. They're looking to track down Secret Jin here. This is the south side of the map, down Los Higos way.
I mean, I do like the fact that even though they are going for a 4-man car rotation, they're just like getting out, making sure no one's in front of them to make sure they don't get squad wiped because of a 4-man car rotation. You want to make sure when you're doing such a risky move that no one is going to be putting a few pebbles in your shoe. So far, Alpha 7 doing pretty decent, but like the Unnamed and the 4 Angry Men in DD-Man are going to be taking a little bit of an early skirmish. And seem like the Unnamed is having actually a little bit of a decent fight. They got some high ground position. 4 Angry Men a little bit spread away from each other, might be struggling to actually take this engage.
Well, they certainly need the points. We talked about it with Abrupt Slayers. They'd be happy to take the fight, 4 AM. They're safe, they're secure. They'll happily pull up and go for one of these fights. Svan looking to secure his MVP status across the whole tournament, let alone just to this week. He's had a magnificent tournament so far. Jin going to find himself a cracker on Raven from range.
Good shots coming out all around the board, but they're going to be ticking down because of the blue. It is phase 1. It's okay. You can stick around if you want. I'm not going to be against that. But Saki, he wants a piece of this fight. He wants a piece of the Unnamed.
That's a good
Raven, that's going to be a flush. That's going to be Xingye picking that one up right off the bat. 4 Angry Men now down still to 3 players. Sook did go down in the early stages, but Ran, he's going to run his way up there.
That's a good flank. That's a good position. He's got around the side of them, but they realize that he's there, and the initial shots didn't pay off for him. Q will go down. Ran will get himself one. Should be able to confirm it.
Oh, no.
Save comes out from Hasaki, and he manages to take him down, and he's going to get the revive back off, and the Unnamed are out.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. Hasaki will get the res. They got a buggy right next to them, like perfect to make their way into the circle. So off to a really good start for 4 Angry Men. And the Unnamed are not going to be having the best of start. Well, they're actually dead, so not a good start whatsoever. So that's going to be very unfortunate for the long term. But the circle we know has been pretty decent. It did take a lot of the water out, so that means a lot more mainland is going to be remaining. We might have another Los Leones finish over here.
It's certainly pulling in. There's still a whole lot of real estate to play with. Obviously, it goes all the way up to Graveyard, effectively, the circle right now, and then down to Puerto Paraíso. So it's a large expanse, Miramar. The circle certainly lending that way. There is a bit of a cluster forming over on the western edge. And hello. That's going to be Nima pulling up to try and scout. They've been tracking in behind Team Secret all along.
Secret Jin now. They're going to be encountering this team. They get the information, drops out of the car. Nemo with the M4, he's got 30 bullets, should be able to get Kengzo down pretty quickly, but the information's been given over. But look at that, the high ground position of GODSENT is going to be huge with AJ on the side. So here Secret Jin definitely not deciding of their fate. They're going to be struggling on this engage.
Just having a little peek, it hasn't been great. DRS, we saw glimmers of hope from them earlier on. Secret Jin, though, they've been on a bit of a tear today, and you can see Cosmos already landing that shot from range. A real nice off angle from Cosmos there. And now AJ and Nima are questioning whether this is going to work out. There's Cosmos, there was the off angle you can see coming through. Does manage to get the molly down. That's Kenzo getting dropped, though. As Nima continues to push, he can't get over the ridgeline. You can't expose yourself, you just silhouette the second you go from there, and 2K does manage to get the knock.
Yeah, Cosmos is going to be looking for AJ. They're really fighting for control of this high ground spot. Whoever takes control will be able to get a huge advantage in the fight. Cosmos takes the fight, AJ drops down, and that should be a flush in a matter of seconds. That will indeed be the case. 2 kills so far for Secret Jin. And now they just got to try and clean it up. Look for all the remaining players of the other team, and then focus to find a decent spot to scout from into Los Leones.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if Mafia Ninja wants to get involved in this one. Simply peace out. Never in doubt. Honestly, Secret Jin, they are a hot team today, have been performing very well. And going back to earlier on, obviously we saw Archer, who went down south as well. They were scouting out Secret Jin as they went along the coastline. They're finally coming in out of the blue, so it's a real late, slow rotate down south for them. The Bluebees also doing similar. 4 AM, keeping track of theirs. Obviously, we saw them engaged in the fight with the Unnamed earlier on. Up the north, they are just coming slowly into the circle near Minas Generalis.
Yeah, especially because they did lose Sugt. I think they want to play more edge of circle, taking a very passive, slow approach to these fights. They don't want to really take it head on. But yeah, Bluebees, you just mentioned it. They got a 2-2 split. They're entering the southern western edge. They should be able to find a few mountain top positions, get that information under their belt. But the circle is about to shift, and I really want to see, like, it does seem like we will be having another Los Leones finish. That last time was won by RRQ Athena, but RRQ Athena is nowhere to be seen into this one as Group C is not playing, so maybe another team will be able to snatch that one. on, the circle comes up, and it does go up northwest.
So a couple of things to talk about with the circle. Obviously, you can see the road straight down the middle, and it's a pretty deep valley. There's a lot of very strong compounds outside of it. Nova, at the moment, Nova XQF have a fantastic position. Powerboy in a pretty much what I call a god compound, effectively. It has this massive rain of vision all across the sea, and he's going to see, well, 14 teams heading his way right now.
Maybe a bit much, okay? You might want to try and regroup, get back as a 4-man team, because you know the chances of you getting crashed on are extremely high. DA are going to start pushing on early, followed up with Aerowolf Limax, Secret Jin also going to do a similar fashion. But for Men, they're the teams that are potentially the happiest with this circle rotation, right? They were in the northern side, in the blue, got a really decent spot, but La Bandita still has a little bit of his portion into play with a now nice mountaintop. Maybe some good scouting could be done from that spot, as DA will be taking a little bit of an early game fight.
I wonder who's going to read this circle shift and think, okay, let's go for a wide rotate. Let's see how it's going to work. 4 AM at the moment, their position is golden. They're the only northern team in the entirety of the lobby that has come down this way. You can see Digital Athletics getting pressured. Power 888 trying to put the damage down on there. Meanwhile, we see GODSENT and Bluebees clashing in the kill feed. That is way down south. I don't know why they're fighting down there, but it's not involved, not even a position of power. They're just fighting.
Yeah, you should definitely be aiming for the circle at this point in time. Selim's going to be a little bit locked in the terrain of Miramar, going to be struggling a decent amount. But it seems like the teams in the south are starting to understand this fight is not worth it. Here it is, Clash, Digital Athletics. They're going to go for the crash on Power 888. The grenades will be flying on by, but Gewi will jet drop right away.
Hop, skip, and a jump. Silas comes around. He's had a banging day, manages to get Gewi down quick and easy. He's got a nade cooked up. He wants to try and pop it straight in the room. Meanwhile, Ray's around the side, gets himself another as Icy goes down. Silas does get picked off by Gonzo. Gonzo with the off angle, making it work. Obviously, they were trying to push and pressure the house. And now they're just going to back away and get their teammates back on their feet. They did lose Soulless somewhere along. You can see they were down to 1 player. Power 888 with the 2 alive. Might try and push the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Konina Power, you know, after that win out on Vikendi on their high horses, they're thinking of potentially finding an opportunity to make their way inside this compound, look for a sneaky third party, and snatch a few more kills along the way. But this is not the only fight that's currently happening. You've got DRS Gaming versus Alpha 7 in the south of the map that's currently unfolding. Zeus eSports, GODSENT also trying to create and puncture the circle to find a decent spot to play around. But Abrupt Slayers, they're the team to come to my mind. Like, they're taking a wild rotation around the western side in the blue to make it inside the circle because north is currently free.
Big nade onto Salim. Now Silas is the one that will try and get the revive back up. He's got it heated up. No, Salim is gone. Done and dusted, so managed to revive Silas, and well, it's cost him, unfortunately, and no one really coming out on top. You can see up in the hills, GODSENT having a little peek at this third party, this circle shift. Ooh, right on top of 4 AM. Nova's 2-2 split, paying dividends. You can see Powerboy going to join King, and they're just going to cross on over and look for position. Now, this circle is very interesting to talk about because Impala has this huge cliff edge along the side. Where 4 AM right now, that is effectively a giant plateau of a hill. And all the teams coming towards that, it's going to be very tricky for them now.
I think a lot of teams are thinking of potentially crashing this one very soon. But Konina Power, I talked about it, maybe want to go for a third party, but like, you know what? Position in circle is way more important, which is going to be their main focal point. Though in south, they took some fights and rotations have been a little bit delayed in the southern edge, and now teams are going to get clustered, going to get too close to each other, and fights will be breaking out left, right, and center. As I say that, Zeus are going to be under fire by Potato of Aerowolf Limax.
This is all south. You got Zeus, Aeromax, Alpha 7 involved in there. Archers are all down there. Bluebees are getting involved. It is very clustered on the south side because it's pulled to the northeast 2 times, actually. Meanwhile, Konina Power and Abrupt Slayers over on the far western side as Aeromax get in position, but you can see Archer scrambling for the vehicles.
Yeah, Hazelnuts, the IGL, is going to be going down for Aerowolf Limax. He's going to be, unfortunately, a casualty in this fight. GODSENT's been going for very sneaky rotation, all in the back end of Impala on that mountaintop's position. They're going to have a lot of intel making their way into this next phase of Phase 4. But now Zeus, they got to full send it. Get into the car, get into those muscle cars, and make it straight inside. But Nova still holding on strong with that 2-2 split here, D-Man, are trying to make sure that no teams in the south or the west will find a decent entry point.
And no, yeah, 2-2 again. That's brave at this point.
Brave.
So they've gone for the strong road position, which is a couple of shacks in a road there. Alpha 7 instead. Oh no, they're going to have to make a vehicle compound here. They've popped the smokes down. They're trying to get out of there. They're still outside the circle edge. You can see archers ahead of them. That is pretty much the borderline right now that they're aiming to get into. But that's the edge of the city. You've got Loops in there. You've got Secret Jin in there. If you go left, you've got Nova with the two-man split. It's a real tricky territory right now.
Yeah, I remember what John said just a few days ago. He said, when you get into one of these city finishes in the late stage, you're committing to it. As Alpha 7 Law is going to find that kill onto Edo-chan. Bluebees are out in 13th. 12 teams now remain.
They are theoretically safe if the points do stand. I think they hit 60 points in that last matchup.
They were fourth.
After having a great position, yeah, so theoretically they should be okay. Another team, actually, Zeus, had a cracking week so far. They're looking like they've made it through. Hazelnut's being confirmed. We saw him getting knocked earlier on there. And at the moment, this is looking very tricky. There's your points on your screen, just to confirm. This is the cutoff at the moment. Team Secret not playing, of course. Alpha 7 out in the field, struggling with Aerowolf, who have just sent it. Potato has absolutely sent it for center and try and get as best position as he can.
This is a big F in the chat for the side of Archer Gaming. They were in 17th position before this game. They got one more game remaining to make it into this second Super Weekend. That's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders. But Alpha 7 now, they made it. They took that 5 versus Archer Gaming, the Korean team, and now they're going to make it towards these water towers. And they're on the edge of circle. Is fine for the time being, but that really depends on where the next circle is going to go, because I'm seeing a trend here. No one is in the center of the circle because there's no compounds, there's no buildings.
Nova with a 3-1 now. I think Powerboy is going to join them, but at the moment he's solo holding off the rest of the team. Zero, caught behind that ridgeline. You can see Order absolutely got them dead to rights there. The circle pulls to 4 AM again. What is happening today?
They love them.
It is magnetized onto 4 AM all day long. And Potato also in there, by the way, from Aeromax, one of the players, the solo player for Aeromax, and they need the points, they really do. But that hillside, it's such a large area spread still. I cannot emphasize how big that hill is to try and control for 3 players. There's no chance.
I mean, Potato's going to be harvested really soon. He's going to be taken out of the equation extremely quickly going into this one. But now the circle, indeed, it did go in favor of foreign men. Teams from the west, you've got Abrupt Slayers, Nova, XQuest Def, Klas, DA, and also Konina Power. And talking about Konina Power, can have a 2-man car rotation. Robton and Axa making their way towards Nova, XQuest Def. That's Powerboy. He knows what's happening, and he's ready to take this fight.
So he's been fighting solo against the Abrupt Slayers, and now he's got Konina Power pushing up to try and third party. He wants to just get involved with everything he can. Konina Power have come over to try and get the kills, and they've got to be careful they don't get swung in on here. They do manage to pick up the 1 on D8. Getting the second one as well. Zeus gets finished off. That was further down the field by the 3-man Nova Power squad that are holding out at the moment in the hills. I say Power because they are a force to reckon with. I think they're going to join. Yeah, Jimmy's come up to back up Powerboy now, so he's come across the road. The rest of Nova XQF are now coming. Konina Power, got to be careful. They got a 4-man squad heading their way.
I mean, they got Black, White, and Gonzo currently in the circle. That might be allowing them to stop Nova XQuest Def from actually making it inside the circle himself. But Order and King, they're making their way towards that 2-man split inside the circle itself.
Oh no!
Some Molotovs are coming on through. Gonzo's getting cooked up. Gordon Ramsay would be happy about that one.
Down he goes. A little too well done, I think, for Ramsey's flavor. But look at this. Look at the kill feed. Xingei's getting involved. 4 AM, starting to get the third party on, and they managed to get in. Abrupt Slayers, unfortunately for them, it's another duck for them. Hasn't been a great day. But oh, hello. Where did Zeus just come from? Emily actually got in there and got a knock on Nova. That may give Konina Power a glimmer of hope.
Seemed like that play of Konina Power sending their players forward to make sure they don't get engaged out in the blue by Nova was definitely a really good play. But here it is. Order going to spot out Konina Power, and Konina Power blown to smithereens. They are struggling to hold on to that spot. Only Black, White is now remaining in this fight. As here it is, now the fight's going to be coming on through. Alpha 7 from Brazil, they want a third party on Nova and Konina Power.
They were sitting on the edge of Impala, and they've been drawn to the gunfire, drawn to the fight. They know they need the points to try and get themselves into that super weekend. There's a lot to ask for here, though, as you can see. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, Secret Jin and Loops, they are going at it on the edge of Impala at the same time. We want to keep on this battle. We do see Digital Athletics, they were pushing in, they get caught out. just Black-White is the last man standing for Konina Power now. They've been wiped out, but Alpha 7, they could come up and catch Nova off guard.
Yep, seem like Loops. They're the ones that are going to die out into the compound of Impala. Only Genzo is going to be remaining for Secret Jin. One-man team actually makes it out. Great angle by Black-White is going to be held down. Before Angry Men, how much did you pay the Circle Gods to get that?
It's
Three times in a row. What?
Jingye is just sitting there loving life. Now, this is actually working well in favor of GODSENT. Obviously down to 2, but it's still looking good for them. They might be able to get it. Sorry, down to 3. They lost Reeves very early on, the first kill of the game. Look at Black-White, still solo, but still trying to get it done. The nades come through. I think that was his own vehicle explosion. I think he was just trying to knock the car, and I think he blew himself up.
Yeah, Alpha 7, they want to try and put the nail in the coffin for Nova. X-Quest Death Order is the only one now remaining. The shots will come on through. 82K coming in from the back as the Chinese team of Nova X-Quest Death are out, and Black-White gets spotted. Singing like, wait a distance. I see that pic's out of place. Bye-bye. See you later.
4AM just... I mean, this is the most they can do because nobody's come near them right now. They're harvesting the kills from range. You can see 9 points already on the board. 4 Angry Men. They have been dominant throughout, I think, Super Weekend and League Play. In fairness, they have been one of the strongest teams, certainly in the Global Championship so far. But GODSENT, can they deliver? Rollkiss gets caught out. Navy going down. Navi and Navy, they're all in the same one. Zuku's out. Is he going to just sit and try and...
I think he's healing.
Heal it out? Is he going to try and heal it out while the rest send it? Rollkiss is doing what he can. No, he's going for it. He's charging in. Oh, no. No first aids left. Oh, it's going to be Alpha 7. This could be a massive result for Alpha 7. They need as many points as they can. And you can see 4AM, they're just silhouetting enough that they might find a knock.
Actually, Alpha 7 saved GODSENT. The fact that they took down Svan actually allowed Zuku to make inside the circle. Sure, he's still got a long way to go, but this might be the brink of survival for him making it through into this game. But Alpha 7 now, they've got to make it through. They're all together, but Hazaki, he wants to take some control.
Jingye's just jumped in a vehicle to get involved in this fight and come charging over. They do get Rollkiss down. They're pushing in, but as you say, that's given Alpha 7 a massive advantage to try and push across their little valley they have here and get involved. The nades back and forward. Rans come through. Doesn't work out, and that's a wide swing. Zuku will go down. GODSENT are out in 3rd position, and now Alpha 7 up against 4AM.
That was a huge game for GODSENT. 17, they were in 14th position before this one, able to solidify their spot in the top 16. But now Alpha 7 and 4 Angry Men, the 2 only teams remaining. 4 Angry Men kicked off the day with a chicken dinner on Sandhawk. Might be able to take another one, but that grenade indeed on Asaki will put him down. 4 Angry Men down to 1 player.
It's all on Jingye. Can he do it? We know he's a strong player. Asaki will go down the play zone, but it was Alpha 7 that will collect the kills, collect the points. They've been looking, they've been hunting for points all game long. Jingye, they know where he is. He's in the smoke. The molly comes through, then the spread's not there, but Alpha 7 will come out on top. A chicken dinner goes their way. A fantastic performance, and a team that absolutely needed the points coming into this game.
They had 16 points before this game. Now in just one game alone, they got 24 points. They outdone their results in all the games prior that they played in this league stage of the 2nd week. As you mentioned it, like exactly the game they needed. That was huge.
And while 4 Angry Men obviously didn't need the points coming into this one,
they took him anyways.
The circle went to them. But for Alpha 7, they were involved in this massive scrim down the south. The circle kept pulling up to the northwest, and they had to move with it every single time they were involved in that 5-way battle outside of Impala. They got to Impala. They had to fight again. They moved over to Nova. They fought Nova. They fought Konina Power. They're involved in everything.
Damn, I'm really happy as one team here. It has to be GODSENT. From the MEA League, you know, they took themselves a 3rd position thanks to Zuku, despite losing Reeves really early on, as you mentioned, and they were able to take themselves so many frags. They were in 14th position before this game, and that's going to be able to once again solidify their spot in that top 16 and hopefully qualify for their first Super Weekend.
Yeah, Konina Power hunting for kills. Wasn't quite to be this time, you know, but they went aggressive, which is the right play, I think, looking for that little valley. But unfortunately for them, Nova, they're ready and waiting.
Yeah, Nova were definitely super ready for that one. That 2-2 split was very, very confident, but it worked out absolutely awesome. But with that said, we're going to be tossing it right on over to the experts.
What a game indeed, and I really have to say again what Max said of how much did you pay the RNG gods there to get the zone on you so many times for 4AM. And John, if I'm not mistaken, that's not the first time today they've had zone.
No, they've had a couple of pretty good fortunate shifts going their way. Sanok, Vikendi, they've had some likely shifts over their ends, and it's been quite the viewing experience to watch them capitalize on those.
Indeed. Yeah, but let's go back a bit. I mean, it's the let's roll it back. For Kendi, as well as that one, they were gifted the circle. They had pretty much whole control over it, and that's twice in a row they've not been able to snag the chicken dinner. So it's a little bit unfortunate. I feel like they're not taking as much advantage as I'd like them to. But we had it was great for Alpha 7. Happy for Alpha 7. Both teams ended up with 24 points. And like D-Man said, for Alpha 7, that was a very, very important game for them with a 15-point chicken dinner coming through.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate final part of that battle. I mean, obviously with GODSENT coming in and the knock actually from Alpha 7, I feel like it was the perfect storm to dismount that position for 4 Angry Men.
Yeah.
It was unfortunate, and that massive nade over the top as well coming through to knock the player out.
Oh yeah, you can't discredit Alpha 7.
You can't discredit both Alpha 7 and GODSENT's gumption in that final set of circles. So fantastic stuff from them. 4 Angry Men, maybe they could have found a way, but in the heat of battle, I just don't know if it's if it's going to be possible to find that. But again, Konina Power still on that 5th place, 11 points, keeping themselves in the running, close to the end now. They've got the finish line in sight to qualify.
I love that though from Konina Power 100%, just because all day it seems to be that they are on the ball, and you know that's what I said at the beginning. There was like, look, this is a team that's quite streaky. It's great now seeing that we're having a much more linear line in terms of collection of points right now, which is very, very nice. I'm enjoying it.
Are you enjoying the amount of ways we're finding to stay consistent?
Yeah, I am.
I feel like I actually did pretty well there.
That was pretty good.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Also, I think that puts Konina Power probably like safe now, because if I'm not mistaken, they're at 50 points before the match, 61 now, so over the predicted bubble of 53 points. Let's take a look though at our second page to see how the points to end up for the rest of the teams out here. And well, I mean, Zeus gets another 4 on the board. Loops get another 3. Archer as well. Abrupt Slayers. Don't think that's going to be enough. I don't think they can possibly score enough points next game to break into top 16, as John is calculating in his head.
I think they had 6 points last game.
It's possible.
At the start of last game, they have 8 points now. Yeah. 1 game remaining. It's possible.
It's possible.
Mathematically possible, but mathematically really
improbable.
Very improbable.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite phrases coming into this tournament.
It's not fair. You guys are talking with your minds to each other, and I'm just sitting here waiting.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
We're just in there. It's all good. I think what we were talking about earlier, though, we were talking about 4AM, right? And we were kind of criticizing them. I think it's fair that we criticize them, even though they are right at the top, just because there were some little things there where we're like, we don't expect this from 4AM. And I think when you're such a good team like that, even the little things you can start to nitpick at. And I think if they were doing worse, then we wouldn't have those same concerns.
See, I don't know, because I feel like they're so far ahead of everyone in terms of like they're going to qualify. They can just relax and have a bit of fun with it, right? So maybe the mistakes will come with just them, taking the foot off the gas. I mean, they still scored 24 points in that match. They still got tied top points in the game overall from that one.
Terrible performance.
Yeah, horrible. What are they even thinking? Let's take a look at our do-to-do moments, though, from this last match. And hopefully start to break down some of the plays here. More importantly, maybe towards Alpha 7, because again, that was a game that they desperately needed if they want to have a chance, because we have one game left for Group B and 1 game left for Group A.
They are a team, and that was a game that they desperately needed, as you say. I think that Alpha 7 has been a very interesting team over the course of these last few days.
Weird things coming through, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's the team that we didn't quite expect from that region. I think we talked about it before. It's not the team that you expect from the Americas to be popping off. That's Loops, right? That should be them at the top. But Alpha 7 has been reaching up towards the top of those tables time and time again. We're seeing their name in the running, and I'm really impressed with how they've been performing. They have had down points though, and they do need to start to bring up those valleys so that the troughs, so that the peaks look a little bit better.
So kind of just in general be more consistent.
I would quite like a more... Look, what I'd like is that when I'm running with Alpha 7, I'd like a much more, even path. I don't want to be climbing any hills or descending anything. I don't want to hurt my knees.
You don't want to be unfreezing and refreezing your performance. You want it to just stay the same.
Exactly. You want to be a nice constant.
Nice medium.
A medium rare. Yeah.
Chicken dinner. You want to keep the amplitude of that variation way down.
I don't know if you want any sort of rareness when it comes to a chicken dinner, to be honest. I'm pretty sure that's not good for you.
Yeah. Well,
you do want the same. You do want the same heat throughout. You want to keep it so that everything is contiguous.
I like me a common chicken dinner, mate.
I do go back into your point about Alpha 7, like not the team expected to come through America as being probably the top performing team. I feel there's a lot of teams, and I think we discussed this before on the desk, that are living in shadows of other teams, especially if you look at Southeast Asia. Every team there will be in the shadows of Bigetron, and I feel like Alpha 7 are making their moves here to prove that they're the best team and that, you know, Loops can't really relax at all. They need to consistently keep performing and improving if they want to be the best team in Brazil.
And Alpha 7 was the 4th seed coming out of their region. You have to remember that. I mean, they were behind Execute there by I think it was 1 point in the end after the ruling. So that's very impressive that they're having such a strong impact here moving forwards.
All right, well, Blank, I'm hearing you have something you want to break down for us over at the Telestrator. So why don't you get on, get out of here, get up.
God,
tell us what you're going to do.
The amount of times you guys have seen me run over here is unreal at this point. But
hustle.
So let's take a look at this really quickly, because this is what I want to check out mainly is Lufa's point of view on this final fight, on our angle actually. So we're not going to go on Miramar, we're going to take it back a little bit. And I just want to talk about a little bit more about Blue Bees and Lufa, because this guy is really, really good. I mean, just looking at this right now, it's very bold, drops down. He has a kind of approximate idea where he sees that player, and the initial couple of damage hits coming through is very, very important for this guy. I think that looking at this, when he gets that first initial shots off, he's like, okay, I've got this guy pinned down. What he's going to have to do is probably go for a heal. So in this position, I can start moving up, put the pressure on. And Lufa doesn't want to leave up any of that pressure whatsoever. So he immediately heads to the next bit of hard cover, which is here. So he's constantly thinking about where do I need to go? How do I need to move forward? Really, really good. Hot Jukes mentioned very, very aptly on the cast is a very thin tree. So Lufa's like, you know what? I've got to go. I've got to get going. This is not enough cover for me whatsoever, but it's bought me a little bit of time. Again, you can see there, A1, they've just got that heal off and they're peeking around, but it's really, really bold. If we just go forward, obviously Lufa's just trying to get a painkiller off, but again, he knows he needs to go for this very, very shortly. So we just skip it forward a bit, gets boosted up, moves to the next piece of hard cover. Again, it's just this whole idea of he's keeping this player locked down. And I think that the big thing for 9 here on A1, 6-9, is the fact that he's kind of not committing to anything. Whereas Lufa, he's like, actually, I'm just going to push. That is my main goal right now. Push and apply pressure. 6-9's like, do I heal? Do I go for the fight? I'm not sure. And I think this fight in particular just shows you the power of committing to something early on. And the idea that Lufa had here was that I'm just going to go in. I've got the initial damage in. I'm going to make it happen. And I think there are too many teams out there at the moment that don't commit themselves to a fight or commit themselves to a singular rotation. And that's kind of the downfall sometimes. So I really love that from Blue Bees, especially considering that we keep talking about how they make that consistent improvement. It's lovely to see, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think it's another time we've seen them be kind of unorthodox. I think with the very end of a match, we had a match on, I believe it was Miramar against Konina Power, or maybe Erangel. They played against Konina Power in the final zone, and they actually went into the blue to heal while trying to force the player of Konina Power, I think it was Black-White, yeah, it was definitely Miramar, to come towards them, because obviously want to take the damage from the blue, and it allowed them to pick that up. Yeah. And we were all a little bit confused in the moment.
Vikendi, actually.
It was Vikendi.
Yeah.
You know, there's 4 maps, and I chose the wrong one every single time.
If there's healing in the blue, it's Vikendi. That's all I'm saying.
But they pulled it off. It was unorthodox, but it worked, and it caught teams off guard, and it was really cool to see.
I mean, he might be called Lufa, but he ain't no scrub. He's definitely got that on lock. Their final circle play is actually very, very strong, but it's a question of getting there unscathed.
Certainly cleaned up there of A1.
Definitely came out smelling fresh at the end of that game. You can see here, though, Foreigner Man in first place with 101 points. The only team to take 2 chicken dinners. What? I don't know what that was. I think we had someone just randomly come into the studio there. Futbolist, third place, 78 points.
Miley Cyrus, 101.
I only listen to good
Keep it to yourself. Futbolist, you're right. Third place, 78 points. There's a big gap now opening between these top 2 teams. And this is what Bigetron have been talking about for the whole time, right? They want to show that they can take on the Chinese squads. This is where they can prove that. They topped out last week. The Chinese teams weren't near there. Last time around, it was Loops who came in second. But now it's 4 Angry Men that they have to overcome.
So let's keep our eyes on the teams at the moment that have 7 matches played. GODSENT, they have gone above that predicted 53-point bubble. So in theory, they should be safe, but we have teams like Loops who are still not yet past the bubble. We got Power 888 KPS, we got Klas Digital Athletics, Archer Gaming. These teams have 1 match left to go, and it's becoming troubling times for them because if they play in the next match, then they might not. Actually, yeah, I'm going to check if they actually will be playing the next match, but they don't want to play with the hands out of their fate.
That will be.
Yeah, it's being seeded.
8, yeah.
So to not be able to play the last match of the day, to have to watch everyone else play, it's kind of like, all right, well, we just have to hope some teams lose and do bad, and that's never a situation you want to be in.
No, it never is. Never is. But you have to remember as well, there's teams below them with 6 games played, which means that those teams are going to be the ones looking to jump up and challenge for those spots with a lot more power at their back. You see the majority of this page has that 6 games played, with the exception of obviously the 3 teams there that you can see. 7 points on 7 games. That is
still better than Max.
Let's
Nice.
He's giving us the eyes from up on the desk over there. Let's just take a quick look at Na'Vi, because we keep pushing this story all day. And look, they need to hit a 10-point average over their last 2 games to even hit that 53. And even so, John says that there is a plus or a minus of 2 there. So even if they do get the 10-point average, there is still a chance they don't make it in. I'm looking also at Execute, 2 more games to play at 48. It's pretty easy to get into that 53-point bubble. It's not many points ahead of it. It's 53, 5, not 55. It's 5 points they need to grab. It's not too many, unless they go out 16th twice, which is very unlikely of Execute, especially with Zute on side, who is that last zone warrior, especially when it's just him by himself.
Yeah, and Bigetron right next to him to say, hey, what's up? How you doing? We're going to head to a break here while we get the next match ready to go. But I remind you guys one more time, we do have the lightweight installation mode out there. If you haven't seen what it is, we'll check it out now and come back here for our penultimate game of the day.
Lightweight installation function available now.
The PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
All right, we're back. Penultimate game underway here in just a few moments. Let's take a look at the schedule. You all right?
Yeah.
You okay?
Fine.
He's vibing.
Just can't believe you guys never heard of Zoe 101. It's very upsetting. To be fair, it's okay for you. Actually, it's okay for you as well, because you definitely don't seem like you watched any TV shows as a child. You were just on your abacus the entire time.
I only had 5 channels growing up.
Sorry, Hannah Montana or a bust for me, okay?
That's, to be fair, nice choice.
Yeah, we do have Sandhawk coming up next. Group B and C will be participating in this one. Group B, it's their last game. So you got teams like Secret Jin, Abrupt Slayers, The Unnamed, Klas Digital Athletics, Foreigner Men, Zeus Esports, A7, or Alpha 7 Esports, and Konina Power with their last chance to get as many points as possible. John, any predictions here? Who's going to take the chicken dinner?
I think that... I think we're going to see Abrupt Slayers win the whole thing. I think they're going to get over 100 points, and I think it's going to be phenomenal. big game from Execute. Come on.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to throw to our commentators right now so I don't have to give a prediction. That's the best part about being a host. I don't have to do anything except throw it to our casters, Max Man and D Man.
As long as it's good for you, then we get. What?
Oh,
we go for it. Okay, I thought we had
this
2
Max
minutes.
guy's not ready. He's not ready to go. He's not ready to go, but I'm ready. I got you covered. Don't worry. He's just having a discussion about the game. He's that excited to go that he wants to get Sanhok on your screens as soon as possible, Max. And, you know, for some of these teams, time is running out. Yeah. It's simple as that. There's some that are only like Aerowolf Limax won't even be playing in this game. They've got to have a massive last game. But let's talk about the teams that are, because there's quite a few in their last match, last chance saloon, effectively, coming into this game.
I got 3 teams I'm really going to be looking out for. It's going to be A1 Esports, Team Secret, Na'Vi. 3 teams that are currently in the bottom 8 position, and they need to get such big games. They've still got 2 games to play, okay? They can still make it to that 53 predicted point bubble. But we know that when it comes down to Sanhok, is maybe the hardest map to predict exactly what's going to be happening. So hopefully, we predicted what teams do you think are going to win. I'm going to say one team I want to see win has to be A1 Esports. I want to see a Bangladesh team making it to the Super Weekend.
Really? You don't want to see Na'Vi win?
I mean, I do want to see Na'Vi too.
You said it now. You said it now. Okay. Yeah, Na'Vi fans out there, Max just don't want you to win. He just doesn't want you to win.
I did not say that. Don't put words in my mouth, D-Man. How dare you? Okay, with that said, we're getting into the game.
So let's see, are we going to get any clashes? Obviously, we've had a couple of fights up in Paradise Resort recently. Most of the teams have kind of got their drop slots figured out. We just got to see whether it's going to be the case. Obviously, it doesn't really matter about the playing path across Sanhok. It is a small enough map that you can bail out and just hit every spot you want on the map.
Should be okay, so 4x4, A-okay. We're going to be from the south all up to the north towards Cal. Otherwise, I'm intrigued to see, are we going to be having some fights breaking down boot camp? Seeing what we've been seeing so far, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the case, but we'll keep that in mind all around the board.
Actually, that's an interesting one for me because obviously there's no loops in the lobby this time around, and yet Bigetron still choose to go down Bantai instead of boot camp.
Yeah.
Which is obviously the drop they've been with for so long. I guess they do need to take risks. I guess what it is effectively using this game as a practice game because they're safe into Super Weekend. Of course, teams that aren't safe, well, I like to think that John was absolutely joking about Abrupt Slayers. Absolute Slayers. Well, they're going to have to be Absolute Slayers, ladies and gentlemen, to pop off because, well, they have what? 7 points. 7 points. It's not good. It's not good. It hasn't been a good time. This is their last match. They pretty much need to slay the lobby to go through. So I think it's safe to say they're not going to be in the Super Weekend. But of course, we know the bubble at the moment is currently at 39 points. We know it's going to extend to around about 53, give or take.
Yep.
So we've got to see some teams having some big games. I'm looking at certainly Klas Digital Athletics. This is their last match to perform. They are on the bubble. They're on 44 points. They just need a couple more to get over the line. And the circle, it has favored them up in towards Paradise Resort.
Yeah. I want to talk about one team here that I really enjoy their drop location into this one. It's actually Na'Vi going into Cal. Normally, at the very start of the tournament, they used to drop in Hattin. Then Futbolist were too good, so they started giving up on Hattin. They started dropping south of Hattin on the northern western island. That was not working either.
They benefited from Power Triple 8 not being in the lobby, right? Because they normally would drop in Tatmok and have that sort of spreader area around there. So they're kind of picking up what they can. Of course, they do have a lot of EMEA rivals around them with Konina Power and Digital Athletics. They're all going to be looking for a position now. Obviously, we've had the finish up in towards Tatmok earlier on. I think that was in the week play, if I'm not mistaken, last week when 4 Angry Men. I mean, I guess I could name any map right now that 4 Angry Men have won because they've been dominating. They are, of course, in the lobby once again. The circle did kind of magnetize to them last time on Sanhok as well. Zeus, what a great performance it's been from them. That's a team that's the story you want to look at, the step up, but hello, that's not what you want to see at the start. Abrupt Slayers, they've been having a bad time and they've lost 2 already.
Yeah, Secret Gen around there. Klas Digital Athletics also going to be kind of centering up on their position. So a little bit of scary stuff for the Abrupt Slayers team. As you said it earlier, 7 points. It talks for itself. Not really good trend from the Nepali team. And seem like that now, because they got already 2 kills onto Chari and Leon, they're feeling confident. And they are feeling extremely confident as they send a 2-man push forward inside the compound. Joker's got the information. I'm going to try and mow them down 1v2, but we all know this is going to be a little bit of a hard fight to take on.
This is what I call a misery compiler. You know, when a team You're looking at the points, you're seeing the lobby, and you know they're having a bad time right now. This is just Secret Jin saying, we are safe, we are in, and we are just going to hunt you down without any fear. And that's when a team is at their most dangerous, because they've got literally nothing to lose.
Yeah, Joker moved a little bit, did some few sounds that Secret Jin definitely heard. They got some audible information, an audible cue. Great spray onto the UZ coming out from Joker, find himself one, but that's all he shall find, as a knock is not going to be confirmed onto Kengzo, and Secret Jin up already to their second kill in this game.
Yeah, just Nova left for Abrupt Slayers. I keep trying to say Absolute. I don't know where I'm pulling that one from.
Absolutely bottom. Absolute bottom of the standings right now.
I mean, as brutal as that is, it's true. Unfortunately, he's heading for the river edge and trying to keep himself safe. Now, let's have a look. Any movers and shakers we can see. With the circle being in this position, there is actually a pretty large chunk of the eastern island in this circle. There is a chance it pulls that way. I'm not expecting it. I'm thinking it's going to pull maybe Tatmok way or even towards centralized, maybe towards DA around Paradise Resort sort of locations. They themselves have moved out of Paradise Resort. But look at this. Now V have got A1 Esports, both teams we talked about at the start.
Yeah, they were going to be a little bit intertwined in the early stage. Hopefully these two teams will not take the fight and understand the worth that this is not going to help them out on the long run, but seem like they're not going to be listening whatsoever. Oh boy finds the first knockdown, looking for the second. He knows exactly where Dante is, but A1 Esports, now the information has been granted over, they should be able to fight in way better fashion versus the EMEA team.
Miku confirming, and now he's going to try and look in to get Dante down. Oh boy. Cooking. Is it with gas?
Nah.
Tosses it in. Just a small splash damage. It was altered slightly. And then Dante sees him, but oh boy. Performing as ever. And it's now or never, unfortunately, for Na'Vi. This is a game they need to really perform on. They are down on 33 points. It's looking to be a, well, to go with John's prediction, a 20-point game from them, which would almost certainly be one of those top positions, maybe in the top 3.
Yeah, there A1 Esports, after their first player got knocked, they should have tried to regroup as a team, full send it, but I believe they had no cars, so that's why they were not going to take the risk of doing that rotation by foot. So A1 Esports, they are down to now 2 players. So looking at the circle a little bit, it seemed like Execute No said there's a lot of the Western Islands still in play. They're going to take that mountaintop position. They're hoping for a hard shift to the western side, but we all know that like the odds of that happening are pretty slim.
It's a very strong position. If it goes that way, they're looking golden, that's for sure. But, you know, they're currently sitting on, 48 points? It's not too bad for Execute. They've had a pretty good time. They've still got 2 games to go like Na'Vi do. So they've got a buffer effectively in position. And of course, we don't know whether it's going to swing over that way. There are also a couple of teams looking towards it. Futbolist, they're looking to try and hold down sort of this compound effectively near the bridge there. You can see that there is 2K in there, was in there, gone already.
Yeah, 2K's down. That's going to be Lutz looking for the flush, I do believe. But looking at the map a little bit, I can see that the last remaining player of Abrupt Slayers, he's like on the island in Narilla. Yeah. He's just hoping, please, circle, come my way. Do like you did earlier for 4 Angry Men on Miramar.
Oh, speaking of, we got a boatation coming on. 4 AM around the coastline coming in, actually above A1 Esports. I think they're going to be looking, maybe even coming in a cow, I'm not sure, which would be right on Na'Vi's lap right now. Secret Jin looking to get a little bit of revenge down onto Lutz there. He's out in the open, will have to back off.
Yeah, taking a few shots from distance. Secret Jin, they lost 2 of their players. Chica and Kengzo down. They have another one down. That's going to be Cosmos. And now JGZ will be left remaining. Futbolist. I see a few bikes. That bike is fuming, so definitely not a viable option to go for that push and flush out of 2 extra kills. They can even maybe do it from a distance. Oh no, they're okay. I do not like this. On the Vespa, it's fuming. A few bullets and you're gone. But it is Futbolist after all. We are used to these kind of plays.
And Na'Vi, I'm just looking to see whether they're in the position, but this is a good push. You know, Futbolist, it's been an okay time. They're looking pretty golden in terms of points. They're in, 3rd place, I think, overall. So they certainly have nothing to lose in this fight. Neither Secret
Abandoned ship.
They're in 4th place, so this is purely about prowess and manliness between the teams.
Yeah, just try and snatch a few more points away and be those sponges in the leaderboards. But they actually might give them a little bit of information on Nova X, the last remaining player of Abrupt Slayers in a distance. But Futbolist, like, where did they go? They know exactly where they went. They're down there in the water. Unfortunately, no grenades will not be an easy thing to play around. Solke, though, might give it a little try and get some information for his team.
Effectively. Cosmos with obviously no health, can't heal himself down there, so any little Flick would find him, but it's one of those problems I was about to say is if you step too close to the ridgeline, you might also fall in. And now Futbolist, well, he's got the information, so guys, there's one here. Hello, Cosmos.
Please shoot me, okay? I'm like exactly what he's doing. He's going after Cosmos and getting the information.
He planned this, yeah. That's what you're trying to say.
Exactly,
now.
we're trying to say it's okay. It's 10,000 IQ. It's not because he was getting shot by Alpha 7. No. It was all intentional. But now the pings are coming out. You can see his aim. There you go. The pings come out and he gets it.
It works, can't argue with results. Yeah. Okay, let me go swim and find the other guy. Okay. So some late rotations coming through. Bigetron decided to actually swing over to the western side. Somewhat surprising with that. I think trying to avoid the cluster in the middle and go around the west side of the quarry up towards almost around Barn and Camp Bravo and pull it in. Let's see where this circle goes. Will Execute's little gamble of sticking over near Camp Alpha's hillsides pay off? No.
That's a no. That's an instant one. Though what I'm seeing the circle is going pretty close to Paradise Resort, and one team that's in there is going to be Zeus eSport. Zeus eSport, trying to pick it up. They've been looking pretty aggressive today, which is what we wanted to see coming out from this squad specifically. But now DA, they're already in the car. Not sure what the play is they want to go for, but it seemed like they might be thinking of finding another compound down below.
Nova. A little bit revenge for Nova from Abrupt Slayers. He got Solke down.
Ooh. There you go.
Got Solke, but it also gave his position away on the island. So he got the kill. He got a point. That's what counts. Just a little bit of revenge in there. 4 AM, we talked about them. They took the botation right around the edge and came in at Cow. And they've actually come down to the Tatmok warehouse where they won the game from previously on week 1. Na'Vi also reposition. They find themselves in the hills, relatively decent position. Futbolists are going to move up to the little triangle crossroad compound, which as you can see right now looks actually just took a hit from somewhere. That may have been 4 AM taking a pot shot, or DA, who are off also on the hills just south of 4 AM's position. Teams that are rotating late. Team Secret, a team that needs points, coming in on the northern side. A1 actually stayed where they are, so that's interesting. So A1 choosing to effectively play edge when there's nowhere else to go because they're on the edge of the island.
I think especially for Team Secret, where they are, if you have a hard circle shift over to the west, like, Team Secret are not going to make it out. Like, they're going to make it through, like, what is it, 6, 7 teams that are dead center circle. Like, if the circle does not go in the favor of Team Secret, I'm pretty sure we can count them out of this game entirely because that's going to be such a hard shift to play with.
Max.
But another botation coming out, actually.
Are the Unnamed actually going for a botation over at Camp Alpha? I feel like they are.
They are. I mean, they're liking boats on this game. I'm not going to argue. I like it.
They're in the blue. To the point that I think we can't. The map can't even get zoomed in because they're still out wide in the boats. The Unnamed. Actually, so positional-wise, they're going to come in directly behind Na'Vi. Probably not going to work out well for them.
Yeah, it seemed like the northern side, the only entry point that is viable is like towards Cow and also the east of Cow, but A1 is slowly taking a little bit more control, so really there's no easy entry points for the side of the Unnamed into this game. But now back on over to what's happening. Exactly. Alpha 7, they did it a few days ago into Sanhok and they're doing it once again. Just going to be swimming. Just swimming on over. There's no bridges. You know that no teams are going to remain in boot camp.
Exactly.
Easily make it inside.
Very nice rotation. As you say, they're well aware. Nobody sticks in boot camp. Nobody stays there, so they're aware that it's free and they can just sort of creep their way in. Here's Team Secret on your screens. They are moving in. But look at the rotation that Bigetron have made. They've come way all around the southwest, and then come right up the western edge of the map, the eastern edge of the map. Good Lord, Max, give me a compass. Give me a compass.
Okay,
I'll get a compass. North, south, east, west. There we go. I've got it in my head. They went all the way up from Camp Bravo, all along the east side of Quarry. It's a deep rotate from Bigetron. A slow one, which we know they're used to, and it always pays off for them. But as you said, if the circle pulls west, it will be a big problem for all of these teams clustered over there.
Seemed like I saw in the kill feeder, Execute, they popped the boat away from the Unnamed. No. They're going to have to swim their way through into this one. And you mentioned it earlier, Na'Vi on the really good position where they can just make sure that the Unnamed never make it back to dry land. So I have some pretty hard boat rotations coming out into this game, but the South specifically, there's so much free room. If you see a big hard shift making it down there, teams like, Elite United team would be extremely happy and grand about that kind of shift coming on through. But where's it going to be taking us? Will it go for the West? And if that's the case, Team Secret going to have a run for their money. It does center up pretty nicely, actually, on top of the likes of Futbolist, DA, and also 4 Angry Men in their compound up north.
Paradise Resort still holding Zeus there. I wonder if anyone's going to maybe stumble into the backside or the edges of that. It is a large area to try and defend. We'll see whether it can work out. Konina Power, it looks to me like they're keeping Rob Dini over Actually, I say that, he's moving over. I was wondering if he would stay in position, but I think they're going to stay in position and try and camp out what comes in gatekeep, the teams that will come their way.
And it seemed like that fight is actually going to be versus Team Secret. But Na'Vi, their team, do not only need to get good positioning points, they need to pick up kills. And a crashing inside this compound that's held so far by 4 Angry Men would be an easy way to get decent position and 4 kills along the way. But Na'Vi, unfortunately, without a car, that's an extremely hard rotation to pull off here, D-Man.
Yeah, with Tixi downed by that M24 working out for 4 AM. We talked about Tatmok before, this little warehouse compound with all the crates. They've picked up a win there. Futbolist actually getting involved. The Turkish 2 teams fighting one another. That's the central point as Konina Power do start to clash with Team Secret. Team Secret needing the points here, as do Konina Power. Konina Power obviously have had a bit of a surging day, so they're in 61. They're pretty safe. Na'Vi with the spray down. Oh boy, not going to quite work out yet for you. They do pop the smoke down, though, to try and mitigate as much damage as they can.
I mean, no one is crashing on Fangrumen, so they can just put 100% of their focus onto Na'Vi for the time being. But the fact that Na'Vi also is putting so much of their attention towards them, it opens up some opportunities, mainly for the western side, for Execute and the Unnamed to make inside the circle and go for a little bit of a backstabby action.
Now remember, Execute, they're on 48 points currently. They're looking to try and lock out as many as they can and secure it, get over that golden 50-plus point marker, and they're chasing down the Unnamed right now. A1 eSports, we talked about them really early on with Na'Vi, and you can see they've been forced out into the water by Bigetron.
Yeah, and they're going to be actually allowing Bigetron to take that high ground spot, though hopefully they can make into the water just like the Unnamed is currently doing. But the circle is going to be shifting once again, and one team that I'm seeing that was struggling a decent amount was Team Secret versus Konina Power, but the instant that Konina Power took that shot, they got not only a flush, but also now they're just going to wrap around in the northern eastern edge and enter through Cow, which I think is a great entry point for Team Secret, but it might get contested by Bigetron.
Yes, that's what I was considering there. I'm also seeing Alpha 7 and RRQ getting very close there, sort of a crossroad compound staring at one another at the moment. But here's the rotation. Luxy scouting it out, going straight into Cow. You talked about how Team Secret were looking for that. When you're using a buggy like that, it gives a lot of information away. Very noisy vehicle to get around, especially on a map like Sandhawk, so most people will sort of register your position. And I think that's why we're seeing Team Secret actually backing away now from Cow. They were sending 2 to scout it. They chose, nah, let's not have a fight there yet.
His fate is going to be actually a little bit higher up, and he's looking for Na'Vi, exactly. He's going to just barely make it up top of that mountain. Meku, though, behind that rock, I think he might be the first one actually getting some information. Tixi, he spotted Zute. He knows exactly where he's positioned. Now they got the info. They are going to try and gatekeep the team.
The circle.
What?
It's going to shift straight on top of Na'Vi. This is the game. The problem is they're holding such an open hillscape area that there's so many teams that are going to come in. Now they have to force the fight with Execute. They have to take the fight with Execute to get the other side of the ridgeline. Otherwise, they're going to get shot in the back, almost certainly by the likes of 4 AM, Futbolist, etc. They're going to come this way.
There you go. The Unnamed, they wanted a piece of that one, but seemed like they're going to take a big fat no as an answer, as they're down to 1 player. It's going to be Rand, but Bigetron going to be seeing their first player forward, and he's going to be crashing right on top of Matic. Wiz also, it's going to be the 2. It's going to be the legends themselves, Luxy and Zucky in a 1v2 versus Matic. Can he take down the reigning champions of PUBG Mobile eSports? We'll have to wait and see.
It's not a fight I'd like to take, that's for sure. The twins in sync coming at you. Here comes Ryzen just to join the party. Microboy's going to come, but a big nade. Maybe from Microboy, he sees it. Here's the push, Tries to go aggressive, really nicely. Baited from Luxy there to try and draw him out. Ryzen's going to get up close and personal. You can see him trying to pop it round the corner. So vicious at that range. Nothing Matic can do. The AKM not going to come out on top in that duel. Tixi did get Luxy down, though, from range. They're fighting both sides at the moment. If Execute were to force over the ridge line, Na'Vi would be in all sorts of trouble.
I love how Zuxy just waited behind that rock to force Matic to go for the push, and then his teammates from the backline actually denied him with some really good cover fight. That was well executed from Bigetron, but Bigetron maybe a little bit more action that they can actually take down, as Angry Men also going to be taking on the fight versus Team Secret. Some big action is currently unfolding, and Team Secret on the receiving end of those shots.
Execute getting the knock on Tixi as well, takes Na'Vi down to 2. There's no way they can get the revive off here, and Team Secret, as you mentioned, coming in behind them is actually going to put the pressure onto Bigetron. Digital Athletics and Futbolist, they're sharing a compound, and RRQ and Alpha 7 are forced to squeeze in amongst them down the south, so keep your eyes peeled for action there as 4 AM still sit happy in his Tatmok compound. That's a great spray onto Microboy. Doesn't quite confirm.
They got a huge game on this one on Sanhok just a few days ago, and they got like so many frags or so for 4 Angry Men, trying to maybe do a repeat into this one. But I'm seeing a position here, Futbolist. I want to see them take that mountaintop position to make sure they can get information and spray down the likes of Klas, DA, RRQ Athena, Alpha 7. They can take huge control in the southern edge.
The problem is, if they go up there, they expose themselves.
Yeah.
To the southern teams. And as you can see right now, there's a lot coming. But speaking of lots coming, Ryzen confirms the kill on Rex as they try and push. And at the moment, well, A1 are actually trying to sneak in behind 4AM as well. RRQ and DA, as I say, there's this 4-way battle down south, and RRQ are getting obliterated. They're gone. They're gone. Alpha 7 and DA confirm that. They've still got to keep on pushing, but this circle has gone right on top of Execute and Na'Vi. Remember, Na'Vi down to 2.
Yeah, Na'Vi going to be struggling potentially in this fight. Zute, Fame Boys, both can try and regroup. Team Secret, that's a bad one. That's a very unfortunate run of event on this Sanhok game. They are eliminated in 14th position.
A1.
That means very little points coming their way.
A1 just confirmed 2 kills onto Team Secret. That's massive. As you say, Team Secret needed the points, but so do A1. The problem is now they give their position away. They've got to push in. They've got 4AM and Bigetron to choose from. Not a really happy choice, I don't think. Sinister's the one that's trying to push in. Nina's also trying to work as best he can. You can see crawling in there. The play zone's hurting him. He's got no first aids to play with. He's just going to try and get the knock. He gets it onto Suk. Can he get the revive? I don't think he can. I think 4AM are going to give up on it. I think he's going to confirm that kill.
Yeah, the blue zone is too much, and actually is going to be just a kill getting confirmed away by 4 Angry Men's fan. Abrupt Slayers also going to be taken out. Nova X last play. He's been trying to remain alive. Not going to happen in this one, so that's going to be a very unfortunate game once again for the Nepali team. But Execute now, they've full centered all of their players together as a full squad, and they are taking full control of this circle.
Bigetron going to move in, 4AM moving in, Na'Vi going to get pressured, Futbolist still with 3 alive, and let's talk about Execute. Execute, this is prime position for them. They won the game on Miramar yesterday, and this is looking like one they could take. They have around about 50% of the circle in their control right now, and with this many teams still in the lobby, that's a real big chance.
So, and it's on top of, like, literally pixel perfect. The Execute, they got this one in the bag. This circle is perfect. Now, can they make it so that teams like Futbolist, DA, 4 Angry Men, Na'Vi do not take those fights and actually do not take control of the circle? That's what I'm going to be keeping my eye out for. But Luxy going to be slowly sneaking his way behind Na'Vi, Mecha, and Oldboy, maybe able to take a 1v2.
While we have the teams in there, I'm looking towards Digital Athletics to stay alive as long as they can. As I say that, they go down. Now, they didn't have a great deal of points from this one, but it might have been enough to push them over the line. They were in at 48 points, I believe, coming into it. So Na'Vi just 2 points. They need so much more. They're going to get the positional place. They're in the top 5, but they need more than that. They need at least a top 3 finish by my calculations to try and push on better. Bigetron, Luxy with the angle. Gets Hasaki down, guns them off the hillside. And that is just Svan and Zinge for 4AM.
Oh, he's going for the buggy push? No way versus Meku. That's going to get punished, my friend. He's going to go for the push. Don't get the information, and that's a kill that Na'Vi desperately need. Bigetron out in 5th position, down now to top 4, now down to top 3, as this is going to be so many teams going down.
Miku on the flank. Miku trying to push around the side of Execute. You can see he's trying to work it. Look at his flanking angle. Old boy on the side as well. Don't forget Loversin. Loversin up behind them as well. So Execute at the moment slowly getting surrounded. We need that third party to get involved for Na'Vi to pop off here. It is a 2v4 with Loversin just sitting watching. Miku goes down. It's all on Old Boy. Looking to push the angle. Loversin, is he going to get involved? Is he going to try and help out? This is 10 points minimum for Na'Vi, certainly from the placements. That's great, but look at this. They are just going to swamp him. Nothing Old Boy can do, and it will be a 2nd place confirmed for Futbolist. They're going to keep on charging towards that top of that table, but Execute, I don't think they could have hoped for more. The circle going their way. They gambled at the top of Camp Alpha, and it paid off for them. The slow rotate, and well, when you get the circle look, you've got to make sure you win the game, and that's how it will be with 4 alive still standing.
Yep, our Futbolists, they'll be taking 2nd. Execute, absolute utter destruction and obliteration up over there in the mountaintop. And they took themselves such a good game, like that position 2. They were spread in the early stage to make sure no one was going to enter from the west, from the north. Then when they were in the later stages, they all regrouped as a team and took full ownership of that one. Bigetron, Klas Digital Athletics, Na'Vi, Futbolists, they could do nothing to stop the train hype coming out from North America.
There's a couple of teams that fell to the wayside in that one, but there's a few glimmers of hope for Na'Vi fans. Picking up some decent points. They're not there yet, but they have another map They have one more map to play to try and make it over that line. But Execute, that is what they needed. They were close to the bubble, but that will push them over the line. They are going to be in Super Weekend, and that's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about, but also what it was not all about, it wasn't all about that for Team Secret. Team Secret, they needed to get a good game. Sure, they got another one happening just after this, but I'm starting to get a little bit sweaty for the side of Team Secret. Also A1 Esports, but you know what? We're going to be checking out the standings and all of that juicy information over with the experts.
Well, Max, you know what time it is? It's not overalls just yet. I'm sorry. I know you get excited for it. We're going to take a look at that in a little bit of time. Even when he's not here, I can still make fun of him. But obviously, we got to talk about that game. Off the bat, Na'Vi, you can see Old Boy immediately going for those early kills against A1. It seemed like they realized what they needed to do to get as many points as possible, obviously with what's on the line. But at the moment, we're going to focus on Execute, getting a big victory here. And again, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be their second chicken dinner so far in league play.
Yeah, they've managed to have some pretty decent showings. And this is the third place team. Sorry?
I said Execute at the start of this match.
Did you?
Yeah, he did.
It's true.
Yeah.
That is true. I said Abrupt Slayers.
Yeah.
Why?
Which totally was a totally serious thing.
Why did you do that?
I don't know.
Why aren't you as smart as me?
Look, I wanted to give you something, okay? After your performances in the predictions earlier today, I thought, you know what? I'll let him have Execute. Because obviously I knew it was. I knew.
You did know.
You guys believe me, right?
Yeah. Of course.
You know I'm good for these predictions, right, guys? Guys, please.
Actually, I'm here too. Hi.
Yeah.
No.
You didn't make a prediction, so.
I didn't make a prediction. That's very true. I do kind of
Coward.
I wanted to break down like Navi's play in terms of they got kind of pincer between BTR and Execute, and they were kind of split up. And I remember listening to you guys talking about it while we were in the green room watching that they need to just regroup. Casting while not actually casting, and I think Tixie got knocked by a player, and it was looking very grim for them. But they held on, and they weren't the only team that did that. John, you had Law hold on as well for Alpha 7, considering that was their last match.
Yeah, he managed to get, I think it was 6 points total. He managed to ladder up to get those placements on board, which ends them out of their week on. I think it's 57 points total, which, as we all know, is over 53, specifically 4 points more than that. But with the closeness of the lobby, it's going to be pretty tricky to actually pinpoint that one down. So we're going to hope that Alpha 7 made enough headway there. But for Na'Vi, they were sat on a very interesting ridge line, right? They were pincered, as we said, between Execute and Bigetron. 2 of their players went down, but then they held the circle as it shifted out west towards Execute's position, and everybody had to push towards them, exposing themselves. And it was really, really well held by Na'Vi to shut down those expositions coming through from the players pushing into that location. Futbolist playing a little bit of spoiler to their second place, which I would say is deserved for Na'Vi. I think they deserved that second place, the way they played that, but Lovazin just snaking away in those rice fields.
Again, we go back to the Telestrator segment I did just before with Blue Bees committing.
That was a great segment.
To a playstyle. Thank you so much. But in this instance, Na'Vi committed to a top 3 finish, not a chicken dinner. They were pretty much on that side, like you said, John. What we'll do is we will try and just go for the people coming into the circle, and we can kind of control this side and just try and ladder up as much as possible. We're probably not getting a chicken dinner, but we can definitely go for it. Execute, though, I said they needed to get 5 points. They quintupled that, which is absolutely fantastic with 26 points on the board. But heading over to this second page, very sad in terms of numbers, with the highest here being only 4.
Yeah, Zeus 1 point, RRQ Athena 1 point, Team Secret 1 point. These teams that we expected to do better, but at the end, just coming down to those single point games.
I mean, someone has to be the loser in the game, right? Someone has to score the lowest points. Just unfortunate that, if I'm not mistaken, John, you were saying RRQ Athena, one of those teams that potentially on the risk of not making it into the Super Weekend.
Right on the boundary. I can't remember their exact points total.
Neither can I, but don't worry, we'll be taking a look at it in a second.
We'll take a look at it,
It's coming right up. I just want to point out, by the way, 4 AM. They went from 24 points to a really subpar performance last game, as we were talking about. Totally kidding, don't hate us. And then they scored 15 points in this game. So even if they're not like winning games, they're still putting up big points. And you talked about, backstage, Bigetron averaging, I think it was 15 points a game.
Yeah.
4 AM, like right up there as well.
Well, and that was 4 AM's last game as well. So it's likely that Bigetron are going to leapfrog them at the top of the tables, given they have the last game yet to play. So we're expecting that sort of to repeat, comes through. Bigetron obviously topped the first week's qualifying weekend or week. league play, and then did very well in the later stages in the Super Weekend, and now they're looking to just keep on going, keep on trucking, duking it out with the best.
Yeah, let's take a look at our do-the-do moments here. Some of the highlights from the last match as well. And I'm assuming we're going to see a little bit of Old Boy in there, especially off the beginning, but we're starting things off with Joker coming through, and again, a little bit disappointed, I think is probably an understatement here coming in at the moment for them, because we expected big things after seeing them in the first Super Weekend, but Abrupt Slayers have just really been not doing too well.
No, not been slaying at all. Futbolist had a little interesting time here.
But their games have been abrupt.
Their games have been abrupt.
Live up to half their name at least.
They abruptly end, sadly. Team Secret trying to get some stuff happening there. Bigetron again moving their way in. Obviously on that side it was very tough for them, and they tried to get as far as they could. Luxy almost ran over the player from Na'Vi, which would have been incredible, but there was some excellent trigger discipline from that Na'Vi player to just chill it out.
That was Meku.
Meku, yeah, for Meku just to chill it out and not take shots too quickly, because just in case he misses all those shots and he does get run over, that's a chance that can happen. So you try and minimize that as much as possible and go for the 80% play as opposed to the 50-50.
We're looking on some more here. Again, we talk about Law being one of the last remaining players coming in for Alpha 7, able to get them 7 points and potentially safe now going into the Super Weekend, or what should be statistically safe. But Execute again, big win for them. I think this team, we talked to Zute yesterday in an interview, and they didn't really have a ton of time to practice. He was waking up at like 4 a.m. or something like that to play like one scrim with his team.
Yeah.
And for a team who struggled to adapt and to learn, they eventually did over the course of PMPL, for them to now take a second chicken dinner in league play is phenomenal. But again, I'm always going to have that asterisk there of Super Weekend, they're in 15th place. So they need to get the points there. It's great you can port it out when it's coming to league play, but you need to be able to do it when it comes down to it.
Yes, it's certainly something that you need to be able to capitalize on. They get those shifts, they get the win. 2 players in the top players as well, so it's not just resting on their laurels of the circle shifts there. 4 kills apiece for both Killswitch and Zute. They seem to be starting to ramp up. And again, it's another team, 3rd place qualifying from their region, from Americas. These guys have shown up and their name has been in the conversation. And it begs the question, you know, teams like Loops, we haven't sort of been talking about them too much today. Yeah. You know, where have they been? Are they starting to slip off? What's going on there? They came second in the first week's league play, so what's going on?
Well, that's what we said like day one with them.
What's going on?
What's going on? With them like getting a chicken dinner in the very first game as we start off league play here at PMGC, it was very uncharacteristic of Loops, who typically like take a little bit to get into things, into the mix of things when we get into our long-standing tournaments like this. So maybe they had a little bit of a crazy first day and they slowed things down a little bit, but I think they're still going to show up when the time comes. Let's take a look, though, at our overall, since some teams now have played out all 8 of their matches throughout league play here so far. That is going to be Group B now done. We have to sit on the sidelines here and watch the rest of the teams compete to potentially knock them out. What's up, Blink? What are you laughing at?
Nothing.
I don't know either. So
I thought you guys are telepathic.
Sometimes I don't want to read his mind, and this is going to be one of those instances. 4 Angry Men getting 116 points, and this is interesting because last week the top score was 110, which means they've already surpassed that, but you've still got Bigetron with a game yet to play set on 101, and not only that, waiting in the wings. Oh no, he was waiting the whole time. That's why he was laughing. That was why he was laughing.
He's so. Can we just get a shot of his face and how proud he is of himself right now?
Rapscallion. Rapscallion, you
sorry.
Absolute rascal. But Futbolist on 95 as well, waiting in the wings. They also have a chance of taking towards that top spot. So those top 3 have really been hitting heavy today. And we'll see if they can get a little bit more in that last game. Of course, both Bigetron and Futbolist are going to be there. Now, looking down a little bit further, Konina Power, 7th place. They have managed to secure their place.
Massive jump today for them, honestly. Huge. From like 23rd place to 7th is phenomenal, and obviously a lot of extra momentum going into the Super Weekend coming up. But we can see now, Blank, here our next teams, and if we stopped here, these teams would be safe, but not all of them necessarily are. There's one team there I'm staring at, 13th place, that is technically under the bubble of exactly 53, but still within that plus or minus of 2 points, John.
Certainly is. Klas Digital Athletics right now holding on for dear life in that bubble bracket.
I mean, look how many teams that could pass them. Like Loops, easily pass them. Power AAA, easily pass them. Na'Vi could easily pass them if they have a decent game here.
It's that 3rd page
they need 4 teams to pass them in order to drop down. 3, doesn't matter. Fine, we're in. It's all good. It's all fine. Don't worry about it. 4, uh-oh.
Hold up, wait a minute.
No points for Super Weekend. That's a bad.
That is a bad. Let's take a look at the third page and see what the spread is between 16th and 17th. 47 down to 42. Okay, so maybe feeling a little bit safer because you do have A1, you do have Archer, you do have Team Secret, obviously with games to play here. But unfortunately, Abrupt Slayers, I mean, it's definitely been an abrupt stop to their week here. 9 points over 8 matches.
The thing that I'm looking at here is the kill points for the teams that could potentially ladder up here, right? So you're looking at A1. Do
I get to talk ever?
Well, I'm making a point.
Well, this is what you get for the Zoe 101 reference.
Yeah, exactly. 25 placements for A1, 17 kills, but then you look a little bit further down, Archer and Team Secret, both 26 kills. That says to me that those are the teams that could potentially hit it big in this final game and see themselves sailing up those tables.
It's a lot of pressure now. So, Blink, we'll go to you here. If you're one of those teams,
how about you just keep gesturing to John?
Okay, John. So if you're one of these teams in this situation, do you play extra crazy to get those extra kills and then try to get those placements as well? Or do you just play out placements and hope the kills come your way?
Maybe.
Cool.
It's true. There is one team that I'm looking at that can probably, well, I hope they can ladder up as Team Secret. I think that's a team that has the actual gumption within them to hit those big points to get into it, but you're in a more stressful position now because you've got to have a really big game to actually get into it. So it's a little bit stressful. But, you know, in these situations, sometimes that stress is what you need to really push yourself over that line. You know, when you've got a deadline that you've really got to make happen, and it's the day before, it's got to about 1 a.m. You're like, I should probably go to the library and finish this right now. Don't go to the library, stay inside. Do your coursework at home. All right, make sure that happens. But
or your homework or whatever you think.
You fit the work to like accommodate for the time or the stress or the pressure you're under. So I think Team Secret can make it happen.
I hate having to write a 200-word essay before tomorrow, but luckily I have the time during this break to do so. As we're going to head to that, when we come back, we're into our final match here of our second week of League play.
The PUBG Mobile Global Championship is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew, and OnePlus 8T 5G smartphone, the official partner phone.
Welcome back. We're into now our final match of the day, our final match of League play here in week 2, and it's the final chance for teams to get into top 16 to participate in our second Super Weekend, and it's coming down to Vikendi here with Group B sitting out. So Group A, Group C, this is your last chance for Bigetron, looking to potentially take home the title yet again of being the #1 team in League play, but for other teams, it's their life on the line here.
yeah, they have to fight for their lives. It's not a fun situation to be in.
No, it's really not. You've got to absolutely fight tooth and nail to make it in here. And again, like I said before, sometimes this is the kind of boost that you need. You're like, one game left, it's all I have. I've got to put all the work in. At the start of the weekend, you know, you're feeling quite relaxed. You've slumped into your chair and you thought, you know, I've got 8 games ahead of me. This is simple, but
you've got your Mountain Dew on the arm of your chair. You're ready.
You're feeling super stable, just like the video that comes out from the OnePlus 8T. But now it's the end. It's no longer like that. You've got those inferior devices once again, Jason, and you really
sub-inferior.
Yeah,
I want to point that out. Sub-inferior.
Wow, that's really bad.
Yeah, it's really bad. But anyways, we don't need to talk anymore because it's time to get into the last match. I want to see how it's going to go, and it's over on Leakendi with Maxman and D-Man.
Really forcing that one through, aren't they? Really trying their best, but there's a lot on the line here. There's a lot on the line here. They just set it up, really, that Klas Digital Athletics, they are sitting watching with their fingers crossed. They are on 52 points. Now, saving grace for them, and I think John would agree, is the fact that I said it, didn't I? I said it again. Abrupt Slayers had such a bad week, such a really bad week, that it may actually drag it down to 52. There's a chance. But obviously, as we just pointed out, we need obviously 4 more teams to surpass them to get up there. There's a lot to keep your eyes on in this one, Max.
I mean, A1 Gaming, they're going to be a team that we're going to be looking out for. A1 Esports, Archer Gaming, and also Team Secret. 3 teams that can push through. Of course, if you have a stonker performance from DRS or Aerowolf,
a stonker. It's going to be up to stonker from Aerowolf. You heard it here.
They need the best game ever. That's the thing, right? So, we're mainly going to be focused on teams like, as I said, Team Secret, Archer Gaming, A1 Esports, and Na'Vi in a position to, if one of the teams down below get a better game than them, their position might be contested.
Will they adjust their spot? So this is a story that's been going on for a while. Obviously, we've been talking about drops. Both RRQ Athena and Na'Vi like to drop around Garoka. And they've clashed so many times. They can't afford. Actually, to be fair, neither of them really can afford to lose a player early on.
Yeah.
This is a situation where they can't afford to do it. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final game of league play. Who will make it through to that super weekend? It's now or never for some of these teams. 8 teams will be sitting, waiting, having the weekend off. They won't want to do that. Of course, they want to be involved because the super weekend is where the points will carry through and the bird is in the air.
It's going to be from the southeast up to the northwest. We'll see if I was right on my prediction on that one, but it should be completely fine. It's a smaller map, compared to Miramar, compared to Rankles, your drop shouldn't be too much of an issue. But indeed, I'm going to be keeping my eyes pried open for Garoka, hoping that Na'Vi do not drop over there. Other than that, really, when it comes down to this Vikendi map, there are not too many big hot drops that's been happening so far. Garoka's only been the big point of interest for a lot of these teams.
We had a couple of scuffles down in Volnova and Hot Springs. Just a couple of scuffles down there, but obviously there's no Konina Power now. They've gone through. They're happy. What a great performance of a day it has been for them. And some of the teams will be looking to try and maybe see if they can mimic that performance. Aerowolf, well, that's one of the teams we were talking about. They're going to have a stonker to try and make it through. And well, the circle doesn't favor the plane path. These are the side of circles I like to see. Who can adjust?
Yeah. I don't know. I say stonker. It's not even a word, I believe. I think I just invented a word.
I'm sure it's a word.
Maybe something. You guys know exactly what we're saying when
Stonking performance.
Stonking. But of course, Volnova, actually going to be dropped on by DRS Gaming. And I mentioned it. If DRS want to even have just the thought of qualifying, they need the biggest game I've ever seen. And they want to go for Archer Gaming because their team also fighting to make in the top 16.
Archer just on 39 points. They need everything they can get from this game, and this is a real tough start for them to have somebody drop near them. And they know, of course, that Bigetron will be further north, but here you go, straight into the town. Immediately, we see Archer and DRS possibly going at it, and Archer fighting for their super weekend lives. This is not what they're going to be looking for.
Doesn't get it.
He just didn't peek. He had the weapon. I thought he was going to go for it. Obviously no armor, nothing. Everyone's scrounging for what they can find here to see if they can make it work.
So you've got to keep in mind, when we talk about this, the fact that Archer Gaming, they've been fighting in this compound throughout the entirety of the event when it comes down to these Vikendi games. DRS Gaming, this is their first time here. they have no experience. They don't know the buildings all that well. Normally they fight versus Konina Power, but here DRS, they are the unexperienced team when it comes to this compound, and that gives a big advantage to Archer Gaming that know the high ground position. A flashbang, was that his own flashbang?
I think he did.
Okay. It's just like, it's too much stress. He's like, no, I don't want to see anymore. I don't want to see the leaderboard.
I'm done with this game. I'm finished. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see how this one plays out. There's nobody else clashing elsewhere around the map. Navi did actually choose to not opt for the fight in Kuroko. I love to see that. RRQ going to be taking that area, so they're safe as well. Loop's gone for the same drop, so I'm interested. They didn't adjust back to coal mine. I guess they're just sticking around their sort of Cosmodrome spread. They're a team that are also not safe. They're not over the line just yet. Loop's obviously, who really had a strong performance last weekend, but didn't really hit the stride in the Super Weekend. They were great in the league play. Mafia Ninja holding the angle. Has managed to get himself pretty well equipped. I think you'll find Fabian. I don't think Fabian's been able to go for anywhere other than just getting the gun. I don't believe he's got any armor or anything.
I think he's severely underlooted. But after these positions, right, it's all about the third-person perspective, getting the information, then striking while the iron is hot. But so far, it's going to be a pretty slow fight. And I believe that even AJ hasn't had time to really find any good loot because he's low HP and not finding the opportunity to heal up. So definitely, like most of the time when you fight in Volnova on those rooftops, it's like a long standoff fight and it doesn't break out. And when you find one knock, that's when all hell breaks loose.
Or maybe a third party comes and gets involved. No Vesvanima either, you can see here.
Yeah.
So is deciding to give up on maybe the roof camp. AJ also went nothing at all for AJ, just a weapon. That's all he has. Meanwhile, where's this? Power 888. They need some points right now. They do not need Futbolists, that's for sure. A team that is very much safe and happy. This is way up towards the port area. And it's Futbolist that, well, they're going hunting. And why not? Hello, there's a knock. There's a fight. Fabian does manage to find AJ. That's 2 from DRS down. That was down in Volnova. The fight we were watching just a moment ago as Gooey just crawls away from this one.
Please. I am the bush. I become the bush. Futbolists won't see me. No. Like, also, Power 888, they're currently only 1 point above Navi that are in 16th position. Like, that is extremely close when it comes down to it. But now, indeed, back over to the fight that's happening in Volnova. A double knock did go down, unfortunately, and struck down the players of DRS Gaming, but Archer not able to really flush those just yet, so the reses will slowly come on through from DRS Gaming, as Fabian's going to be taking those shots and goes down instantly. What a good spray from AJ.
I think just the smallest tier 1 head armor possibly saved Nima there, as he tries to drop on down, and he will confirm it on Fabian. So that will be a kill confirmed, and this is the disastrous start that Archer were looking towards. Can they get across and get now the revive through? It looks like they will. Sung's trying to hold it, but I don't think he's going to get involved.
Yeah, he's not going to go for the push just yet. 5 seconds before the rest comes on through, and they'll be back as a 4-man squad. As Sung is just taking this one really slow, but you mentioned it right earlier, and it's still the case. Archer have not been able to loot whatsoever. No helmets, no armor, and now they're just going to go for the push. DRS Gaming have that 4v3 advantage. They are feeling good right now.
So GODSENT are just passing by. I wonder whether they're going to get involved. They're going to be hearing the shots for sure in Volnova, but I don't know whether they want to third party it and get involved. So AJ down again. This time Yunsu's going to try and push. Sung still unable to find himself any armor whatsoever.
Yeah, and also to keep in mind for maybe new players out there, when you are knocked a few times in a row, you do bleed out a lot faster, so it gives you a lot less time to go for those reses. But Mafia Ninja's going to be dropping out from the window, looking for the shot from the back, but not able to find it. Sung able to find Refugee inside of that building, but Mafia Ninja barely finding that angle, and that's going to be an extra kill over to DRS.
He got Mafia Ninja solo. That was purely armor saving the day there, because he had no armor whatsoever. And Mafia Ninja can see, I don't think he's got any meds to back it up. Archer, this is just a disaster. Down to 2. And honestly, it was one of those situations where maybe they should have just peeled away from this right at the start.
That grenade? Oh, no. Well, that was way too far. Okay. But when it comes down to it, I remember seeing in Onyx, he's been playing. He is slowly becoming my favorite Korean player in the PUBG Mobile eSports scene. And for the main reason that he is such a good fragger. He goes for engages that you don't think he will come out on top, but he does it. He makes the unthinkable thinkable. And I'm intrigued to see if Inonix will be able to take this fight, but it seems like for the first time in this engagement, DRS are slowly going to be sneaking their way on top of the rooftop position to get the same amount of information Archer Gaming have so far.
Yunsu trying to make it count. He's one of the only players for Archer that did have time to get away and get looted. in a 3v2. While this is happening, teams are repositioning. Bigetron have moved into Dino Park. Nova looking to do similar. Futbolists actually maybe holding off against Loops. I can see Federal is driving by Futbolists at the moment, so they may be looking, but they're obviously, well, Futbolists are through. Loops, absolutely not yet. They're also one of those teams. They are in the top 16, but they are far from safe. Power 888 disengaged with Futbolists. They managed to get out of there, so his little bush helped him out.
Yeah, it worked out all fine for him. GODSENT, you mentioned it. In fact, they were getting really close to Villanova. They were hearing the gunshots. They're not too interested with that one. They're in 12th position. They're looking really, really comfortable to making it into the Super Weekend. But Yazlan's going to make it on top. And so saw him for very split second, but not enough time to go for the knock just yet. But though, I want to talk about one position in this circle. That's Na'Vi. Dead center. They know the importance of having a compound. John mentions it all the time. When you are on these Vikendi games, when you go to a compound, you stick to it. You barely rotate. The only times you move out of position is to go for crashes or when you get crashed yourself. And that's your only opportunity to find extra loot. So Na'Vi here, dead center. This is a really good way to kick off their Vikendi action.
It's a good compound they're holding as well. And as you say, it is literally pinpoint center. They do have Team Secret pushing near them, but that's about all. No action in and around the circle. This is the action that is happening and playing out right now. Loops still look to be having a little bit of fighting with Futbolist up in the north, still around that port area, which could be important for the Brazilians if they were to get involved in that. Futbolist, of course, themselves are very much safe in third place. And here it is, Federal and Dean very much pinned in a compound, and you can see this 2-2 surround. This is not good news for Loops.
It's time to full send onto Loops 2v4. The rest, Kowalski and Golda could join up, but no, Federal going for a nice spray onto Lova's end. The car explodes and confirms the frag onto Federal. Loops also lose Dean in there, and now they're down to 2, and they're looking for the long distance spray. They find Lova's in. They're looking to capitalize on all of these knocks.
Well, with the 2 players down, I wonder if they just commit and say, you know what, we've lost 2, let's get out of here. But Kowalski's still holding that angle with Golden. I'd be surprised if they stick around. Yeah, it looks like they are just going to fade away from this one. Get to your vehicles, get out of there. You need placement points. The kills don't look like they're going to happen. You're in a 2v4, and now is the time to get out. Got themselves a little skidoo.
Skidoo out of here. But like, 1 point might just be the difference. You know, every single point is going to be having such a big impact because right now, for example, Na'Vi 1 point behind Power 888. It is going to be coming down to maybe 1 kill point. That might be making a difference.
So there's a couple of teams that are looking around here. We've obviously know about Archer. We know they're looking to try and break that top 16. Aerowolf, they need to have a monster game, a stonker, as you put it. They are actually just outside of Volnova. They're certainly inside the circle. A1 eSports also taking a swing around the south to see if they can get involved in the circle. But in the second phase, well, it kind of just centers up. They're pretty safe. Everybody sailing in. These guys, we already saw it. They don't really have any meds. They're now fighting in the blue. This is just not going to work out. It's not going to favor either team. For DRS, I think they're just trying to make a point. For Archer, this is simply ruin their lobby.
Yeah. Seems like we're slowly seeing the final chapter unfold in Volnova over here. Into the final player of Archer Gaming. He's got 4 first aid kits, so he could be able to tank up that blue zone. But Archer Gaming, they're just seeing their position, that top 16, just slowly slipping away from their grasp, and they are struggling to remain up there. I mean, a one-man team can still make it happen, but on a map like Vikendi, you can't snake it all that much.
Yeah, and he's got to get out yet still. You can see he's got 5 first aids, so he's okay. The rest of the DRS are peeling now away from the circle, realizing, okay, you know what? We got 3, that's fine. Let's get out 3 points. It's going to have to be a big play for them. Power 888, it's a botation on Volnova.
I don't know why, since we started casting, like, botations all around. Everywhere. Just like, you know what, Maxman, D-Man, they're both casting.
A bodacious botation?
Exactly. Botacious botations. All around the board. I'm enjoying it. I find it pretty fun. But one team that's going to create a good entry point in the south, that's going to be A1 Esports. They're just going to try and get nice and cozy inside of potentially Milnar or a compound
Loops
north of
are
Milnar.
staying here. So they could have peeled away long ago. Are they just looting a little bit extra there on the boat?
Looking for boat?
They can't be... I don't know.
I don't know. We don't know.
I mean, we've got the benefit of hindsight because we can see the map. We know exactly what's free, and they can just simply drive south dead straight and they'll be perfectly fine. But I guess they don't know that. But either way, very interesting to see why Loops are thinking and considering here, because they're one of the teams. They're only on 51 points. We were talking about Digital Athletics sitting watching this on 52. They're going to be looking at Loops right now and thinking, we'd be quite happy for them to go out because that's 1 less for us. It's talking about Aerowolf. They need a monstrous performance. That first kill confirm will set them off on possibly the path to glory, but it's a long road.
Yeah. Because currently only 26 points, standing in 21st spot. That is definitely not nice and comfortable, but Mafia Ninja, that knock is going to be converted normally into a flush very, very soon. But yeah, DRS Gaming, they've been having a hard time. Seemed like they stuck to their guns, stuck to that 5-volt Nova for too long, and in the long run, not only did it hurt Archer Gaming, but it actually hurt themselves.
So Hazelnut's confirming on Mafia Ninja. There is 2 more members of DRS nearby, and as you said, 26 bandages. 1 first aid kit. It's a problem. It's not ideal. You can see he's going to chomp down those painkillers and see if he can try and make it work. But Aerowolf are pulling up. Where's the circle going to go? I love A1's eSports rotation, by the way. They took the South Road round Winery all the way into a pretty open area. Spot for them, of course. If it pulls north, it's not so good. Okay. Well, that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
That's fine. A lot of teams are still in the circle right there, but like Futbolist and look like they're really delaying that rotation. Futbolist actually going for the eastern side of the map, which I find a little bit surprising. Seeing how the map has been now centering over to the west, that means that potentially you're going to be congested over on the east, and I think that this is not the best entry point. The northern side is definitely going to be the best option to enter into the circle, but I'm intrigued to see if Futbolist, that play is going to actually pay off.
And I'm thinking of the playing path, right? As an IGL, you've got to be thinking of the playing path and think of the best rotations in, which route you can go. So I'm a little confused about this rotate from Futbolist, but you know what? Who cares? They're in 3rd place. They're safe. They're fine. They're fine. They're doing whatever they want. Maybe they're going looking for more kills, because it seems to be working for them. Bigetron! He's literally on the coaster. Zuxi... Did he get a ticket before he came in here? I don't know. But I mean, is this like the best form of scouting you can go? Nobody will expect it to be there.
That's
Like,
no
sure,
one.
right?
Is that normal? Is there supposed to be something up there? Wait a minute. No. But like,
Hold on a
it's going to get some info. I mean, that's
a team having fun. I think that's what we're saying now. I think that's a team having fun in the Dino
Can
Park.
you get on the Dino head? Go there, please. Zuxi, make me happy. I've never seen you yet in competitive.
Oh my word. Okay. He's just chilling up there. He's still in position. Nova have just squeaked way across. GODSENT have also moved across and centered up. And let's talk about Na'Vi, because they had a great position. You talked about the compound. They've stayed in it, and the circle is going their way so far.
For the time being, at least, but we had some wild rotations that have been happening today on these circles, so
He's
I mean,
alive.
see how it's going to happen. He's alive! He's alive! Insu's going to be pushing into the southern edge, but very, very close to the likes of Aerowolf Limax, A1 eSports. There's not too much room. The only easy way for him to enter in would be to get close to the coastal line, but because he's doing that rotation with a car, I think that Aerowolf maybe would have heard that, and they desperately need kills.
Potato, Aerowolf, they need a massive game. They need to be killing a big portion of the lobby. They were sitting on 26 points, which means they need to double their points in this game to really break that lobby, which would be a very impressive performance, but it's not insurmountable for the team that finished 2nd in the Southeast Asia qualifiers. The problem is they're running directly into Nova, but Jimmy was spotted first by Potato.
Yeah, you're not making it easy on yourself when you're fighting versus one of the best teams in the world. Hazelnuts is going to be up there versus Jimmy, gathering some info. Seemed like he wants to have a little bit of a game of tennis there, just trading off some grenades back and forth and see if he can find a lucky knockdown. But Hazelnuts, he's not taking that one. He is not messing around. He's going straight back to his team, as Bluebees and Power 888 are slowly going to be taking a fight in the western side of the map.
Good news for Brazilian fans. Loops are just about coming in from the north into the circle. Still with the 2 members alive. We'll see whether it can work out for them. Futbolists, meanwhile, they're coming in from the south side of the circle. They're actually going past Winery. So they've gone from port all the way over to the eastern side, down the east coast, and then came in the south. That's an RRQ rotation right there. And they actually may get involved in this Aerowolf battle. As we see the circle shift, it centers relatively as we would expect. Most of the teams already locking down a lot of compounds. Obviously, the thing with Vikendi is there is tons of compounds to play with. And here is Futbolist. Will Aerowolf get the points they need?
Super Uni jumps out. They're taking every single fight they potentially can take. But here, one little grenade through the window might just be the best way to actually push him out of that building and flush him out with your Uzi. That'll be the best course of action. But Futbolist, they're taking control. They're going to go for the push. Lutz will go down, but Super Una will not be able to survive to see the brink of day.
So Realm's going to be the one that will get the knock there. Kind of knocked each other. Potato does try to confirm. The knock comes in. You can see Lutz off in the distance. Lovers in up close and personal. Here comes Renato to try and help out Potato, who has been their top fragger a number of times. This is all happening in the blue, don't forget. And Nova XQF are just sitting back and watching this play out. Remember, we saw them up there with the Kar 98s. They're certainly looking to try and get some of those shots.
Loversen's behind. I think they forgot about him. He could just get such a perfect angle and eliminate Aerowolf. And as I say that, indeed, Loversen with the G36C finds one, gets the flush onto Relnare. They did not expect Loversen to be there.
The Pan doing what it can, but Potato will go down, and it's a disaster for Aerowolf Limax. They will be observers for the weekend, not what they were looking to.
Yeah, but Nova, they're going to be able to capitalize onto the madness and find it, maybe.
Na'Vi, a knock from the Bluebees. Is that into their compound? Were they on a rotate? That's not what Na'Vi are looking for. They're one of the teams that are also sitting on the bubble, as you can see, but one man down.
Oh my god, so much action happening on the southern eastern edge over here. DRS Gaming still get their final player, just slowly going to try and potentially avoid that skirmish, but also Elite United team is going to be a little bit high up north, so really they are congesting, they are controlling all of the east, making it super hard to find a decent spot. As another player, Futbolist, goes down to the blue zone, but as we said it earlier, we don't have to focus on them too much because they are fine and dandy, currently in third position with 95 points before this game. They can afford to go out here. You can relax. Go play a few TDMs if you want.
Well, maybe all they can get is Nova XQF to finish off one more. There's just Loversen left. Oh, let's have a look. It is a hard circle shift over to the west, and that is going to stack the eastern edge of the circle. Now, this is great news for someone like Power 888, who took that gamble, went onto the coastline, and now hold the entirety of the west coast to themselves.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better than that. Like, of course, it is a huge gamble when you stick to the coastline so early, but seem like we'll not have to move away just yet. But this creates opportunities for a few teams, and on your screen, A1 Esports is a team that could snatch it away. Sinister's going to be pushing first, 6-9 falling up, but seem like Nova have something to say about this.
A1 Esports, I really like their rotation so far. They've kept to the south, kept deep, but they may need to start looking towards some kills. There are still a couple of teams arriving late. They're going to have to run the gauntlet through Na'Vi, through GODSENT. Looks like Elite United may actually be heading directly into GODSENT to crash their compound. Bigetron staying in Dino Park. I guess they've got to get off the rides first before they can rotate.
They're having one hell of a good time, okay? Let them have some fun over there. I'm sure they're enjoying their time over there, but they're going to get into the car slowly but surely. It's time. It's over. Loops are out. 15th position.
My word.
I might get a little bit scary. But the fact that Archer also got taken out early somewhat allows them to maybe make it, but it's still out in the it's still out there. We do not know for sure.
I mean, so that's what, 51 points? I don't think they got a kill. I think they're 51 points, and obviously don't forget Digital Athletics still sat watching on 52, so they are going to be very much close. It's out of their hands as they go down in 15th position. Less than ideal, and another team that is in desperate need. We've got GODSENT involved. We've got Elite United. Na'Vi looking to try and come down and get some third party as well, but GODSENT trying to collect as many points as they can, and Elite United go down in 14th.
Yeah, 20th position. That's going to be the end of their second week adventure going into the Global Championship. And now focus on to Bigetron as they want something to say about this one, pushing very, very close to the side of GODSENT. Maybe able to find a few frags for themselves because they are currently in second position behind the side of Unnamed, and they're not too happy-chappy about that one, you know? They want to take that #1 spot. They want to be potentially also the MVPs of this lobby, so this is going to be a big fight for the side of Bigetron from SEA.
Coming in with nothing to lose.
What?
Is that?
I told you wild rotations. What is happening?
Western pull of the circle is going to catch everybody napping. Archer, by the way, in that circle. Yunso's gamble has worked. Wow. He's looking for those placement points. That's a problem for Loops. Of course, don't forget in Digital Athletics, that nade going to pop on through. Doesn't quite catch what he wanted. He does get the one. Zuxi, I thought he would get more from it. His brother's going to get him back on his feet, but the nades are continue to rain through from Na'Vi, from Navy of GODSENT. Oh.
Not Na'Vi of Na'Vi, that'll be a little bit too easy. But yeah, Raucus, great spray onto Micro Boy. That's going to be the flush, instantly confirmed. Bigetron slowly trying to survive it. They got some smokes too. The blue zone is right behind them. They got 40 seconds to move away from this spot. But A1 Esports, they're on the other side. They're waiting for potentially GODSENT or Bigetron to rotate away from this fight and pick up all the frags. A1 Esports have a great potential in this one, as Zuxi is slowly going to go down, and indeed, that Molotov tick damage will be too much for him to bear.
Nearly stepped into it, Luxi. Just had to peek away from it. Bluebee is actually getting another knock on Na'Vi. They're going to get him back on his feet, but look at this push coming in here. Rolk is going to try and squeeze around the corner. It's a nice, beautiful double push as well, and it works out wonderfully. for GODSENT. They're going to confirm their points. They are still pretty safe at the moment. With the 7 kills they got, almost certainly will push them through into Super Weekend. But look at Na'Vi. They're going to get themselves back on their feet, but they're in a horrible position. They're on the far side of the circle. The blue is pushing them, and this is Circle 6. It's going to be punishing.
I mean, they was dead center so early, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, but now they just didn't want to try and reposition, and that's going to heavily hurt them. They lose an extra player to the blue zone. It's going to be actually Boy, and now it's all down to Matic, the final player. If he goes out now, this might just be the end of the Na'Vi's adventure into the second week, but now Bluebees, they're here popping off into action, up to 3 kills already, and looking for many more to come.
GODSENT left the compound, got themselves a great position, leapfrogged effectively against Nova XQF, who were trying to look to do the same. But look at the kill feed. Power 888 starting to get involved. They're one of the teams that will put pressure. You can see Na'Vi go out. Yes, they're holding 16th, but for how long? Power 888, of course, were just ahead of them, but it's A1 Esports that can really be a threat to their position. If they can get past this fight with Nova XQF, they need to deliver here. Jimmy's going to go to the play zone, and A1, oh no, Sinister, I think he's going to go to the play zone as well.
Oh, the blue zone is decimating everyone. He got Na'Vi, he got the side of Nova XQF also. Might even get the side of A1 Esports very soon, but A1 Esports up to already 4 kills, and they are just lingering in the shadows in the leaderboards, right behind the side of Na'Vi. If they take themselves a big win, this is potentially Na'Vi out of this second Super Weekend.
This circle is happening them on Vikendi. Nobody in the next circle. So many teams. You got RRQ in the blue, Team Secret in the blue. GODSENT still have Rollkiss out there. Archer, though, they're still alive.
That was a
There's
gamble.
6 teams remaining. You know what? They still really need some points. They need to get quite high, but they were on 39 points coming into this. They need a real, effectively, I would say a second place maybe. I'm not even sure that's going to be enough because it will put them on 51. So it's still got to be a real big finish from Yunsu. But GODSENT with still 3 alive, A1 is still involved.
Team Secret are gone. They were in 19th position. They had 39 points. That's the end of their venture also into the second week. So many teams, so many upset happening on this final game on Vikendi, and now we're down to top 5 teams. Got GODSENT, A1 Esports, Archer Gaming, Power 888 with a huge gamble in the early stage, and Beer 11, the final player of RRQ Athena in the northern side. But GODSENT already up to 9 points. This is a huge performance so far on Vikendi.
Yeah, GODSENT are safe home and railing. Can they pick up the win? We will see. Beer 11 just trying to med himself up on the way out, but RRQ Athena are relatively safe, so it's fine for him. I'd like to see Yunsu actually moving. I got a feeling he's just going to try and tank the blue here. I'd like to see him getting involved to get in this fight. It's almost certainly going to be Power 888 versus GODSENT. The question is, what can A1 do to try and make a difference?
And so the final player of Archer, he cannot survive that. B11 dies, extra positioning points for Archer Gaming. This is big. This is very big, in fact. Smoke Road from Power 888, making it towards that rock. They want to make sure that GODSENT cannot enter in the dead center side of the circle, which I think is a good call. But now Unsu is slowly ticking down because of the blue zone. That is not going to be enough points to make into the Super Weekend. He had to go for the push. He had to go for the final send it, but Unsu is thinking otherwise. He's got 7 first aids, though. Okay.
Yeah, but this is Archer. Dante is in there. Dante is still in there. Yep. He can see he's handed out his meds. Archer go out, that's the end of their chance, but A1 Esports were on 42 points coming into this. They've got 10 points here. I think they've done enough to knock someone like Loops out of this position. Or Na'Vi. I don't know how many kills Na'Vi got. This is going to be all on Jason, I'm afraid, to pull up the overall rankings because it's going to be so close. But who can take the chicken dinner? Power 888 in a great position. They needed the points coming into this. They were inside the top 16, but now Dante looks like he's done and dusted. That leaves Nino just out with the blue. He's just going to be medding himself up, so it's going to be a third place position for A1 unless these two pop off instantly.
Awesome grenade from Navy right there in those final moments. 6ix9ine slowly going to try and go for the final push. We'll be able to take third position, but I do believe that might actually be enough to take away from Na'Vi. I'm not sure. We'll have to check it out in the standings afterwards, but indeed A1 Esports are out of commission as now down to a 4v3 in favor of Power 888. They're going for the full send it. It's going to be D-Day pushing onto the side of GODSENT, and they are struggling to make it forward.
Reeves trying to hold them at bay. The nades come in. Takes him oh so low. Ice just off the side there. Gooey bombing down the grenades as much as they can. There they go. They landed. The move comes in. Reeves is already down. They can't back away because the molly's keeping them at place. Really nice push from Power 888 here onto Navy. Coming around the side. Navy's nade lands. Does try and do what he can. Gets around with the Uzis, but look at the Overwatch coming out. Brilliant play from Power 888. I love this push.
That was some great usage of the smokes. Moving on forward, they already got himself 4 kills, up to 5. They're looking for the final push, but Navy, Zuku still remaining, might be able to just snatch it away. The blue's going to grasp of Power 888. But yeah, the blue indeed here, D-Man, is going to be the main issue for GODSENT. They are forced into the open loving arms of Power 888. Great Molotov coming out on the side. They can't peek anymore. The grenade from Gewi is coming out once again, and GODSENT are down to 1.
Zuku goes inside. They see his position. They should be able to flank him, but it's effectively going into 1v1s. They get him down. A Power 888 pop off just like they did in week 1 final game. How on earth do they do it? It's unbelievable. And it was really about the positioning this time. They managed to take that gamble. They went to the West Coast and it just kept drawing to them.
I do have to say, when you go for such a wild and unexpected gamble to go for the coastline so early, it very rarely pays off. In this position there, Power 888 took it. They were in 15th position before this game. They needed a good one just to remain up there, and they were able to take it. But my point of interest here is going to be A1 eSports.
Well,
did they overtake Na'Vi?
Na'Vi, Loops, maybe.
Team Secret?
Team Secret?
Archer?
Well, Archer, definitely not. Unfortunately for Archer, they got dropped, it happens. But yeah, that overall standings is going to be very risky. Who has made it through to the Super Weekend? It is anyone's guess right now with Na'Vi. Is that 53 points going to be the bubble? Because with so many teams also underperforming and overperforming, it's going to make that swing a little different. Our Digital Athletics, who had to sit and watch on 52 points, are they going to be safe? Because that was a rough game for everyone involved.
It was a hard one, but really when you have your back up against the wall, that is when some of these teams perform the best, especially Power 888. They did it 2 times in a row in the final game of these league stages in week 1 and now also in week 2. I have no idea. We're going to have to check out the leaderboards and we're going to be sending it back on over to our awesome experts over there.
Yeah, Demon, not a big fan of you throwing me under the bus. You're saying it's all up to Jason to figure out who's going to be going through, because I can tell you right now, I have no damn clue whatsoever. So many teams fighting for that top 6 team. We even have the potential for a tiebreaker to happen between 2 teams with Klas and Loops, where it goes past chicken dinners, it goes past placements, it goes past kills, and we're sitting there wondering, what's the next tiebreaker?
Yeah.
And it comes down to their placing in the team's last match. So if we get to that point, that's going to be really interesting to see how it all goes down. But what a great game. As I said before, Power 888 showing up when it matters.
Well, this is what we were talking about Team Secret, that Team Secret had to perform in his last moments, but Power 888 have shown they can do that before, and they're doing it again. Yeah. So this is a reoccurring thing. Beautiful stuff from Power 888, and like Demon was saying there, it was a fantastic push for them, and they knew they had to make it happen. They had to make it then in those moments. Otherwise, GODSENT would have used that compound to their own advantage.
So you can see 22 points for both those 2 teams, so just smashing through that last game, John.
Yeah, 2's up on the double ducks for those 2 at the top there. Power 888 obviously having a stonker.
Gaming. Yeah.
Okay. GODSENT as well, dropping those 10 kills, making sure that they draw even. And as they were saying on the desk, A1, I'm not too sure on exactly where that's going to leave them, because at the moment the bubble is looking pretty packed right now. It's primed to pop. We'll see who's going to go down on that one. But Archer with 9 points, I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, it was really sad as well, because they had such a difficult start to that game with most of their team going down. And after that, Unsu was the only one who was left alive in that situation. He got so far, and I was just concerned when he just left himself out in the blue. I mean, it's very hard to do that math on the fly whilst you're in the game as well. Yeah. But me and John, we calculated, said he needs 13 points at least, and that would have been a second place they would have to go for, or at least pop off.
It was both of us who came.
Yeah, no, so mostly John.
But actually, we said 13 at the exact same time backstage.
That definitely happened.
It did actually happen.
Okay. Well, we're going to take a look at our second page. Obviously, Futbolist and Nova XQF should be safe. We can take a look at Bluebees. They're going to be safe as well. Execute, but looking down the list, Na'Vi, 1 point. Aerowolf Limax, where has this team gone this entire week? They were in our first Super Weekend. They were an extremely good performing team, well-performing team, and obviously they still have the chance to play in a Super Weekend in the 3rd day of week 1 coming up later on this week, but that is not what we expected out of them.
I mean, they've gone from Aerowolf Limax to Aerowolf Limin. It's minimum performance coming through from them, certainly in this game specifically. I mean, only 2 points. It is unfortunate, but someone does have to, as you said last game, someone does have to go down in those lower spots. It's just so unfortunate that it happens in such a clutch situation for these guys when they have been performing so well previously.
Yeah. It frustrates me mainly for Na'Vi, though. it's just a really stressful situation. I think it was 6 points they needed in that game. That was it. After getting 14 points on the last game, it should have been easy. That should have been the simple win condition there for them. Just try and stay alive for a little bit longer. I think you don't even need to be that high in the placings to get that 6 point just in terms of placements. To be fair, the circle did shift away from them pretty hard, and it feels like it was Vikendi that decided it for them last time. Again, it's Vikendi, where Power 888, they do really well, and Na'Vi, unfortunately, are just so close to getting to that Super Weekend, but they don't make it.
Close isn't good enough here, Blank, as we're going to take a look now at our total damage in that last match. I'm expecting to see GODSENT probably up there, maybe #1, who knows? Or maybe it wouldn't be too crazy to say that. We can see their 2,000 damage done, just leaps and bounds beyond stronger than everyone else in that last match.
Pretty poggers stuff coming out from GODSENT.
Super poggers, Muddy.
Yes, yeah, actually, let's go with super poggers. It was, pretty strong clearing out those fields, but they do go down in the end. Nonetheless, get 22 points, and this is actually even more disastrous for Na'Vi, because not only did they not qualify for this one, they didn't qualify for the previous one as well.
Yeah.
Which means that they are now only at most going to be playing at half-mast on their full points total that they could potentially have achieved had they been in every super weekend.
And what's rough for me is they were the #1 team coming in from EMEA League, and yet they have Konina Power qualifying through. Again, they have GODSENT qualifying for the first time, and Na'Vi have been unable to do it a single time in these 2 weeks. It's rough.
I mean, imagine a world where we don't have a change of ruling and we only have 20 teams in the PMGC. Konina Power don't get in after Na'Vi's able to hold them out by 1 point on 4th place. And now it would be maybe Na'Vi up those top points. Konina Power won't be stealing those points for EMEA. But again, Konina Power, good stuff for them.
That's one hell of a hypothetical.
That's all right, dude.
I turned into the thinker there to figure that one all out. We're going to take a look at our do-the-do moments in that last match, and maybe we can pinpoint the exact moment where some teams didn't qualify. A little bit of a heartbreaking moment for some of them out there. But of course, Jimmy, for Nova XQF, they've been a little bit lackluster, I want to say, this week compared to week #1. Obviously, switching things in, having King come in for Cool Boy, but after winning PEC, I expected just maybe a little bit more out of them. I do understand it's just league play right now, and hopefully they can prove me wrong when it comes to the Super Weekend, but 4EM are clearly proving to be the stronger Chinese team.
Definitely so.
I mean, like at the moment, they're not doing too badly. They were on the first page. I mean, they're again flying underneath the radar, which I think is fine. It's just, again, like you said, it's just not what we expected. All the letters we received overseas were saying, "Oh my God, this Chinese team is amazing."
You're getting letters?
Yeah, I was getting letters all the time. People write me. I've got pen pals all over the world. But they were telling me that, look, this Chinese team is absolutely popping off, and I was so excited to watch them. And I think that despite them doing well, my view of them on perspective is vastly skewed because of what has been said before.
I don't think they've hit their critical mass, their critical level of play just yet here for the team, and obviously that's nothing you can really complain about, because as long as you're getting better week in and week out, you're constantly building into the tournament. That's going to end up well for you, but will it end up $300,000 well?
Yeah. I mean, there's a great economy of force in that team that we're just waiting to explode at some point. We've got to wait for that moment, though, when the true competition begins. But I'm just not sure when that's going to happen. But again, it's not too bad from them, and I think that we just kind of have to accept right now they're a middling team.
Yeah,
do you agree with that, John?
Seem to be pretty middle of the table. I mean, I'm a guy who likes stats, right? And I can't argue with them. And I can't argue with that because it is actually the truth when it comes to those tables. They are just sat in the middle. There's no other way to put it.
You could try arguing, you'll just look stupid.
Yes, exactly.
But you don't ever like to look stupid, so I can understand that.
I've never in my life once looked stupid.
Yeah, that is true. Let's take a look at our daily report, though, from today. And you can see 4EM still rocking things with the most damage, the most kills, the most healing, the most knockouts, but didn't receive the most damage, which, fun enough, goes to their sister team of Nova.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really want to receive the damage received award. So 4EM have avoided that one tactfully and taken up the actual ones that you do want to hit upon, which is like damage, kills, knockouts, perfect stuff.
Yeah, I think they should be really proud of themselves. Again, we on the one drop, we're all three talking about how they've been getting better over time, right? We talk about how in season 1, 2, and 3 of PEL, getting better results, time in, time out. Obviously, PEC was a little bit rough for them, but we expected maybe Nova to come in stronger because they won PEC. They won a bunch of money. They got the experience with the international teams. They have experience from before with Paraboy and obviously the roster. But I think now it's time to get into the nitty-gritty. It's time to take a look at our overall standings right now. And obviously the first teams we're going to see on our first page will be teams qualified through in top 8 placing. But I'm looking forward to the second page. I want to see who are the teams that just barely skate by here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the top there, 116, obviously, 400 men don't move because they didn't play that last match. 103 for Bigetron Red Aliens. They didn't do too much during the last game. They didn't have to either. But we do have our third team that hit the triple digits there with 102 in Futbolist. A great change from their Super Week. And obviously in League Play Week 1, they got third place. They're here again in third place. We just want to see what happens in Super Weekend.
Power 888 dropping up into 7th, 70 points, but tied up with Secret Jin there. You can see 27 kill points for Power 888, and Nova XQF as well, just eking them out, 71 points just out above them.
Really happy with a couple of teams in there. But I also worry at the same time for instance, Power 888 KPS. Why does it always seem like it has to come down to day 2 of League Play for them to step up and get into the top 16?
They're entertainers.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
They're there for the glory, you know?
Yeah, we saw right at the beginning of the tournament as well. It was 4AM versus, well, not at the beginning of the tournament, but at the beginning of League Play. It was Power 888 versus 4AM. So they like to pop off in the first game and then make it happen in the last game.
All right, it's time now to find out who are the next 8 teams participating here in our second Super Weekend. And we will have, oh my lord, Loops and Klas both making it. 2 of the teams that we were really worried about. A1 getting in there, as well as Alpha 7. Zeus on top of this. So new teams coming to the mix here.
Nice stuff for them. They're going to be pretty happy to have that entry. And if we've seen some really strong stuff coming out from Zeus, right, over the last 2 days.
Yeah.
They have absolutely stepped up their game. So now they have a chance to try and take on this lobby and really develop that. Because remember, they're playing and chopping and changing lobbies here. Once they get into that 16, that's 15 straight games that you play against the same teams day in, day out, which means that you can really start to nail down those tactics, nail down those rotations in that specific circumstance.
And let's remember, Zeus is a team that didn't make it into the first Super Weekend, so they've really pushed here to get into the second one. Great stuff. Similar story with A1 as well. Fantastic stuff from both these teams. They made some changes, brought it around, and that's what you expect to see in PMGC. I love it from all these teams.
What a drop from Loops. They qualified in 2nd for the first week, and now they're down there in 16th, right on the bubble. 52 points, which is, within the bracket. I'm just going to say that 52 points is within plus or minus.
You did say plus or minus 2.
That's within plus or minus 2. Is that within?
That's
within plus or minus 2.
Addition, subtraction, it fits.
Yeah. It fits.
But still, you're making a very good point here. One thing I do want to say though for Zeus and A1 is that now going to the Super Weekend, they are going to be 34 points in the hole behind Execute, behind Futbolist, and they have obviously some point discrepancy to build up. But as you're mentioning here, Blake, Na'Vi. Again, forever 17th place, it seems, in League Play.
Yeah, you've got to be 100% frustrated if you are the Na'Vi team right now. So 100%. And you have to watch these teams once again going into Super Week because you've got to keep up that research. You've got to continue to watch the tournament even though you're not in it. And it must be demoralizing at this point coming into the second week and being so close.
Especially watching your countrymen, your comrades from European regions and EMEA region in general. Those teams all are going to be playing there.
Yeah.
And you're
Klas,
the only one that isn't.
Konina Power, GODSENT.
And not only that, it's Klas Digital Athletics who beat you to the bubble position as well. It's going to be so tough for these guys, but that is where champions are made, right?
What about Abrupt Slayers, Aerowolf Limax? You also had Team Secret in there, a team who won 2 chicken dinners day 1 of League Play, not going to be participating.
Nuts. Things have quickly changed in the PMGC, and again, I think I want to bring this back to 4AM really quickly, as well as Bigetron. 4AM seems absolutely hungry to win this tournament, and I think you mentioned PEC. They were 2 points behind Royal Never Give Up with 111 points in that tournament. Obviously, Nova XQF having a massive lead in that tournament, but maybe this is just, again, 4AM just absolutely starving for those big wins, getting that massive tournament finish, and again, in PEL, 10 to 12 to 50 points over the seasons. Really good stuff, and I continue to expect 4AM to do well. It's awesome seeing a team that can kind of rival Bigetron here.
The thing is, exactly, I am really looking forward to them both showing up. Well, hopefully Nova can show up as well, considering I want to see if Bigetron are gonna beat the best teams, that they beat the best teams when they're performing well. You don't want to see 4AM come in and slack, and you don't want to see Nova doing the same. But we're talking about 4AM. I want to take a closer look at their stats as well here for week 2 across the maps, and just look at that damage. Almost 1,000 damage done on each map. That is insane.
Miramar letting them down on the damage, but it's not letting them down on the kills. 6 average there on the 2 games that they played, and actually second place in terms of their ranking of kills. Sandhawk a little bit higher for them, maybe a little bit more chaotic, and maybe that's where they thrive. But they're still putting up the numbers where it matters. They've managed to finish top 3, I think that is, in 3 of those 4 maps. And Vikendi, I think they placed 4th in at least one of them.
I mean, even looking at the damage numbers on Miramar, that's still a 12-point average that they're hitting there. And then, Jesus, Erangel, 18.5 point average. Ooh. That is ridiculous consistency.
Woof. Good stuff from them.
Absolutely. That's a big woof from me as well.
And they're only getting better, I feel like, too.
Can we get the 3 woofs? Is that the 3rd woof?
Come on, hit us up with a woof.
I'm not a fan. Not
woof,
a fan.
Woof. What's for lunch? It's a chicken.
What's Amy going to say?
What am I going to say?
What's Amy going to say?
She's probably going to jump on me and hurt me.
D-Man dog.
Amen is D-Man dog.
Oh, yeah, we should clarify that. Demon's dog is named Amy. Fine. You get 1. Wolf.
Nice.
All right. But yeah, I mean, 4AM, I feel like they've only been getting better as they've been getting more experience against these teams. And I feel like, again, not that they weren't taking the league play seriously here, but I feel like they weren't playing at 110%. I feel like there was a little bit of relaxation within the team, you know, playing a little bit slower than necessarily they would in a super weekend, which just makes it even more
also
scary.
Circles as well,
yeah,
though.
They did get a lot of luck in circles today.
They did. And maybe that's why they saw that 6-point plus on last week's top qualifier. Bigetron on 110. They've got 116 this time. Those circle locks, that's 6 points. That's worth 6 points, I think.
Yeah. Plus or minus 6 points.
Plus or minus.
Yeah,
exactly.
Let's take a look at our OnePlus MVP of the day. Remember, MVP at the end of the tournament will be getting themselves 10,000 extra bucks, and Gonzo.
Deserved. 100% deserved from this player. Konina Power are absolutely... They're lucky to have this guy on board. I mean, with the calling this guy makes the teams, as well as the damage he's putting through. 12 kills total. That is a lot of kills during just a day, and to be consistent like that is very good. Konina Power have brought up that constant like power today, and I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, and for looking at like what's happened before EMA League into EMA League, Tixie was on the roster, who's now on Navi, right? And Tixie was their big player when it came back to PMWO West Season 0. So for him to be able to step up in the absence of Tixie, I feel like is a really strong showing of like the depth of power they have within Konina Power.
Yeah, and not only that, you now have Tixie over on Navi, who didn't qualify. So it's kind of showing that it really wasn't just Tixie who was popping off for them. They gave them the powerful backline, the powerful support that he needed, and that's being given to the rest of their roster now.
Yeah, I mean, well, looking back on the World League West performance, right, Tixie was doing a huge amount of work for the team, right? But I think here, what it's almost done is been Tixie being removed has been like, well, actually, we've got to improve massively as a team. And now instead of just having that one pop-off player, you've got 4 players who've all honed their skills to support one another, and you've got this much more cohesive team. It's really nice, and you can appreciate it.
That being said, they have to still keep on going. I mean, this is only the 2 days that we've really seen big things coming in from them. So hopefully they'll be able to continue that, and we'll watch out for that in the next few days.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of work for all the teams out there as we actually take a look at our schedule. To remind you guys, we didn't have our 3rd day of the Super Weekend Week 1 kickoff due to some power issues, but we are going to be having it coming up on Friday. So Friday we'll have Super Weekend Week 1 Day 3, and they'll go straight into our Super Weekend Week 2 with Day 1, 2, and 3 kicking off on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So keep in mind, Monday, which normally is an off day, will now indeed be our 3rd day of Week 2. So make sure you guys tune in. Of course, you can see the maps as well here, what's going to be played. A lot of action for these teams.
Absolutely.
And a lot of frustration, I feel like, for teams like Team Seeker, Aerowolf Limax, coming into your last day of the first Super Weekend. You have to like shrug off what just happened in league play because you need to build up as many points as possible here.
Look at 100%. I mean, this is the PMGC slogan. We on top. This is non-stop. You got to keep going no matter what.
That's the
going
unofficial
forward.
slogan.
Unofficially.
Unofficial slogan.
Might be official soon.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right. Well, Blank and John, thank you very much for joining me here on the Analyst Lounge, we'll call it. We're going to have Demon and Max coming back. Don't worry. You guys will be back on the casting desk when we get into the Super Weekends. And thank you guys at home as well for watching the show. We'll be back in 2 days' time at the exact same time to kick off Day 3 of our very first Super Weekend. And we can't wait to see you.